We often confide our most personal thoughts to our partners. Sometimes these are thoughts that we are sure no one else would understand. This is also the case for Oliver S. He's been together with Jessica for some time. But what he confides in his girlfriend goes far beyond a dark fantasy. He tells her that he would like to kill a person, preferably a child. The most natural reaction to such a statement would probably be horror, disgust, or at least deep astonishment. Most people would perhaps even be speechless. But when Oliver tells Jessica about his fantasies, her reaction is different. She said, "I didn't ask him, you kill a child now." But my attitude was something like, "Yes, go for it." Sadat A. was only 9 years old when he died. He lived with his family in Duisburg in the west of Germany. On January 9, 2001, Sadat fell victim to a heinous crime. He meets his murderer where he should actually be safest, very close to his home. He is approached by his neighbor Oliver S. on the playground. The young man has been living in the housing estate for almost a year. Oliver tells him that he has Pokémon merchandise in his apartment. Some sources speak of the popular Pokémon cards, which are still popular collectibles today. In other sources, Oliver is said to have mentioned Pokémon collectors' coins or key fobs. The latter were apparently a promotional item at an unspecified fast food restaurant at the time. This would fit with the fact that 23-year-old Oliver S. worked at Burger King. Regardless of what the fan merchandise is, Oliver promises Sadat he can have his Pokémon merchandise. He just has to come home with him. Sadat accompanies him. When he and Oliver S. are standing in front of the latter's apartment, he hesitates. But Oliver pulls him over the threshold. Only a few minutes later, Sadat is dead. He approached an aquarium in Oliver's apartment to look at the fish in it. At that moment, Oliver grabs him from behind with his hands around his neck. He strangles Sadat without warning. He had cunningly lured the neighbor boy into his apartment under the pretext of wanting to give him a present. When Sadat is dead, Oliver initially leaves his body in the apartment. He goes to a supermarket and buys cigarettes and noodles. After that, he picks up his 18-year-old girlfriend Jessica from the bus stop. She's still at school and went straight to his place after she got off. Oliver has been confiding his fantasies to Jessica since the fall of 2000. He would like to abuse a child. Although Jessica initially reacts with rejection, when he expresses the wish again at the beginning of 2001, this changes. Jessica even encourages him to do it. Later, this is explained by Jessica's fear of commitment. She is said to have been afraid of losing her boyfriend, so she went along with his plans. However, in later interrogations, she also says that she wanted to see a dead person. Out of curiosity. The murder of Sadat was apparently planned well in advance. Even the day of the killing was apparently set in advance. On this day, January 9th, 2001, a funeral is taking place to which many residents of the neighborhood have been invited. For Oliver and Jessica, this means fewer potential witnesses. When Oliver leads Jessica to his apartment, she first looks at the body of Sadat. Then Jessica undresses, and she and Oliver have sex. During the course of the afternoon, they both abuse the corpse. After that, they cut up the dead body and pack it into a suitcase. After that, they eat together and watch TV as if nothing had happened. At 9:30 p.m., Jessica's father picks her up and takes her home. He has no idea what happened in his daughter's boyfriend's apartment. Oliver takes the suitcase to a clothing donation bin on Luisenstrasse. Sadat's body is found in it on the morning of January 10th. Sadat's father had already gone to the police station the afternoon before and filed a missing persons report. A boy had seen Sadat being approached by a man at the playground on Charlottenstrasse and then following him. When Sadat did not return home that night, the worst was feared. The search ends with the discovery of the suitcase in a clothing donation container in what is probably the most gruesome way. Witnesses find the blood-smeared piece of luggage behind the container and immediately call the police. When the investigators open the suitcase, they find Sadat's body inside. Inside the used clothing container itself, his head was found packed in a plastic bag. The police immediately issued an APB and published photos of the suitcase. Oliver S.'s father actually came forward to the police as a result. He said that his son was in possession of a suitcase like that. So the investigators were soon on to Oliver and Jessica. Before that, Oliver's father had already called his son to ask if the suitcase in the pictures was not his. Oliver claimed that he had thrown the suitcase on the rubbish heap some time ago and had no idea what had happened to the piece of luggage. Fortunately, the father noticed that his son was lying to him and decided to report his suspicions to the police. The two of them were immediately summoned to the police station for questioning. At first, Oliver denies being responsible for Sadat's death. But in the morning hours of January 13, 2001, he confesses to the crime. He also describes how he severed Sadat's head. Jessica, however, is innocent. It is only later that he reveals that she knew about the plan and also desecrated the dead body. The investigators are so horrified that one of the police officers slaps Oliver S. during the interrogation. At first, the police assume that Oliver really did act alone. But it is not only the new statements of the accused that make the police suspicious. During the interrogation, Jessica contradicts herself. It is only when the officers yell at Jessica that she admits to having known about Oliver's plans. She also talks about the sexually motivated acts against the corpse that they both committed. DNA traces of Jessica are found on the body, which is further evidence of her complicity. But how can two young people be driven to commit such a senseless and cruel crime? Oliver is 22 years old when he meets his girlfriend Jessica. She's 5 years younger. The couple meet in early 2000 through mutual friends. Both are very introverted and gradually become more and more isolated from their environment. Among his friends, Oliver is considered a childlike guy who sometimes seems a little retarded. Later, however, during the course of the trial, his intelligence quotient is determined during a series of psychological examinations. And it turns out to be 115, which is slightly above average. After graduating from school, he works as a youth worker for several years. He started training to become a child carer, but didn't finish it. Instead, he trained as a retail salesman and completed the apprenticeship. After that, he entered the world of work, but often changed jobs. Once he was dismissed because he allegedly hit a trainee on the backside with a coat hanger. Oliver has developmental disorders that manifest themselves in motor skills and speech due to medical complications at his birth. He also has a misalignment of the thoracic vertebra, which causes him to have a visible hump. Because of this, he was often teased by his peers. Unlike her older boyfriend, Jessica is still at school. Jessica's father is in prison when she is born. Her mother, who is only 15 years old, is homeless and addicted to drugs. As a toddler, she's placed in an adoptive family. Oliver's parents believe that Jessica is a bad influence. When she skipped school for 3 weeks, Jessica's parents got angry. From that time on, Oliver was banned from Jessica's family home. It was not until July 2000 that Oliver S. moved into his own apartment in Duisburg, Hamburg. Jessica spends most of her free time there and comes to see Oliver every day. Jessica even passes her child benefit on to her boyfriend. According to Oliver's future lawyer, the two of them spend their days watching sex and horror movies. Lydia Benecke, a renowned criminal psychologist, says the following about the two of them.
In this case, there are two people who have developed particularities due to their unfavorable biographies. It could well be that each of them would never have taken the step towards this act on their own, but due to the dynamics that developed through the relationship, it came about that the decision was made to commit this act in the first place. And of course, a lot can be learned here about such dysfunctional relationship dynamics.
Oliver and Jessica's trial began in May 2001 and lasted for 13 days. Neither of the perpetrators had a criminal record. During the testimony of an expert witness, Oliver says that at the age of 15 or 16, he had thought about killing a person. At the time, he defaced photos of family celebrations by making small cuts in the necks of younger relatives. The police find explicit descriptions of crimes in Oliver's diary entries and novel drafts. However, when talking to the expert witness, he says that he was more inspired by the novels of Stephen King. He wanted to write something similar and just used names of people he knows. He also says that he bullied his siblings' friends when he was younger. Oliver's parents confirmed that his behavior was apparently problematic even at an early age. He was therefore examined by a psychologist, who, however, certified that Oliver's behavior was not unusual for a boy going through puberty. At the re-examination during the trial, he's diagnosed with a schizoid personality disorder. Meanwhile, Jessica has retracted her confession. She accuses the interrogators of having manipulated her. She claims that she was refused the services of a criminal defense attorney. She says that the interrogators made up the details of her alleged confession themselves. However, one of the police officers in charge says in court, "I don't have that much of an imagination." According to the court, the police conspiracy against Jessica is completely illogical. After all, there was already a confessed murderer at the time of the crime, Oliver. Otherwise, the officers had no motive to hold Jessica responsible. She alone was the focus of the investigators' interrogation. Sadat's parents sit in the courtroom throughout the entire trial. They are co-plaintiffs. The mood during the trial is restless. Even the defense attorneys occasionally have to be escorted out of the courtroom by security personnel to prevent possible attacks. Again and again, there are also interjections like, "Hang him," directed at the defendant Oliver S. Oliver is sentenced to 14 years in prison for murder. He's considered to be of diminished responsibility, which is why he was not given a life sentence. Nevertheless, he is still in a closed psychiatric ward. Theoretically, he could remain there for the rest of his life. It is constantly being reviewed to see if there are still serious reasons to keep him in preventive detention. Oliver S. is said to have tried several times to get his release. But so far, according to sources, he is considered untreatable. So, release is currently more than unlikely. Jessica is convicted of aiding and abetting murder. Under juvenile law, she will only receive a prison sentence of 6.5 years. Today, she's free again and able to lead a normal life. Around 1,500 people attend Sadat's memorial service. The event was organized by the family itself. They also invited Oliver S.'s family. Speaking to journalists, Sadat's father said that the perpetrator's relatives were not bad people just because he was a bad person. A more than remarkable gesture. Today, there is a small memorial for Sadat at the place where he was found. All that remains is to wish Sadat's family the very best. Jörn Scharlau, a 34-year-old family man, leaves his cell phone store around noon in August 2004 to visit someone. He promises to be back soon, but the hours pass and there is no sign of Jörn. Around noon, he writes to his colleague saying that he will not be coming back today and asking her to close up the store. His wife also waits for him in vain that evening. She texts him, "Where are you?" He replies an hour and a half later, "Need time to think, things aren't working out between us. I'll get in touch with you in the next few days, don't worry." But of course, the text message has the exact opposite effect, because the message doesn't sound like Jörn at all. His wife quickly assumes that something must have happened to the family man, and she has no idea that her feeling will be confirmed only a short time later. On August 30th, 2004, Jörn Scharlau, a 34-year-old family man, disappears without a trace. He has worked at his cell phone store in the Lindenthal Center shopping center in Neubrandenburg until noon, as he does every day. He then leaves the store to meet someone and never returns. At 2:42 p.m., he sends his employee a text message. "Not coming into work today. Could you please close up?" When he doesn't come home that evening, his father is the first to send him a worried text message. At 8:16 p.m., his wife texts him, "Where are you?" At 9:46 p.m., she receives the message you've already heard in the intro. "Need time to think? Things aren't working out between us anymore. I'll get in touch with you in a few days and don't worry." After that, there is 3 days of radio silence until his wife writes to him on September 2nd at 8:13 a.m. "Are you coming back?" 9 minutes later, at 8:22 a.m., she receives an answer. "Yes, I think so. It seems that way. I didn't plan on leaving you. I need some time and have to think about what I can change about myself." Jörn's wife finds all these messages very strange. Her husband has dyslexia, which is why he usually avoided sending text messages. The whole behavior is very uncharacteristic for him, and the way of writing also does not suit him, which is why she assumes that someone else is pretending to be Jörn. Her concern is so great that she finally goes to the police. 3.5 weeks after Jörn's disappearance, the Homicide Division begins its investigation, and it is faced with a big mystery. There are very few clues about Jörn's disappearance, and nothing to suggest that he might have fled the country or gone missing voluntarily. Therefore, they suspect a crime. Detective Inspector Olaf Hildebrandt interviews the staff at Jörn's cell phone store. It turns out that Jörn has been having an affair with his wife for some time. At 10:30 a.m. on the day of his disappearance, he still calls his wife. At 11:08 a.m., he calls his lover Silke M. and arranges to meet her. At 11:30 a.m., he sets off, and at 12 noon, he arrives at her apartment. Just a quarter of an hour later, he leaves the apartment again to drive back to the cell phone store. But he never arrives there. Investigators wonder what might have happened on the way back. Jörn always parked in the underground parking garage of the shopping center. Therefore, they want to check whether he might still have arrived there, possibly even accompanied. The underground parking garage is monitored by video, but when the homicide squad investigates, the recordings from the day of Jörn's disappearance have already been overwritten. It seems as if there are no more clues to follow up on. But shortly thereafter, it is noticed that Jörn withdrew money with his debit card on the day of his disappearance. The bank branch's security cameras are then checked. Although a man can be seen on the recordings, it is not Jörn Scharlau. A young man with a shaved head withdraws 500 euros from Jörn's account at the Lindenthal Center at 1:50 p.m. At 6:55 p.m., he withdraws another 500 euros from another branch. And not even an hour and a half later, at 8:15 p.m., he withdraws another 1,000 euros from the same branch. The following day, a Tuesday, he withdraws 1,000 euros from a bank in Hamburg. At 1:53 p.m., he tries to withdraw money again from a Commerzbank in Kloppenburg. This time, the debit card is confiscated because Jörn's wife has since had his account blocked. Investigators suspect that it was either someone who had targeted Jörn to get his money, or that it could have been because of his affairs. Jörn apparently had multiple female contacts, some of whom were themselves taken or married. It is possible that an angry partner could have been the culprit. On September 17th, Jörn's car is found in Neustrelitz, almost 30 kilometers away. The car, which now had stolen license plates, had collided with a curb. Witnesses reported seeing a woman with red-dyed hair and 2 bald men get out of the car and run away. Officers found a jacket in the car. Both the jacket and the car itself are checked for DNA traces. Inside the vehicle, they look for fingerprints, hair, fiber traces, and skin flakes. When they check the stolen license plate, they find what they are looking for. On September 8th, a little more than a week after Jörn's disappearance, His car is filmed at a gas station about 40 kilometers from Neustrelitz. A man gets gas at 2:44 a.m. and then doesn't pay. The security footage is of better quality than the ATM footage, which is why the man looks familiar to the police officers. They have had dealings with him several times before for minor offenses. The man is 23-year-old Stefan K. His girlfriend is 21-year-old Sandy B. She has red-dyed hair and fits the description of the witnesses. This is how the police can also identify the second man. He is 24-year-old Sven S., a good friend of Stefan. The two met in prison. In mid-August, Sven did not return from a furlough and has been wanted by the police ever since. Forensics DNA results leave no doubt that the three are the ones who were driving Jörn's car. Jörn's cell phone records show that he spoke with Sandy shortly before his disappearance. She lives near the shopping center with her 1-year-old child. The police go to her house and confront her with their knowledge. Sandy says that she signed a cell phone contract with Jörn and still had questions about it. But she had nothing to do with his disappearance. Sandy spoke to Jörn on the phone 3 times in total. Once was 2 days before his disappearance, and twice on the day of his disappearance. Sven S. is still on the run, and the police have not been able to locate him. Sandy's boyfriend Stefan K. is arrested and held in custody. At his interrogation, he initially denies everything. But when he is confronted with the surveillance footage, he blames Sven entirely. He claims that Sven attacked Jörn in the underground car park of the Lindenthal Center and took him to a wooded area where he was no longer followed. The investigators then re-examine the underground car park. They look for blood splatter, first in the vicinity of Jörn's parking space and later in the entire car park. However, without success. Meanwhile, the search for Sven continues at full speed. He keeps getting in touch with Sandy, but only very briefly, which is why they can't locate him. On October 7th, his cell phone logs into a cell in Hamburg. His old cell phone data shows that he was already in Hamburg once in August, and at that time had a pizza delivered to Washington Alley. Since the address is still stored with the apartment and floor at the delivery service, the Hamburg police drive by there. At first, they try to listen inconspicuously when suddenly noises come from the apartment. Sven apparently noticed that they were looking for him and therefore climbed over the narrow window ledge into the neighboring apartment. From there, he managed to escape via the stairwell. Because the officers continued to monitor Sandy's cell phone, they learned that Sven fled to Amsterdam and then traveled to Turnhout in Belgium. He arrived in the town in northern Belgium on November 7th. In the late afternoon of that day, local politician Tony D. disappears. He had previously attended a football game and then packed his car in the garage in the backyard at home. Shortly afterwards, he and his car disappear without a trace. When the police check the location of the missing person's cell phone, they find out that he is moving in the direction of the Netherlands. At 7:38 p.m., 500 euros are withdrawn from his account. The surveillance footage shows 2 masked men. After that, his cell phone moves further toward the North Sea and arrives in the Dutch town of Katwijk the next morning. Investigators manage to listen in on one of Sven's phone calls, during which he shouts, "Quiet back there, or I'll smash your face in." At this point, no one suspects that Sven is also responsible for Tony D's disappearance. Only later can it be concluded that he kidnapped him and has him with him. The following day, investigators find Tony D's body in the shallow water of the North Sea. He was pushed underwater before his throat was slit. Tony D's cell phone is still being monitored. His black Audi is still missing. Eventually, the cell phone moves back to northern Germany. And on November 14th, the SEK manages to stop the black Audi about 100 kilometers north of Berlin. In the car are Sven and a Dutchman, who is the second man on the surveillance footage. A knife with Tony D's blood is also found in the car. Sven and the other man are arrested. Sven confesses to the murder of Jörn Scharlau. However, he describes a different course of events than Stefan did at the time. He says that Jörn liked to flirt with young women and bragged about his money. He did this to Sandy when they went to his place to discuss a cell phone contract. Her boyfriend Stefan, who apparently needed money, suggested luring Jörn to Sandy's apartment, beating him up, plundering his account, and then strangling him. The investigators then examined Sandy's apartment. At first, everything seems unremarkable. But the living room smells of paint, and the floor looks very new. In fact, the carpet has been recently laid, and the walls have been recently painted. Investigators can find traces of blood under the carpet with black light, and the DNA can be assigned to Jörn. As a result, Sandy is also remanded in custody. But the question still remains as to where Jörn's body is. Sven is very cooperative and wants to show the police the location. Together they drive to Lower Saxony, about 500 kilometers away. At first, Sven has trouble finding the right spot. When he finally locates it, he asks to be allowed to dig up Jörn's body himself. He sees this as reparation for his actions. However, the police do not allow this and start digging themselves. They soon find Jörn's body, wrapped in a blanket from his car. He had been strangled. Sven, Stefan, and Sandy disposed of the body together, withdrawing money from Jörn's account several times on the way. Sven and Stefan were sentenced to life imprisonment for their actions. Sandy was tried under juvenile law and received a 7-year prison sentence. Jörn Scharlau and Tony D. had to die for just 3,500 euros. Tristan Brubach was born on October 3, 1984 in Frankfurt am Main. He spent his entire childhood in the Frankfurt districts of Höchst and Unterliederbach. He grew up as an only child with his father, because his mother took her own life in 1995. Tristan did not have an easy life in an easy environment. Because his father left early for work and came home late, Tristan was left to his own devices at a young age. He had to make sure that he set off for school on time, made himself sandwiches, put on clean clothes, and do everything else that goes with leading an independent life, so to speak. And this independence also allowed him to develop a sense of responsibility. And he tried to deal with every challenge that his environment presented in the best possible way. He usually managed that, but sometimes he was still the victim of fights and thefts by other young people when he was walking around in Höchst. March 26, 1998 was not a special day, just a day like any other. Tristan's father's alarm clock went off at around 4:30 a.m., and he set off for work as usual. Tristan got up around 7 o'clock and set off for school a short time later. But because he had severe back pain, he called his father from a phone booth around 8 o'clock and asked him if he could go to the doctor instead of to school so that he could get a checkup for his back. His father told him to go to school first, and then to the doctor. The conversation between father and son lasted about 15 minutes. Shortly afterwards, he met his best friend Boris, who also went to the same school as he did, the Meister School in Frankfurt-Sindlingen. But before they went to school, they wanted to smoke a cigarette. But one cigarette turned into 45 minutes, and so they missed the first hour. Tristan did not arrive at the classroom until 9 a.m. At 1:15 p.m., he asked his homeroom teacher if he could leave school to see a doctor about his back pain. He told her that he had fallen from a tree the day before, but actually he and a friend were throwing stones at each other and one hit him right in the middle of the back. The teacher allowed him to leave, so he left school at around 1:20 p.m. Several eyewitnesses later reported that Tristan walked purposefully to the bus stop on the opposite side of the street from the school and took the next bus to Frankfurt Höchst train station. There are video recordings from a security camera of a kiosk at Höchst station on which Tristan can be seen between 1:46 p.m. and 1:49 p.m. Between 2 p.m. and 2:20 p.m., Boris, Tristan's best friend, is taking a bus in the opposite direction of the Höchst bus station and sees Tristan getting on a bus going to exactly that station. Boris gets off, runs through the Höchst pedestrian zone, which the bus has to avoid, and tries to get to the station before him, but apparently doesn't make it because he doesn't find Tristan and goes home again. At 2:15 p.m. or 2:25 p.m., one of Tristan's classmates sees him sitting on a park bench. The same is observed by one of his classmates at around 2:45 p.m. She later stated that Tristan looked as if he was waiting for someone. She concluded this from his gaze, which drifted in different directions. After that, Between 3:20 p.m. and 3:45 p.m., he was seen on a park bench in the Bruno Asch Anlage, not far from the train station, by a woman walking her dog. Tristan was an animal lover and an extrovert, which is why the two of them started talking after Tristan had petted the dog. The conversation didn't last too long, and the woman was on her way again. After a few meters, however, she turned around again and saw two men sitting down on the park bench to Tristan's right and left. That is the last time Tristan will be seen alive. 10 minutes later, at around 3:55 p.m., three teenagers arrive at the Liederbach Tunnel. They had been playing at a playground on Adelonstrasse, and the Liederbach Tunnel is an underpass not far from the train station that runs below the railroad tracks and is a shortcut that saves you about 10 to 15 minutes of walking. The three of them watch a man for 2 minutes as he, and I quote, bends over an object. They can't see the man very well due to the lighting conditions, the shadows, and the excitement of the situation, but they get scared and decide to take the longer route around the train tracks. 5 minutes later at 4 p.m., two other teenagers arrive at the entrance to the Liederbach Tunnel. They had also been at the playground with the others, but unlike the other youths, they decided to take the shortcut. They enter the dark tunnel and discover the body of Tristan Brubach placed on a concrete pedestal. This means that the youths who claim to have seen the man bending over an object were actually observing the perpetrator of Tristan's murder. The two run to a nearby children's home and tell a caretaker about the found body. After making sure that the children were telling the truth, the caretaker alerted the police at 5:08 p.m. and the investigation began. It is important to note that the population only learned about the brutal nature of the murder 2 or 3 years after it occurred. So the police's first investigative tactic was to communicate as little as possible to the outside world. Who knows why? Perhaps because they thought they had solid evidence pointing to a perpetrator and they wanted to lull him into a false sense of security. And after some time, they decided to change their investigative tactics so that the public would develop a different connection to the case and thus involve them and build greater interest in the case. Just for the sake of completeness. When the police arrived at the scene, Tristan's body was examined and the police reconstructed what happened as follows. Tristan must have gone into the tunnel with his killer, either voluntarily or forcibly. At some point, Tristan realized that something was wrong and tried to free himself from the killer's clutches, and he managed to do so. He was able to break free and move towards the exit of the Liederbach Tunnel. However, the perpetrator followed him and overpowered him. He pulled him to the ground and hit him several times hard in the face until he was unconscious. The investigators concluded the latter from several larger hematomas on his face. He then choked him with his forearm and cut his throat from ear to ear with such force that the knife even penetrated to the spine. Then the perpetrator left Tristan to bleed to death in the water for a few minutes, which implies that the perpetrator must have had a certain amount of time to himself. After about 10 minutes, he carried Tristan to the place where he was finally laid out on the concrete base. This was in the middle of the tunnel and about 28 meters away. Post-mortem, a piece of tissue and muscle about 20 by 10 centimeters in size was removed from the thigh, buttocks, and knee. In total, it was almost 2 kilograms of flesh. He then placed Tristan on a concrete base in a sleep-like position. Investigators said that this was unique. This formulation sounds strange at first, but what is meant is the modus operandi. This describes the way in which a perpetrator kills his victim, or rather, how he carries out the act. The perpetrator even took his time because he went back to the scene of the fight because Tristan had lost a shoe there. There has never been such a modus operandi before, which is why the police initially assumed that this might be the first crime of a serial killer who has now tasted blood and will kill again. But if he had killed again, according to the profilers, it would have happened to Tristan shortly after the crime. And since this did not happen, the investigators assumed that it was a targeted act against Tristan. The reason for this is still unknown today, but we will discuss possible explanations in more detail later. It should be noted here that the assessments of the profile have varied over the years. Initially, it was assumed that the crime was sexually motivated because the perpetrator was observed by the three youths during the crime, and, in the eyes of the investigators, did not notice this because he saw red or because voyeurism was part of his pathological fantasy and part of his game. The removal of the testicles with a targeted cut at the perineum also supported this theory. In addition, after he had finished his actions, the perpetrator tried to cover up and disguise the wounds he had inflicted on Tristan. He put his trousers back on him and tried to cover his face with Tristan's jacket, thus also concealing the hematomas. He placed his shoes precisely on the cuts on his hips and thighs. Experts speak of a so-called undoing. The feeling of remorse arises in the perpetrator, and he tries to undo the acts he has committed because he cannot bear the victim's gaze. But the question here is whether he really did it for these reasons, or possibly to buy himself time and be able to escape unobserved. So, if someone enters the tunnel and sees a person hiding there, they might mistake them for a homeless person sleeping there and thus not call the police directly. The time and meticulous effort the perpetrator put into positioning the body suggests that this was just as important to him as removing the body parts. After that, he disappeared from the tunnel and was never seen again. On April 7, 1998, the day before Tristan's funeral, the police received a phone call from a man. This man said he was the culprit in the Tristan case. Here is the audio track.
Polizei? Hier ist Christian Mörder. Wie bitte? Christian Mörder ist hier. Sind Sie? Ja. Und Sie wollen sich selber stellen, oder was? Ja. Ja? Wo sind Sie denn jetzt? Frankfurt Höchst. Frankfurt Höchst? Ja, und wo dort? Am Höchstbahnhof. Am Bahnhof? Ja. Umgebracht. Sie haben ihn umgebracht? Ja. Wie sehen Sie denn aus? Wie groß? 1,80. 1,80. Haare? Schwarze. Schwarze Haare. Lange oder kurz? Lange. Lange Haare. Nehmen Sie mich fest.
The voices are a little distorted. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the original recording and I don't think it still exists. The caller identifies himself as Dirk Meyer. He says he is about 1.80 meters tall and has long black hair. He speaks with a strong regional dialect and says that he is standing at the train station in Frankfurt Höchst and wants to turn himself in. The police went straight to the scene, but when they arrived, there was no one there. For a while, starting in September 1998, you could call a phone number to hear the voice nationwide in the hopes of identifying the culprit by his voice. And if the caller really was the culprit, then it can be assumed that the case will be undone. But as you can imagine, the caller has not been identified to this day. The police consider the call to be a possible red herring because, as you will soon find out, the appearance that the caller claims to have, according to his own statements, is the exact opposite of the appearance that witnesses say the culprit had. The police sketch, which was later presented to the public, showed a man who was a little shorter, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and had blonde hair. However, it is debatable whether the public would have really noticed a difference in height. Therefore, the police did not attach much importance to the call. However, various voices are speaking out against the police theory and saying that more attention should have been paid to the call itself. For example, a private individual said that if you listen to the audio track, you can hear animal noises in the background. Which makes me wonder what Dietz would have been able to deduce from this, since either way, the police don't and never have had a suspect. So, what could they have done with this information if it were true? The police even responded to the speculations of the private individual and countered that these were only distortions and not animal noises. What is also interesting about the call is that someone said that it sounds like the caller is saying Tristian and not Tristan. If this were really the case and not just part of his dialect, then it would probably speak against the theory of undoing. Because someone who really feels regret will have also looked through newspapers and read about the case. And he probably wouldn't pronounce the name incorrectly if he was really consumed by regret. Nevertheless, it is difficult to say whether the investigators have checked the call sufficiently because we as the public do not learn everything. So any further investigation would be mere speculation and accusations. What I didn't mention just yet, because it's difficult to create a meaningful and comprehensible chronology, is the discovery of Tristan's backpack. It is known that he had a backpack with him on the day of the crime, and the investigators assume that the perpetrator used it to transport the body parts, and that is why it was not found. But a year later, this backpack was found about 20 kilometers from the scene of the crime. In a wooded area inside was a map of Germany in Czech and a gas cooker. An old combat knife and the ring of a Czech gas and electric cooker were found nearby. Although this information should be taken with a pinch of salt, as it is only spread by internet forums that refer to the location of the backpack in the crime scene photos. However, I could no longer find these. Either way, this information is not too important, because shortly after the find was made public, a witness reported to the police that she had seen a man coming out of the woods and had a short conversation with him in which he told her that he came from the Czech Republic and wanted to go to France on foot. He also told her that he was a former member of the Foreign Legion, and indeed this man could be identified. He had meanwhile rejoined the Foreign Legion and was questioned. At the time of the crime, he was in a hospital in Prague and appeared to have a, in quotes, street paralysis, which is why the investigators assumed that he had probably found the backpack somewhere. He had an alibi for his stay in the hospital and was therefore quickly eliminated as a suspect. Unfortunately, another lead that went nowhere. Nevertheless, I find it remarkable that a person could be found through a chance encounter with a woman. Tristan had school supplies in his backpack, and these were actually found at the scene. I didn't mention that either, and a bloody fingerprint was found in one of the school notebooks. A glimmer of hope that was forensically examined for several months. And in the end, it turned out that the fingerprint was not Tristan's, which in turn means that it can most likely be attributed to the culprit. They are only genetic microtraces, but they can be the culprit's undoing when compared. The fingerprint was also compared with all international databases, but unfortunately, it led nowhere. But investigators did not give up. A test procedure was used for the first time in Frankfurt, a so-called serial investigation. This is a systematic test procedure that is used to filter out elements within a defined test area that have certain properties. And in this case, certain properties are the fingerprint. Starting in 2002, the police systematically checked the districts of Höchst and Unterliederbach. They took the fingerprints of men between the ages of 15 and 45 from the districts and created a database. As already mentioned, the initial assumption was that the crime involved blood, but later the investigators theorized that the perpetrator knew Tristan, and if that was the case, it was likely that he came from the same or at least neighboring district. By the end of 2003, 92.95% of the Unterliederbach residents and 98.65% of the Höchst residents had given a fingerprint, but unfortunately, there was no match. 54 men did not give a fingerprint, and speculation arose that one of them might be the murderer, because it is also clear that the perpetrator would most likely not voluntarily give up his fingerprint. There is another incident worth mentioning. In October 1999, an unknown person snuck into Höchst Cemetery at night and desecrated the grave of Tristan. He placed soil neatly on plastic sheets next to the grave, but seems to have been caught in the act and had to abandon his plan to dig up Tristan's coffin and disappear. Unfortunately, nothing more is known about the incident. Nevertheless, it is possible that this is the culprit who still feels magically drawn to his murder victim. And this incident shows parallels to an incident that Haroon will tell us about later. Let's now move on to the sightings of the various witnesses and the resulting sketch. The first description of the perpetrator is based on the testimony of one of the 12-year-olds who observed the perpetrator during the crime and will be published in the Frankfurter Rundschau on April 2nd. The man, estimated to be between 18 and 25 years old, had his hair tied in a ponytail. He was wearing a baseball cap, a black leather jacket, and dark jeans. The man is said to be broad-shouldered and athletic. A month earlier, in March, a different youth had reportedly been seen at the scene of the crime matching this description. On the same day, investigators were told by two paralegals that a young man had contacted them at the law firm and said that he had just been released from prison but had already screwed up again. However, because their law firm did not specialize in such crimes, they referred him to a suitable law firm. According to their statements, the man was between 20 and 30 years old, 1.75 meters tall, and had long, dark blonde hair that was tied in a braid. He is said to have had a characteristic vertical mark on his upper lip and to have spoken without a noticeable accent or dialect. A week later, a father contacted the police. He said that his son and other children from the Vincents house in Hofheim had been molested by a man with a plait. He's even said to have managed to persuade a boy to go with him to Höchst to buy sweets there. Haroon, my source from Frankfurt, will later also bring in his own experiences regarding this man, which explain these encounters and the connections in more detail. And with this information, a sketch was created by Leon Bellman, an employee of the Hessian LKA, and presented to the public on March 26, 2008, 10 years after the crime against Tristan Brubach. This is the sketch that was created at the time and that many of you will know. It is a composite of the various witness statements. What was not included is the description of the caller's appearance, which shows once again that the police consider this to be unimportant or a false lead. Later, a former tutor of Tristan reported that she had seen Tristan only a few days before his death, with a man who looked very similar to the sketch and the descriptions of the eyewitnesses. What is also important to note is that the investigator at the time, Rudolf Thomas, handed over the management of the case to Uwe Fey in 2002. He reopened the case and considered Zopfmann to be the main suspect. One could speculate that this means that the Zopfmann lead was not followed up on initially, and thus precious time was lost. First, we will discuss Tristan's possible connections to the criminal underworld. In April 1998, shortly after the crime, an article appeared in the Frankfurter Neuen Presse, in which the investigators commented and presented a somewhat different picture of the innocent, well-educated boy. They said that Tristan had often gotten into trouble and sometimes did not come home for days due to his forced independence. However, the father never reported this, which is why it can be assumed that this happened quite often. But not only the investigators commented on this, but also Hadaya Tula Hübsch, an author who wrote a book called Jugend und Jugendkultur in Hessen, ein Lesebuch Tristan, or The Sadness of Violence, and addressed the case. He made explosive comments in the book and linked Tristan to the criminal milieu of Frankfurt. According to his statements, he was often the offender and not just the victim. Tristan often had more money in his pocket than a 13-year-old should have. My source in Frankfurt told me the same thing. Tristan was able to afford things that other teenagers his age couldn't. For example, he always had cigarettes and sweets for himself and for others. According to Hubsch, Tristan must have been part of a criminal enterprise. However, he leaves open the extent and manner in which. Harun will tell you in more detail later on how Tristan might have come by the money. I tried to check Harun's authenticity as well as possible in advance, and, in my opinion, he is 100% authentic. Nevertheless, it must be emphasized that what he will tell you later is all subjective assessments and stories. Which is why I tried not to let his statements influence me much in the first part of the documentary. Hubsch also writes that Tristan's death was a relief for some people in the area around Höchst. This is a very crass formulation, and I would like to stress once again that I am relying on Hubsch here, but if it is true, it would change the image of Tristan drastically. In various internet forums, it is also speculated that he may have acted as a kind of drug courier and that he met with his client at the Liederbach tunnel because he hid his drugs there and he wanted to hand them over. Even if these speculations are not true, the core question behind the statement is essential. Why did Tristan go to the Liederbach tunnel with his murderer? Until the fight, it seems voluntary. Precisely because the time from the park bench with the two men to the act in the tunnel is very short. Here is another statement from Maria Haas, Tristan's former tutor. In an interview with Spiegel TV, she says something similar to, "Well, but he was a pretty boy after all." This formulation naturally evokes associations with a specific criminal milieu that people don't like to talk about, but which is real. And Harun told me that the Bruno Arsch-Anlage was a kind of drug-dealing place at the time, and partly still is today, but it also served other shady businesses. Tristan was also said to have often been seen wandering around this area, and that naturally makes you listen carefully. What is a child doing in a gathering place of people who often have to turn to crime to survive, and often cross the line into illegality in the process? If you draw this connection between the criminal milieu of Höchst and Tristan, you also have to ask yourself at the same time whether Tristan really wanted to leave school because of a doctor's visit. Perhaps he actually had a meeting with the men he was seen with on the park bench, because he seemed to have gone purposefully from school to the bus and driven in the direction of the main train station. Furthermore, according to his classmate, he looked as if he was waiting for someone. And here we are perhaps at the right point in time to note the inconsistencies in Tristan's daily routine. As already mentioned, it is not all that easy to create a meaningful chronology in this case. Nevertheless, I hope that it is comprehensible up to this point. If Tristan really had such extreme back pain, why did he relax by smoking a cigarette with Boris in front of the school instead of going to the doctor? Maybe he really had back pain, but it wasn't that bad, and he made up the excuse that morning so that he could use it later to convince the teacher not to call his father. Besides, we said that Tristan left school around 1:30 p.m. and took the bus to Frankfurt Höchst. Boris, his best friend, said that he saw him on a bus to the Höchster Bahnhof between 2 and 2:20 p.m. A camera at the Höchster Bahnhof recorded Tristan between 1:46 and 1:49 p.m. This means that either Boris was mistaken about the time, or Tristan went somewhere shortly after he was seen on the security camera, away from the train station, and then back to it. But what reason could he have had for that? And the kiosk recording itself is also very strange according to some opinions, so we will now take a closer look at it. First of all, the quality is extremely poor, which makes any speculation that arises from it even more difficult. But you can see Tristan walking past the entrance of the kiosk. It looks like Tristan is turning to the man who can be seen right next to him, and it looks like the two exchange glances and look at each other briefly before he continues on his way. The man is hard to see, but he seems to have black hair, be a little taller and wear glasses. And if we assume that this brief, pixelated glance really means something, then it can be assumed that Tristan has arranged to meet this man at the train station. It's difficult to say why, but if you add the possible connection to the criminal milieu and the fact that Tristan had too much money for a 13-year-old, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. But as I said, it's really difficult to tell from this short, pixelated video clip whether the two knew each other. What do you think? Could this brief glimpse mean something? Feel free to write me in the comments. The police never publicly searched for this man. In internet forums, however, he is sometimes portrayed as a key figure. But who knows? Maybe the police have even investigated him, but have not informed the public. What can be said is that this short video clip leaves a lot of room for speculation, and if you get lost in that speculation, it makes an awful lot of sense. I would at least not rule out the possibility that the man seen in the video plays a more important role than some might think. What is also worth mentioning is the situation of the two men who sat down to the right and left of Tristan. These two men were never identified, although they are at least important witnesses, but perhaps even accomplices. It is often said that they look, quote, Mediterranean, although this is of course an outdated and vague term that is not really descriptive. Nevertheless, it is worth mentioning because it is mentioned again and again in this context. The man with the ponytail, on the other hand, is never described in terms of his ethnicity, which means that neither of the two men was the man with the ponytail. We recall that the dog owner saw Tristan on the park bench between 3:15 and 3:20 p.m. She started talking to him after he had petted the dog. When she left, she turned around again and saw the two men sitting down with Tristan. A classmate had seen him sometime before and said that he looked like he was waiting for someone. The fact that people were sitting down to the right and left of him seems intimidating, but at the same time it seems deliberate, as if they knew Tristan. Does this mean that Tristan was waiting for these two men? And if so, why? And who were the men? What did he have to do with them? Did these two men have something to do with the man with the ponytail? Or possibly with the man who can be seen on the security camera? The time intervals are too short for us to consider this situation separately from the crime that took place only 10 minutes later and about 500 meters from the Bruno Ash Anlage. Precisely because the walk to the tunnel takes another 5 minutes. I have read the chronology so many times, but I don't understand what should have happened in the 10 minutes if they have nothing to do with Tristan's murder. Let's say they sit down with him. They probably linger there for at least a minute, if not longer, because they will have had some kind of conversation with him, whether they knew him or not. After that, he sets off alone or with them to the tunnel. This gives a time window of 4 minutes, during which he says goodbye to the two men and is taken over by the perpetrator in quotation marks. A really too small time frame for the two men, at least in my opinion, not to play a role. But again, the hint. Maybe the police has information that they have not shared with the public and that really declares the two men as unimportant, because they have never publicly searched for him, although they were the last to see Tristan alive. If you notice any more inconsistencies, please feel free to write them in the comments. I will create a comment in which I summarize all further inconsistencies and pin them at the top. Thanks in advance. Let's move on to the possible theories. On August 26, 2014, Manfred Seal died in Schwalbach am Taunus. He lived an unassuming middle-class life. He played saxophone in a jazz band and was described by his neighbors as a friendly and unremarkable man. After his death, however, his daughter and her husband cleared out his apartment and various rented garages and made a gruesome discovery in one of the garages. They found decomposed body parts in a blue barrel. Shocked, they immediately informed the police, and the investigation into the case of their father, Manfred Seal, began. It turned out that the friendly neighbor had led a double life. Investigators now believe that he brutally murdered at least 5 women in the Frankfurt area between 1971 and 2004. These allegations were made by investigators based on the body parts found in the Blue Barrel. Frank Herrmann, an investigator in the Manfred Seal case, said the following during a press conference. "Sometimes it's a right leg, sometimes a left arm. If you add that up, you can actually use it to create a new body." The murders were characterized by extreme brutality and destructiveness, which was most likely driven by sexual sadism, which cannot be ruled out in the case of Tristan Brubach either. During the investigation, the police suggested that he might have had an accomplice because possible traces and the extreme injuries on one of the corpses could only have been caused by the interaction of a second person. Experts also say that he was not just concerned with emotional offenses, but with very stringent actions, which is another similarity to the Tristan case, because they also said this about the perpetrator in the second published profile of the perpetrator of Tristan. For this reason, and because the modus operandi in a murder case, where Manfred Seal arranged the shoes of the victim in a certain pattern in pairs next to her body, showed parallels to Tristan, they linked Manfred Seal to Tristan Brubach. The arrangement of the shoes is at least partly similar to the undoing in the Tristan Brubach case. The big obvious difference, however, is that Manfred Seal's victims were exclusively older women, at least according to the current state of the investigation. Older women who, however, belonged to the high-risk group and often stayed at train stations. And the main bus station and the Bruno-Asch-Anlage were only 7 kilometers and 11 minutes away from Manfred Seal's home in Schwalbach, west of Frankfurt. There are parallels, but the difference in the victims' profiles cannot be minimized, precisely because there is speculation that this is also a sexual offense by Seal. But I just mentioned that the investigators speculate that he may have had a partner. And there is even someone who, purely theoretically, could be linked to Manfred Seal in the murders, but it's all purely speculative. Manfred Seal had a clearing-out company, and his business partner was called Werner Lederer. Together, the two rented several garages for their business. This included the garage where the body parts were found. Lederer also died in 2014, shortly before Manfred Seal, which is why he could never be questioned. The landlord of the garage told the investigators, however, that he had seen the two of them together in the garage, pottering about, as he put it. In addition, the police are still looking for other possible storage sites, because the garage was only rented in 2008. But Britta Simone Diallo, whose body parts were found in the Blue Barrel, was murdered in 2004. This means, in turn, that this barrel must have been somewhere else before. But where? That is also the question of the investigators, and they are calling today for anyone who has any connections or information about Manfred Seal, his cars, or possible rented storage space to contact them. The landlord of the garage also added that Seal was no longer in the garage so often after the death of his partner. Only on Saturdays, but even then, only briefly. Of course, it is also entirely possible that Werner Lederer was innocent, and that Manfred Seal no longer visited the garage so often because he had terminal cancer, and his business partner was no longer there and he no longer wanted to or was able to continue the two of them clearing out. However, an interesting statement was made by a former friend of Manfred Seal in 2016 in Der Spiegel. He says that he also founded a clearing company with Seal in the 70s, which was not successful and did not last long. But that's how he met Seal and Lederer. He also said that the two were like a symbiosis. One could not do without the other, and both were severely alcoholic. Manfred was said to have been under Werner Lederer's spell, and the latter is said to have always given instructions that Seal would have followed blindly. If this statement is true, then the speculation regarding Lederer's complicity would be brought to the fore a little. But since this cannot be verified, it is pure speculation. In October 2017, it was announced that Seal had been ruled out as a possible perpetrator of Tristan's death, because fingerprints of his, some of which were taken from an exhumation of his body and others from a clarinet of his, did not match the bloody fingerprint on the school notebook found in the tunnel. Therefore, the public search for the boy with the ponytail was reopened. Another possible suspect is Christian B. Many will recognize the name, but for those who don't know who he is, here is a brief summary. Christian B. received a lot of media attention in 2020 after being considered a suspect in the Maddie McCain case. He was born in Würzburg in 1977 and grew up in a home there. He trained to be a car mechanic but dropped out. Probably due to a lack of prospects, he came into contact with the law early on. By his mid-20s, he already had 17 entries in his criminal record, from theft to forgery, drug trafficking, possession of weapons, and crimes involving children. He was charged with everything. In 1994, he was convicted for the first time for the last refugee, but only got 2 years probation, after which he traveled to the Algarve with his girlfriend. This is also where the connection to Maddie is to be drawn, because she was kidnapped there at the hotel complex. On the ground, the two kept their heads above water with odd jobs, until Christian B. was transferred back to Germany at the end of the 90s and had to serve a prison sentence there. After his prison sentence, he traveled to Portugal again. As you can see, he traveled a lot between Germany and Portugal. And when he was in Germany, he often traveled between Braunschweig, Hanover, and Augsburg. Shortly after he moved back to Portugal after his prison sentence, he raped a 72-year-old American woman there on September 2, 2005. In October 2011, he was once again given a suspended sentence, not for the attack on the American woman, but for trafficking. He was only convicted and came to the attention of investigators in the various criminal cases after his conviction in 2017 for the case just discussed, in which he was convicted on the basis of DNA evidence. Because he was on the road so much, had various image files, and had also rented different rooms and buildings, he is linked to many cases. He is linked to Tristan because the sketch of the man with the ponytail bears a strong resemblance to the mugshot of Christian B. It could also be speculated that Frankfurt is theoretically on the way between Augsburg and Hanover, and that he may have made a stop there. The following was written in the Frankfurter Neue Presse. According to information from the BKA, the murderer could have been in Frankfurt or one of the surrounding communities in the main Taunus district at the time of the murder of Tristan Brubach. However, a connection between Christian B. and Tristan is only drawn based on speculation and the phantom image. And that's why I didn't want to go into Christian B. any further at first. But I wanted to mention him for the sake of completeness. I will provide updates if there is any news. And that's the end of the chronology and the possible theories that arise from the factual situation. I have really tried to describe everything in as much detail as possible. What follows is Haroon's personal insight. Haroon knew Tristan and Frankfurt at the time. The Tristan case is very close to his heart, which is why he got in touch with me. As already mentioned, I checked the authenticity of his story as well as possible. Nevertheless, I would like to point out that it is only a subjective insight into his past. He wants to remain unrecognized, which is why his voice is distorted. Harun will discuss the situation in Frankfurt in detail after the murder of Tristan in order to better understand the extent and the exceptional situation. He will also describe his relationship in the various situations with Tristan and give his theory on the case. He ends his remarks with an encounter he had in 2015. An encounter that is really interesting, or rather, the outcome of which, as so often mentioned, is only a subjective assessment. I made a conscious decision to structure the video this way, and I'll say goodbye now and hand over to Harun. If you've enjoyed the video so far, please leave a like, comment, and/or subscribe. I make these videos completely on my own, and with just a few mouse clicks and a few written words. You really support the channel enormously, and it allows me to continue producing such documentaries for you. Thank you very much in advance. And with that, I'll hand over to Haroon.
After Tristan was killed, there was a real sense of panic. It was a fear that could have been grasped. There were so many police in Frankfurt, especially in Höchst and the surrounding area, and so many checks were carried out that people were really panicking. They locked their children at home, locked themselves at home because the extent of the injuries inflicted on Tristan were so incredibly cruel that there was a fear that something like that could happen again within a very short time. And there were so many police in Frankfurt and the surrounding area that I suspect that at that time, street crime, drug-related crime, had been reduced to zero. There was a tangible, palpable fear, and a panic, helplessness combined with powerlessness. It was impossible to define. You can't imagine what it was like. I myself was not allowed to go to school for days, and if I wanted to go to school, I could only be taken there and picked up again, by taxi, because the fear was just so great that something like that could have happened at any time. I met Tristan in 1997, at the end of September, beginning of October, rather by chance. Was 11 years old at the time. Tristan was a bit older, I think almost 2 years, and since I was in a school pedagogical home institution, which is in Frankfurthausen, a district near Höchst. In between is Rödelheim-Sassenheim. To get there you have to take the bus to Rödelheim and then change again to get to Hausen. But as a young boy, I didn't always decide to take the direct route to the facility, but also to stroll around the station, dawdle, go into shops, of which there are many there, buy sweets and then sit down in the nearby park, where Dahlbergstrasse runs parallel, and spend time there. And then, sometime at the beginning of October, I was sitting there in this park, and Tristan approached me and asked me what I was doing there. I replied that I didn't want to go home yet, and that I was staying in a home, and not everyone there was always very nice, and that's why I decided to stay outside for a moment longer. And so we got to know each other, ate sweets together, had something to drink. Tristan had cash and cigarettes with him, but I wasn't interested in that at the time. And we talked, and a more or less superficial platonic friendship developed from it. In this context, I also got to know his best friend Boris at a later point, but he never really spent time with us in the park himself. The park is very visible, and not somehow closed because it runs parallel to Dahlbergstrasse. And so it happened that sometimes we spontaneously, or deliberately, arranged to hang around a bit after school, and sit together in this park. So it happened that after we had met several times, sometimes by appointment, sometimes spontaneously, by chance, because we both had school out, at the end of November, there was a very emotional, questionable, thought-provoking situation for me in retrospect. I was sitting with him in the park. He was a very cool, open-minded boy, and during our conversation he asked me if I wanted a cigarette. I said yes, took one from him, and then tried to impress him by taking a drag on it and almost choking on it. It was a mixture of coughing, laughing, and being laughed at by Tristan. After I had calmed down again, and he had also stopped laughing, because we both found it kind of funny, and then he said to me, "You better leave it alone. If you can't do it, don't do it." In this context, I asked him how it was that he had so much pocket money, because he was very generous and liked to share it with his friends or in his immediate surroundings, whether it was in the park or wherever, how it came about that he had such funds. Tristan replied that he had a friend who was very nice to him, and that he met up with him from time to time. I was amazed and asked him how it could be that if you meet up with someone and spend time with them, you get pocket money, sweets, and cigarettes in return. And then Tristan replied to me, "If you want, you can meet him too." And I was never in this park for very long. I never wanted to go to. If you're late, you get an hour of detention for 1 minute, and each additional minute is added accordingly. The only thing I can say is that the time I spent with him, talking together, laughing together, trying to smoke a cigarette with him, eating sweets and drinking, was always very funny, very harmonious, very fun. He was an extremely nice guy, a dear, nice guy, and not at all introverted. That's why it makes the whole thing all the sadder when you think about the fact that you get a statement. I have a friend who is very nice to me, and when I meet up with him from time to time, I get cash, cigarettes, and something to drink in return. That still sends shivers down my spine today. I have to say, though, that for me personally, there was a very specific reason why I was never in this park, in this Bruno-Aschanlage, which runs parallel to Dahlbergstrasse, and is not far from Höchst train station, for very long. The actual intention of this park was that you could retreat, sit there, relax a bit, and maybe recover from everyday stress. This park was misused in its purpose. This means that it was known there, both today and in the past, in Frankfurt and the surrounding area, that drug addicts, Fixers and other subjects met there and pursued their practices and inclinations. That's why it was clear to me from the beginning that I would never stay there after a certain time anyway. And even though the park is freely visible, you still had the option of using the railway line, which runs parallel to it, to remain anonymous. There was no fence back then. It was added later. There were very thick undergrowth and bushes, and whenever you walked by you could always hear the crackling in the hedges and bushes. And of course, as mentioned before, people with their inclinations and practices also stayed there. So it was a mixture of creepy, a test of courage, and not necessarily recommended as a shortcut to get to the city center in Hoogst. I also have to tell you, Insolito, a strange, frightening story that happened to me again. Not only was I in contact with Tristan and gained my experiences with him, and I am deeply dismayed by the way he was taken from us. When I got to the bridge, I could hear metallic noises coming from the barred fence on my left below me. I was scared to death and then looked underneath and saw a man standing in front of the fence, rattling, about to gain access to it. I immediately screamed at him in panic and total tension and asked what his intentions were there. The man then replied that I had a problem with him and that it was none of my business. Such strange behavior. I then replied, because I was totally energized, I also became very aggressive, of course from the point of view that I had a connection to Tristan, that I could show him right away what kind of problem I had with him if he didn't leave immediately. And then the man across from me answered what kind of problem I had with him, and then I said, I can just knock out your lights, my friend. What reason do you have to be there at that time of night, and what intentions are you pursuing? He then said, that's none of your business, ran up the small embankment, grabbed his mountain bike, sat on it, and cycled away relatively quickly. I was in a state of shock and panic, and then I ran after him. Since he couldn't see me because this section is relatively dark, I naturally had an advantage, and then followed him practically on the same route as I had come. He then used the underpass at Hoogst to practically get to the other side of the train station, Adolf-Häuser-Strasse, Dahlbergstrasse, where the park is. After I arrived on the other side, of course not as fast as a cyclist, I could see him at the bus station. I then went to the bus stop, keeping a safe distance, and waited there with him without him seeing me, and then got on the bus with him, line 55 to Frankfurt-Rüdelheim. Meanwhile, I had decided to call the police because this action, this situation, and this event was absolutely suspicious for me. Strange to the point of creepy. Why a person would be at this place at this time of night, and for inexplicable reasons, since it is barred, and there is actually no logical reason to be there. So I got on the bus with him, had called the police, briefly described the situation to them, and that was also known to them in the control center, the thing with Tristan, that I had a personal connection to him, and explained the facts to him, that someone was just about to gain access to the tunnel. So they had asked me to stay calm, at a safe distance, and the police had instructed me to follow him, and then report to them when and where he got off. At the Sossenheim Bahnhof stop, the man decided to get off. The creepy thing was that I got off with him, and asked him again to stop, to which the man replied that I had no idea what kind of problem I had with him, and why I was following him the whole time. And then I replied that we would sort this out right now in the presence of the police. Before he could run away, the police were already on the scene. 2 patrol cars arrived, 4 officers, and subjected him to a personal check. I was lucky enough to be standing a bit apart at that moment, because I was really very tense, and about to lose my human composure. Actually, nothing happened, until after the man's personal details had been established. I was lucky enough to be standing next to one of the 4 officers, and to overhear over the radio what data had come up about him as a result of the personal details check. The man was known for violating the Narcotics Act and for other criminal offenses, so he had already been arrested for theft, assault, and that's what made my hair stand on end. Harassment and coercion. At that moment, it was like a curtain fell over my eyes, and I thought to myself, who knows, maybe I just met someone here because my search for useful clues as well as any new updates in this matter with Tristan, because you are somehow personally affected by it, has never stopped. I immediately thought to myself, my God, could it be that someone here, just by chance, ran into me who might have something to do with it? The fact is, after the identity check, the man was allowed to leave because he was not actually guilty of any crime. What actually scared me about the whole thing is the fact that although the police complied with my request, and the request to follow this man in any way, but with this information in the context, nothing really great was done, since I also had the feeling that they were a bit overwhelmed. For me, one question arises quite clearly. Why would someone visit this place at a time that makes no sense to me? And in any case, unless you are somehow a technician, or someone from the building authority and have the key to access the Niederbach tunnel. Otherwise, this whole action makes no sense to me. Of course, this also leads me to a conclusion, that the description of the man is also very interesting. There is a sequence in which Tristan is seen alive for the last time, in the presence of a male person, about 1.80 meters tall, black hair, white top, black trousers. As soon as he turns into the camera's view and realizes that he has been recorded, he turns away to the right. Tristan goes to the phone alone and calls his father. I think that they should have definitely emphasized the call more, where a man practically calls the police and says that he's about 1.80 meters tall, has long black hair, and that he was the one who took Tristan's life. Of course, there are different views on whether this was a copycat or not. The description of the man I had seen in 2015 also matched the description of the person who had called that day. Not only the Hessian accent, but also the outward appearance, as well as the completely strange behavior, which to this day remains a mystery to me.
On November 23, 2002, the Madonna nightclub in Offenbach was well attended. The club is located right in the city center on Bahnhofstrasse. It is not even midnight yet, but there are already a good 150 guests at the Madonna. There is partying, dancing, and laughing until several loud bangs suddenly come from outside. Shortly afterwards, a man runs into the club, panicked and begging for help. The owner of the club was shot in the parking lot while his guests were celebrating in his disco. And to this day, his murderer is still being sought. Miljan Grujicic lives in Offenbach, the fifth largest city in Hessen, Germany. Miljan came to Germany from Montenegro in 1992 because of the war in Yugoslavia. In 2002, at the age of 33, he has built up a life for himself. He has been married for 8 years, but is rarely at home. Miljan works a lot because together with business partners, he runs a nightclub in Offenbach called Madonna, located at 14 to 16 Bahnhofstrasse. At the time, the club was well known and popular nationwide, especially among visitors from the Balkan region. There is also live music there from time to time, mainly by artists from the former Yugoslavia, organized by Miljan. Miljan sees himself as a successful businessman. He is said to be self-confident and sometimes even a little arrogant. At the Madonna, Miljan not only looks after the well-being of the partygoers. Some illegal side business is also conducted there. Drug dealing and money laundering are part of everyday life. Miljan later goes into the drug business on his own, much to the dismay of some of his relatives. Many are worried about Miljan and his risky business dealings. But the 33-year-old dismisses their concerns, saying that he has everything under control. In the fall of 2002, however, the tables turn. Miljan gets hold of several weapons. He even wears a bulletproof vest on some occasions. It is not known why. He may have had a dark premonition or was even actively threatened. As already mentioned, Miljan also does business with rather shady characters. He always takes a small black notebook with him to each of these business meetings, in which he makes important notes. He always carries this book with him and uses it to collect names, agreements, and deals. On November 23, 2002, Miljan is out and about in Frankfurt with business partners and friends. The group visits several bars. Miljan's wife is on her way back from Bosnia, where she visited her family. Due to his job commitments, her husband did not accompany her. The two of them are talking on the phone that day. During the conversation, Miljan tells her about an argument. However, he does not say with whom he argued and when the argument took place. It is not uncommon for Miljan to have disagreements and run-ins with associates. Later, Miljan also sets off back to Offenbach. Together with his friend Radko, Miljan first drives to the Madonna in his Ferrari. They only stay there for a short time on this Saturday evening. At his nightclub, Miljan swaps the Ferrari for his second car, a silver Mercedes-Benz CL 500. Miljan sets off from there around 10 p.m. on his way home. At Madonna, he says that he still wants to watch the boxing match between Vitaly Klitschko and Larry Donald on TV that evening. Whether he really goes home to watch the boxing match or whether he meets up with someone else is still unclear today, because Miljan's wife is still on her way home at this point and therefore not at home. She cannot testify that Miljan really did drive to their shared apartment after 10 p.m. The only thing that is clear is that he left Madonna's at around 10 p.m. in his Mercedes. But at 11:30 p.m., Miljan drives back to Madonna's. Where and how he spent the last hour and a half, we still don't know. When he arrives back at the nightclub in his Mercedes, he is seen by a witness. The witness is a neighbor. The name of the witness was never disclosed. For the sake of simplicity, we'll just call him Max, because Max observed something very important. At the time, the club shared the backyard with a bowling alley, a Greek restaurant, a parking garage, and the entrances of several apartment buildings. Max lived in one of these buildings. He was standing at his window when he saw Miljan turn into the parking lot at the back of the Madonna and park his car. Then Max turns away from the window and hears a shot shortly afterwards. 3 more follow. When Max looks out of the window again, he sees Miljan Grujicic lying lifelessly in the parking lot of his nightclub. Max immediately dials 911 and runs outside. Miljan is lying on the asphalt, covered in blood. Max then runs into the Madonna to get help. But there is nothing that can be done for Miljan Grujicic. The 33-year-old is dead, shot in front of his own nightclub. Investigators are narrowing down the type of weapon that may have killed Miljan. They assume it was a weapon from Grafner Zastava, a Yugoslavian manufacturer, either a caliber 67 or 70. However, the murder weapon was never found. And not only the murder weapon is missing to this day, but also Miljan's little black notebook, in which he made important notes about his business and partners. It stands to reason, then, that Miljan's attacker took this notebook with him. Maybe because his name or the name of a client was in it. Since Miljan was involved in illegal activities, it is likely that some of the information in the notebook was highly explosive and incriminating for certain people. The police suspect that the perpetrator comes from abroad, and that the murder of Miljan Grujicic was planned well in advance. It is likely that they are not only looking for a murderer, but also for someone who ordered Miljan's death. On the one hand, it could be that Miljan's disputes with shady business partners led to his murder. But the police are also looking into the possibility that the murder of Miljan was ordered from his old home country of Montenegro. This is because Miljan was involved in a gang shootout in 1990. 2 men were killed on Miljan's group's side that day. The shooter was arrested and convicted. However, by the time Miljan was shot in Offenbach, the man had been released. Therefore, the police do not rule out the possibility that this old conflict could have something to do with the murder. The police are also considering the possibility that both scenarios could be true. That is, the people with whom Miljan had drug deals may have joined forces with old enemies from his home country to eliminate the 33-year-old. In the book Ermitteln Verboten, Investigating Forbidden by Jürgen Roth, Published in 2004, there are further details about the case of Miljan Grujicic. The book deals with organized crime in Germany. It should be noted that Jürgen Roth is recognized as an expert on Eastern Europe, but as a publicist, he is not without controversy. Some of the information that Roth presents in the book about the murder of Miljan is definitely not correct. For example, the day of the murder. Roth refers to November 24, 2002, but Miljan was murdered on November 23rd. Furthermore, he spells Miljan's name differently than all other sources. Nevertheless, Roth's book contains some information that is not available anywhere else. We don't want to withhold this information from you. However, we can't say for sure how accurate and true it is. The police described the shootouts in which Miljan was involved in Montenegro as a conflict between two rival groups. In his book, Roth not only presents the whole thing differently, but also in much more detail. He writes that the whole thing has the following background. Miljan, together with 3 other men, committed a robbery in Montenegro at the end of the 80s. They had agreed to divide the loot fairly among themselves. However, one of the 4 participants, a boy of only 15 years at the time, had got nothing. The 15-year-old had then obtained a pistol and shot 2 of the other 3 men. Only Miljan Grujicic got away. Roth writes that the perpetrator was released from prison in 2002. The perpetrator tracked down Miljan in Germany. Miljan offered him money or cars so that he would leave him alone. However, the double murderer was concerned with honor and had announced to acquaintances that Miljan would not survive the year. And that is exactly how it turned out. As I said, the only source that says this is Jürgen Roth's book. Although the book itself has a source register, unfortunately no evidence is given for this specific information. What is certain is that the investigations immediately after Miljan's murder were unfortunately unsuccessful. There was initially a suspect, but the suspicion turned out to be unfounded. Unfortunately, there is no further information on this. In 2003, the proceedings were suspended for the time being. It looks like the case of Miljan Grujicic will become a cold case. In an online forum, a user writes about the Madonna nightclub. You can decide for yourself whether you want to go there after the boss was executed in front of the door with a bullet to the head. During the subsequent raid, 17 people were found with a live weapon. Whether the latter information is correct cannot be said. There are no sources online. But even after Miljan's murder, things are not always rosy in the nightclub. In 2004, the area around the Madonna had to be cleared on a large scale, 2 years after Miljan's murder. A professionally built bomb was found near the club. Unfortunately, it is not possible to determine who was responsible for this, or whether the Madonna was the target of the bomb. At some point in the 2000s, the Madonna closed. In 2014, the Miljan case was briefly in the news again. Once again, there was a violent altercation on Bahnhofstrasse, where the Madonna was located. 12 men injured guests and staff of a discotheque in Offenbach while it was open for business. The whole thing happened on September 14, 2014 at the Scala Club. It is located at Bahnhofstrasse 16, exactly where the Madonna used to be. However, the police only learned of the violent incident much later. A guest who was present reported the incident to the police in an anonymous letter. The informant wrote that members of the Hells Angels gang of Turkish origin were involved. He also encloses some photos of the people allegedly involved. Unfortunately, the police were never able to determine which of the guests present were victims and which were perpetrators, because all of those present refused to give testimony and did not cooperate with the police. It is said that the Scala Club, which is now on the site of the former Madonna, is now particularly popular with guests of Turkish origin, while in the 2000s, guests from the former Yugoslavia were mainly there. Articles about the events of 2014 also refer to the case of Miljan Grujicic. It is mentioned that the Madonna was at the time associated with, and we quote, the Serbian mafia. Since the Scala Club is run by different people from the Madonna, It seems unlikely that the 2014 incident is related to Miljan's murder. 8 years later, in 2022, the murder case is reopened. The police had previously received new information regarding possible clients and shooters. The clues are so specific that the police not only initiate new investigations, but also search for the platform of the television program for unsolved cases. The case will be presented there in February 2024. In the course of the program, the investigators are also looking for several witnesses. Between the time the alarm was raised and the police arrived, a dark, older station wagon is said to have driven from the Madonna's backyard, i.e. from the scene of the crime. 2 adults are said to have been sitting in the front seat, with at least 1 child in the back seat. The police are looking for this family as witnesses. They could have been guests at the bowling alley or restaurant next door, for example, or perhaps visiting friends or family in one of the apartment buildings. It would be important for the investigators to find out if these 3 people saw anything or anyone in the backyard on the evening of November 23, 2002. The first promising tipsters come forward while the TV program is still being broadcast. A total of 20 tips are received as a result of the program. One lead leads to the red light district. According to the police, this fits Miljan's background perfectly, so the lead seems credible. A media report from September 2024 states that the leads from the program are still being evaluated. The public prosecutor's office has offered a reward of 10,000 euros for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. So far, there have been no arrests or charges, but it looks as if the police are on the trail of the perpetrator or perpetrators. The fact that the police are still evaluating the tips from the TV show is encouraging. After all, the tips that were received after the show must be so valuable that extensive investigations are worthwhile. Because regardless of what kind of business Miljan Grujičić was involved in, he too was someone's son, someone's friend, and later a husband. There are still people who want nothing more than for this murder to be solved. And maybe that will happen soon. It is August 13th, 2015. For the Risa family, it is actually a normal day. After dinner, daughter Annalie goes outside again. The family dog needs a little walk. So Annalie Risa gets on her bike and sets off with Paula, but she just doesn't come back. The family wait for Annalie and joke that the 17-year-old is probably on a secret date. But then the phone rings, and it quickly becomes clear that Annalie is in grave danger. Annalie Marie Risa is described as a ray of sunshine. The teenager is cheerful and well-balanced, very popular, and gets on well at school. In her free time, Annalie plays the piano and guitar. She also works in her father's company because, like many teenagers her age, Annalie is about to get her driver's license. Of course, this costs money, which she wants to earn by working for her father. He works as a building contractor and engineer. Her mother works in property management, which ties in with this. The Risa family is therefore very wealthy. They live in the municipality of Klipphausen. Annalie has an older sister. On the evening of August 13th, 2015, the 4 of them are sitting down to dinner together. After that, Annalie sets off on a walk with Paula the dog. And shortly before 8 p.m., Uwe Risa, Annalie's father, receives a call on his cell phone. Annalie's name is on the display, so he answers it immediately. But it is not his daughter's voice that he hears at the other end of the line, but that of another man. In broken German, he tells Uwe Risa that he is holding his daughter and demanding a ransom of 1.2 million euros before letting Annalie go. Should the sum not be paid, Annalie would be taken to Poland. Screams from Annalie can be heard in the background. Uwe Risa immediately assures that he will raise the money. He calls to his wife. She should call the emergency number and inform the police. Uwe himself jumps into the car and drives the walkies route that Annalie usually walks with Paula. In fact, he soon finds the dog. She's alone and was leashed on a dirt road. Next to Paula lies Annalie's bicycle, which she was riding. Annalie's cell phone, which the kidnappers had called, had been switched off. Shortly before, Annalie had been surprised by her kidnapper right there. His name is Marcus B., When Annalie and Paula came by, Marcus probably jumped out of the bushes and pressed a cloth soaked in anesthetic ether over her face to stun her. Marcus B. purchased the ether completely legally from his regular pharmacy. He told the pharmacist that he wanted to use it to stun chickens. Because ether is so rarely sold, the pharmacist even checked again to see if a prescription was required for the purchase. It is sufficient to show identification and register. That is exactly what Marcus B. did, paying just under €9 for 250 milliliters of ether. And now he presses a cloth soaked in it into the face of 17-year-old Annalie. But the anesthetic doesn't work the way Marcus had planned. Annalie fights back fiercely. So fiercely that Marcus gets help from his accomplice, Norbert K. Actually, it was probably planned that Norbert would only drive the getaway car. But when Marcus can't overpower Annalie alone, Norbert comes to his aid. The two of them can't manage to maneuver Annalie into the boot, so the men put the 17-year-old on the back seat. Norbert drives the car, while Marcus tries to keep Annalie in check on the back seat. Because the sedative didn't work on Annalie, the teenager has seen the faces of her captors and also the car of Marcus B., in which the three are now traveling. And that means that Annalie could identify the two at any time after she is released. When Annalie's father finds her bike and the dog, he reacts instinctively. He provisionally cordoned off the scene so that he can show it to the police later. He takes the dog Paula with him and drives back home. Annalie's mother has meanwhile informed the police, and the officers are already there when Uwe pulls up with the dog. The case is immediately taken very seriously. The LKA takes over the investigation. At around 9 p.m., the kidnappers call again. They leave a voice message saying that they have now arrived in the Czech Republic with Annalie. The ransom will be ready for pickup the next day around noon, the caller says, and then hangs up. He speaks in broken German again. When investigators played the message back and again, they noticed something else: the influence of a Swabian dialect. It is likely that the caller is a German native speaker who is merely trying to imitate a foreign accent to lead Annalie's family and the police down the wrong path. Meanwhile, Uwe Risa is trying to organize the demanded sum of money from his bank. However, this is not so easy. Raising €1.2 million in cash within a few hours is a complicated undertaking for a bank. Neither Annalie's family nor the police can guess that Annalie is very close by at this time, because the kidnappers have not fled to the Czech Republic or Poland as they had announced. They are only 6 miles away from Annalie's parents' house in Lampersdorf. The mother-in-law of kidnapper Marcus B. has a farm there, and Annalie Marie Risa is now being held in a shed on this farm. Marcus B.'s mother-in-law has no idea about any of this because she left her farm only a few days earlier, together with Marcus's wife and his 2 sons. Due to the separation and the purchase of a new house, Marcus B. has accumulated debts of €570,000. He always remained calm towards his then-wife and his mother-in-law. He would soon inherit something. His family owns a lucrative piece of property that he could sell. But none of this is true. Marcus B. is in deep financial trouble, just like his accomplice Norbert K. And that's exactly why the 2 men decide to kidnap Annalie Marie Risa. In fact, Uwe Risa manages to raise the sum of money during the night and the next morning. Various banks in the area banded together to raise the sum of €1.2 million. The Risa family is still deeply shocked, but now reasonably confident. They will be able to meet the kidnappers' demands, so everything will be fine. As agreed, the kidnappers contact Annalie's family again shortly before noon on August 14th. But instead of the clarity they had hoped for, the call from the blackmailers only caused great confusion. Because suddenly they said that the family should transfer the money to a Maltese or Malaysian account. Uwe asked how this could be done without a name or account number. The blackmailer then became aggressive on the phone, and that without being able to provide any specific information. He just said that it was all on Facebook. Uwe Risa should not be such a wimp. In the meantime, investigators have managed to secure DNA evidence at the scene of the kidnapping, and a match can be made because Marcus B. already has a criminal record. The police are able to tap Marcus B.'s phone calls. This is how they quickly get wind of his accomplice Norbert K. They also receive a valuable tip from the criminal police in Baden-Württemberg. A few days earlier, someone there had tried to blackmail 2 supermarket chains for exactly 1.2 million euros, the same amount that is now being demanded for Annalie. The culprit threatened to detonate ether bombs in the supermarkets in question. And ether also plays a role in the case of Annalie. On August 17, 2015, 4 days after the abduction of Annalie Marie Riese, the police move in. Marcus B. and Norbert K. are arrested. The two offer no resistance and lead the police to the shed where they have been keeping Annalie. Norbert K. confesses to having strangled Annalie as early as August 14th, out of fear that she might identify the 2 kidnappers after being released. The two are therefore not only responsible for the kidnapping, but also for Annalie's death. As it quickly becomes clear, Annalie is not a random victim. Marcus B. had actually tried to blackmail 2 supermarkets days before the kidnapping. When his plan failed, he used Facebook to find out more about Annalie and her father's company. Marcus apparently hoped that kidnapping the daughter of a wealthy entrepreneur would solve his financial problems. Ultimately, both men were convicted. Marcus B. received a life sentence because he was found to be particularly guilty. His accomplice Norbert K. received only 8.5 years because the court found it proven that Marcus B. was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. In addition, Norbert K. had made a partial confession. Marcus B. allegedly promised him 400,000 euros for his part in the kidnapping of Annalie. Greed then led Norbert K. to commit the crime. Incidentally, Marcus B.'s wife knew nothing about his criminal record. During the trial, the father of her children turned out to be a notorious liar. Marcus even lied to his own wife about where he worked. He is said to have cheated on her several times with other women, and his former wife had no idea about his criminal past. In retrospect, the entire marriage to Marcus B. turns out to have been a construct of lies. Marcus and his wife's young sons apparently suspected something, but Marcus is said to have threatened them. He would take away their toys or leave the family if they told their mother that he was seeing other women. Marcus B. is said to have even threatened his own sons with a knife. Marcus B. will not be leaving prison anytime soon. His accomplice Norbert K., on the other hand, is likely to be released soon. Going abroad is a big dream for many young people. No matter where you live, many young adults are drawn to other countries and cultures. For many, studying is the ideal opportunity to gain experience abroad. This is also true for Yang Jie Li. The young Chinese woman came to Germany to continue her architecture studies. She is studying in the center of Germany, in a city known as the Bauhaus City, and a popular destination for architecture students, especially from China. But for Yang Jie Li, the dream of studying in Germany is turning into a nightmare, because the young woman will not leave Germany alive. It is 2016. Yang Jie Li is a 25-year-old student who has been living in Dessau for some time. Yang Jie grew up in China. Her father works there as a police officer. She grew up in a sheltered environment and has a very close relationship with her parents. As an adult, Yang Jie began studying architecture. She applied for a scholarship to study abroad in Germany and was actually accepted. Although it is difficult for her to leave her parents and friends in China, Yang Jie is looking forward to this new chapter in her life. Several other Chinese students have come to Germany with her, which makes it quite easy for the 25-year-old to start her new life in Germany. But there is definitely a small language barrier. Yang Jie Li is very disciplined, but learning German from scratch is simply difficult. She also has a few problems with English. However, Yang Jie lives in a shared apartment with other Chinese students. As a result, she does not feel alone in Germany. The apartment Yang Jie shares with friends is located quite centrally in the city. The city center is within walking distance, as are parks and cultural facilities. The evening of May 11th, 2016, is actually a very ordinary one. In the evening, Yang Jie and her best friend are out and about in Dessau. The two of them buy groceries at a supermarket on Wolfgangstrasse, and Yang Jie then goes home. She puts her shopping in the kitchen of her shared apartment. At around 8:30 p.m., Yang Jie goes outside again. The student is an avid runner and jogs regularly through her neighborhood. This evening is no exception. From the shared apartment, she runs toward Hausmannstrasse. From there, she continues on to the Dessau Theater. After about an hour, Yang Jie finishes her run and is back on Johannesstrasse. This will later be confirmed by surveillance camera footage. At 9:24 p.m., Yang Jie is approached by a young woman. She's standing in front of Johannesstrasse 7. Yang Jie looks around briefly, unsure, but then responds to the woman's words. The student follows her into the hallway. Yang Jie Lee will never leave this house again. About 15 minutes later, Yang Jie Lee's cell phone is turned off for good. No one will ever hear from the young woman again. The woman who approaches Yang Jie at the front door is called Zania. She's 20 years old and has 2 children. She asks Yang Jie to help her carry a heavy box upstairs. Yang Jie seems to understand what the young woman is asking her to do. And helpful as Yang Jie Lee is, she agrees to help Zania. Zania lives in the apartment building at 7 Johannesstrasse with her 2 children and her boyfriend, Sebastian F., who is also 20 years old. Sebastian has asked Zania for something. He wants to have a threesome with Zania and another woman. His girlfriend is supposed to find someone for him. After a friend of Zania's refuses to have sex with her and Sebastian, the two make a decision. Zania is supposed to simply approach a stranger on the street and lure her into the house. And that is exactly what Zania does on May 11th, 2016, at 9:24 p.m. She approaches Yang Jie, who is jogging by under the pretext of needing help. When Yang Jie follows her into the hallway of Johannesstrasse 7, she is overpowered by Sebastian F. When Yang Jie's roommates notice on May 12th that the 25-year-old is not there, they are initially at a loss. They are unsure what to do. Although it is unusual for Yang Jie not to come home overnight, no one seems to suspect the worst at first. Therefore, her roommates decide to ask their university professor for advice. When they explain the situation to him, the professor advises them to go to the police immediately. And so Yang Jie's friends report her missing on the morning of May 12th, 2016. The police quickly take the young woman's disappearance seriously. Yang Jie Lee's jogging route is searched, but initially without success. And since her cell phone is turned off, it cannot be located. With every hour that passes, the police become more and more convinced that a crime has been committed. They are unaware that the key to Yang Jie Lee's disappearance lies just a few meters from their own address. On May 13th, a large-scale search operation begins in downtown Dessau. Yang Jie Lee has now been missing for a day and a half. Hundreds of police officers are searching the city, especially the area around Friedensplatz and a bunker. After only about an hour, an officer makes a gruesome discovery. Behind a portable toilet under a conifer tree lies the naked body of a woman. The dead woman is lying in Hausmannstrasse, just a few meters from Yang Jie's apartment on Johannesstrasse. Although the body is disfigured by numerous injuries, there is unfortunately no doubt. The dead woman is the missing Yang Jie Lee. Her body lies in the middle of downtown Dessau, very close to her own apartment. The horror in the city is great. Yang Jie's fellow students and friends are particularly shocked by her violent death. Understandably so. The police soon released details about the discovery of the body. It is reported that Yang Jie was undoubtedly the victim of a violent crime and that male DNA was found on her body. In this context, investigators are calling for voluntary saliva samples to be provided. This will make it easier to rule out potential suspects. Based on where Yang Jie's body was found, it seems obvious that the perpetrator must live nearby. However, the Dessau police do not initially suspect Sebastian and his girlfriend Zenia. Just a few days after Yang Jie's body is found, Sebastian and Zenia begin moving out of their apartment on Johannesstrasse. Allegedly, there is mold in their apartment, so the two want to move into Sebastian's mother's house instead. Nevertheless, Sebastian F. voluntarily reports to the police on May 23rd. 10 days after Yang Jie Li was found dead, he wants to make a voluntary statement. Sebastian reports that he saw Yang Jie shortly before her death. More precisely, on May 10th, 2016, the day before she disappeared. Sebastian states that he and his girlfriend Zenia had a consensual threesome with Yang Jie Li that day. Now he is worried that his DNA could be found on the murdered woman's body. Zenia also confirms to the police that the two had consensual sex with Yang Jie Li. However, the police quickly become skeptical, and Sebastian and Zenia are soon taken into custody. Shortly thereafter, the apartment building at Johannesstrasse 7 is searched, and investigators are certain that Yang Jie Li was murdered there. At the time of Yang Jie's death, Sebastian and Zenia are the only tenants. All the other apartments are empty. This naturally strengthens the suspicion, even though more than 300 traces of blood are found in another empty apartment, not in theirs. The police assume that Zenia lured Yang Jie into the house on the evening of May 11th, and that Sebastian waited for her in the apartment with the bloodstains, abused, and murdered her. Then he and his partner disposed of the body together in Hausmannstrasse. At the time of the arrest, there is controversy surrounding the case because the mother of the suspect Sebastian works as a police officer and is initially even involved in the investigation into the murder of Yang Jie Li, for example. She is present during witness interviews. Phone records show that mother and son spoke on the phone more than 40 times between Yang Jie's murder and Sebastian's arrest. Sebastian's stepfather also works for the Dessau police. He is deputy head of the police station. However, no influence on the investigation by the parents could be established, at least according to official statements. Even after Sebastian and Zenia are arrested at the end of May, Sebastian's mother and stepfather are not immediately suspended. This only happens days later.
Immer mehr Details. Die Schlagzeilen um den Mord an Yang Jie Li reißen nicht ab. Nachdem die Polizistin und Mutter des Tatverdächtigen Sebastian F. am Freitag, also nur einen Tag nach der Trauerfeier für das Mordopfer, diese Gaststätte eröffnet hatte, wurde ihr Mann vom Dienst suspendiert. Innenminister Holger Stahlknecht begründet den Schritt wie folgt. Jörg S. habe sich am Freitag im Krankenstand befunden, dennoch hinter dem Tresen in der Gaststätte gestanden und einen durchaus freudigen Eindruck gemacht. Von dem Leiter des Polizeireviers ging somit ein fatales Signal aus. Auch sei gegen die Mutter und den Stiefvater des Tatverdächtigen ein Disziplinarverfahren in Prüfung, hieß es aus dem Ministerium.
In November 2016, the trial against Sebastian and Zenia begins, just under 6 months after Yang Jie's death. The couple are accused of joint murder and abuse of Yang Jie Li. In court, a forensic pathologist highlights the extent of Yang Jie Li's serious injuries. The 25-year-old died of heart failure as a result of a pulmonary fat embolism. Zenia makes a partial confession. She reports that she lured Yang Jie into the house. Her partner Sebastian F. then tried to tie Yang Jie up. However, this did not work because the student fought back so strongly. Instead, Sebastian covered Yang Jie's mouth and dragged her into one of the empty apartments in the building. According to his partner's account, Sebastian then abused Yang Jie Li there. The public prosecutor's office assumes that the couple left Yang Jie in the empty apartment, assuming that she would soon die from her serious injuries. Zania goes on to say that Sebastian returned to Yangjie at around 2 a.m. on May 12th. He used a large garbage can to transport Yangjie's body out of the house. Zania was there and used the flashlight on her cell phone to light the way in the darkness. The two ran across the backyard of Johannesstrasse 7. At the other end of the backyard is where Yangjie's body was later found. There, the two allegedly placed her body behind the toilet cubicle. Forensic doctors believe that the student died in the early hours of May 12th. She may therefore have still been alive when Sebastian and Zania took her body to Hausmannstrasse. They could perhaps have done something for Yangjie Li, but they didn't. They didn't think about her for a moment, only about themselves. In addition to Zania's statement, Sebastian F's own internet history also incriminates him. Among other things, he searched for the following. How long can a police dog smell a human being? When does a human body start to decompose? Body in the open air and genetic fingerprint DNA. These are, of course, all very incriminating search queries. Otherwise, however, all information about the course of events comes exclusively from Zania. Sebastian himself remained silent in court and never gave any precise details about the murder of Yangjie Li. However, the court considers Zania's account to be credible. According to her, Sebastian assured her that he would let Yangjie go. It is said that Sebastian had an unusually high sex drive and therefore put pressure on his partner. Zania says she left him alone with Yangjie Li and returned to their shared apartment with their two children. Later, she helped him hide the body. Zania did not actively participate in the murder itself. Zania is described as having a dependent personality. In other words, the young woman was very dependent on Sebastian. She is ultimately sentenced to juvenile detention for sexual assault in a particularly serious case. However, the murder charge against the young woman is dropped. She receives a prison sentence of 5 years and 6 months. According to the verdict, Zania therefore has nothing to do with the murder of Yangjie Li from a legal point of view. Sebastian, on the other hand, is sentenced to life imprisonment for murder and abuse. In addition, the court found that the crime was particularly serious. Even after serving 15 years of his life sentence, Sebastian could remain in prison. Yangjie's parents had her remains returned to China. Yangjie has thus found her final resting place in her homeland. On the first anniversary of Yangjie Li's death, her parents published a letter they had written to their deceased daughter. It reads, "We found your diary in your room in Dessau. You kept it up without missing a day, filling it with your experiences until the morning of May 11th, 2016. You had dreams and plans for after your studies. You wanted to run a marathon as soon as you got back to China. You wanted to travel abroad with us, get to know different cultures, see the landscapes and cities. Every time you wrote that, you missed us very much. Reading this broke our hearts." When most of us think of a black widow, we probably think of the spider. After mating, the smaller male stays on top. This is how she makes herself a widow and thus gets her name. In the 2000s, a woman from Lower Saxony is also called that. Lydia L. achieves dubious fame as the Black Widow of Bodenfelde, because Lydia does exactly the same as the dreaded spider. She marries men only to kill them shortly afterwards. But how did Lydia L. become a serial killer? And how was she caught? When I'm done here, the handcuffs will click. With this sentence, Sigmund S. opens his testimony. On August 27, 2007, the man, who is only called Siggy by everyone, has an appointment at the police station in Bodenfelde. There, he was invited to make a statement about his landlady. Lydia L. has been involved in neighborhood disputes for a long time. Actually, these disputes are about very trivial issues. For example, how high the neighbor's hedge may or should be. However, the conflict between Lydia L. and her neighbors has now reached the point where the police are also investigating. They hope that Siggy will now be able to provide them with information on the matter. This is because Siggy lives with Lydia L. on a property that she bought in the German town of Bodenfelde. This is a small town in the north and belongs to the district of Nordheim. Only about 3,000 people live there. Among them are Lydia L. and Siggy. When Siggy opens his interrogation with the strange suggestion that handcuffs would click after his testimony, the police might not take it too seriously. According to later assessments, Siggy has an IQ of 79. His vocabulary is very limited. He has often had a hard time in life. He is the youngest of 7 siblings and grew up in difficult circumstances. He never completed special education, and he lived in a youth facility and with a foster mother for a time. In adulthood, Siggy had a series of temporary jobs, but he never really felt at home in any of them. In his 20s, Siggy began to consume alcohol regularly and in large quantities. He spent the little money he earned from his temporary jobs on dating agencies, hoping to find love, but to no avail. In 1986, however, he met a good friend, Lydia, who would later become his landlady and the reason for his testimony in 2007. Siggy and Lydia met in 1986 in Bolenz, a small town near Oslo. They hit it off right away. Siggy occasionally helps Lydia with small errands and the two become friends. Lydia is a single mother of 2 sons and can use all the support she can get. Although they are not romantically involved, the two are close. Their relationship becomes so close that at some point Siggy is practically part of the family. It is probably the first time that Siggy has felt sheltered and accepted anywhere. A good 20 years later, in the spring of 2007, things look very different again. Siggy did not come to the police station to exonerate his landlady and good friend Lydia. Siggy had a difficult time in the spring of 2007. First, his beloved cat died, then his German Shepherd. It seems as if Siggy, after these losses, felt he had nothing left to lose. And that is precisely why he decided to come clean to the police about his landlady, Lydia L., and her most gruesome secrets. Siggy has quite a bit to report about the older woman. Something that, as he himself says at the beginning, will ensure that the handcuffs click. Because Siggy helped Lydia commit murders. Lydia L. was born in April 1939 in what was then Upper Silesia, now Poland. However, with the outbreak of war, her family fled to Lower Saxony, more precisely to Hanover. The L family's everyday life was characterized by physical violence from the mother. Nevertheless, as a child, Lydia was unremarkable. However, her life was already falling apart when she was still a young woman. At the age of 20, Lydia tried to take her own life for the first time. The reason for this was a toxic relationship. It was her first serious partnership. A few years later, Lydia met a man at work who was 12 years her senior. They married in 1961, and Lydia soon became pregnant with their first child. However, the marriage did not even last until the birth of their son, Bernd. Instead, she had to struggle as a single mother. In 1970, Lydia started managing a bar, and in 1971, she met Herman S. there. Lydia and Herman married just a few months after they met. Lydia and Herman had a son, Karsten. But once again, the family was not happy. Herman S. was extremely violent towards Lydia. It was not until 1979, after 8 years of marriage, that Lydia managed to leave him. She was now 40 years old, twice divorced, and a single mother of 2 sons. In 1981, Lydia opened her own bar in Celle, the Reuben Bar. However, this is not really a conventional bar. graphic films are permanently shown there. In the following 2 years, Lydia even expanded and opened 2 more bars of this kind in other locations. It was around this time that Lydia also began working as a sex worker. Financially, things were slowly looking up for Lydia and her 2 sons at this point. Over the following years and decades, Lydia acquired a certain prosperity. Although work is not the right term. A large part of Lydia's later fortune did not come from her bars or sex work, but from the pockets of men she meets, and who all disappear in mysterious ways. And the story of 4 of these men is told by Siggy S. in August 2007 during his police interrogation. In 1994, Lydia L. met a man named Adolf B. He lived near Kassel. At the time, she was 45 and he was 84 years old. Adolf was fairly wealthy and willingly lent his younger girlfriend a large sum of money shortly after they met. Shortly thereafter, Lydia and Adolf got married, even though they didn't even live together yet. 84-year-old Adolf wants nothing more than to move in with his wife. When she puts him off even weeks after the wedding, Adolf threatens to divorce Lydia. This is the story Siggy S. told during his police interrogation in August 2007. On September 20th, 1994, Lydia and Siggy drive to Adolf's house together to finally settle the differences between Lydia and her husband. In what is probably the most horrific way, Lydia and Siggy bring a pea soup with them for their visit, which they serve to 84-year-old Adolf B. The pensioner has no way of knowing that the soup has been spiked with powerful medication. He eats the meal unsuspectingly and loses consciousness shortly afterwards. Siggy S. then carries Adolf B. to his bed and suffocates him there, presumably on behalf of his girlfriend and landlady Lydia. Adolf B. dies in the bedroom of his own house. Nobody knows that he was murdered. Nobody takes a closer look when an 84-year-old pensioner is found lifeless in his bed. As Adolf's wife, Lydia now inherits his fortune and the house. She also collects a widow's pension. And it was not the first time that Lydia and Siggy had acted in this way. While she was still married to Adolf B., in the summer of 1994, she met another man. His name is Günther S., and he is 74 years old. Like most of her male acquaintances, Lydia met him through a personal ad in the newspaper. In the ad, Lydia offers her services as a carer for older single men. Günther responded to the ad, and shortly thereafter moved into Lydia's house in Bodenfelde. But Günther S. became too intrusive towards Lydia. She decided to solve this problem for herself by slipping him large doses of medication. As a result, Günther S. is getting worse and worse. One evening, he mentions that he would go to the doctor in the next few days. He wants to have his symptoms medically checked. Lydia wants to prevent that at all costs. She is too afraid that it could be discovered that she has given the 74-year-old too high a dose of medication. Lydia's son, Karsten, will also make an interesting statement on this subject later. He reports that his mother often sent him to the pharmacy to buy large packages of medication and to fill prescriptions for psychiatric drugs. Presumably, Lydia used these drugs to sedate her decrepit victims. This was also the case with Günther S. Siggy recounts in his interrogation how Lydia ordered him to kill Günther. They both sedated him with a drug. Then they carried Günther's lifeless body into Lydia's mobile home. In the car, Siggy suffocated Günther with a plastic bag in the middle of the freeway. While driving, Siggy and Lydia then drive to a rest area. Under the cover of darkness, Siggy drags Günther's body from the camper van into a ditch. There, Siggy pours gasoline over him. The body is burned beyond recognition. The body is found, but at the time, no one knows that the dead man is Günther S. Siggy's testimony in 2007 will show that Lydia L. apparently has a very specific plan when it comes to older men, and Günther S. will not be her last victim. Lydia meets her next partner in early 1995. Paul G. is 81 years old. Lydia came across one of his personal ads. Paul is looking for a place to vacation in a magazine. However, Paul G. does not go on vacation with Lydia in Bodenfelde, but moves in with her. On April 22, 1995, Paul also receives pea soup from Lydia, just like Adolf B. before him. Once again, the meal is laced with heavy medication. When Paul G. is sedated, Siggy once again pulls a plastic bag over his head. Siggy and Lydia hide Paul's body in Thuringia, a 2-hour drive away, and set him on fire. Once again, the body was burned beyond recognition. Lydia then spread the rumor that Paul G. had left the country for the rest of his life. Using forged signatures, Lydia ensured that Paul's pension continued to be paid out, and she arranges for it to be paid directly into her account. In this way, she also gets a 6-figure sum paid out from one of Paul G.'s accounts. Once again, Lydia L. has got away with her perfidious scam. Even after the turn of the millennium, the murders did not end. In the spring of 2001, Lydia met 71-year-old Gerhard G. He lived in Filzen near Hanover, a good hour's drive from Lydia and Siggy's home in Bodenfelde. When Siggy and Lydia visit him there one day, Lydia once again gives Gerhard an overdose of medication. As always, Siggy takes care of the rest. He then buries Gerhard G.'s body in his garden in Velksen. Lydia's sons are now grown up, and her son Karsten is himself the father of a little girl. Lydia and Karsten are fighting over custody of the little girl. Lydia wants the child to grow up with her. The dispute escalates, but Karsten has something on his mother. Lydia has told him that she and Siggy once killed a person. Karsten has always kept this knowledge to himself. But when Lydia threatens to take his daughter away, Karsten goes to the police after all. In 2001, he tells the police about his mother's secret. The police launch an investigation and temporarily tap Lydia's phone. But they can't find any evidence that would prove that Lydia actually murdered anyone. After 3 years, the investigation is closed in 2004 without result. So it will take another 3 years before everything comes to an end with Siggy's testimony in 2007. And as it turns out, Lydia has been targeting older men for quite some time, always with a very specific intention. As you heard at the beginning, Lydia L. was in a difficult economic situation after her second divorce in 1979. Nevertheless, she has achieved a lot over the years. 3 of her own restaurants in 3 different locations, plus a large property of her own in Bodenfelde. Perhaps you have already asked yourselves how Lydia made it this far, and maybe you already have an idea. A few years after her first divorce, Lydia meets a new man. Years before the murders of Adolf, Günther, Paul, and Gerhard, which she will later commit with Siggy. It is 1984, and Lydia's new partner moves into her apartment. His name is Ludwig G., and he is 82 years old at the time. Lydia is just 44. Ludwig transfers several hundred German marks to her each month for the rent. This goes on for 2 years. The relationship between Ludwig and Lydia is apparently so close that Ludwig names Lydia as his sole heir. Ludwig also signs over a total of 11 properties to his girlfriend, who is almost 40 years younger. Ludwig dies at the beginning of 1986. The cause of his death is not entirely clear. His health had deteriorated rapidly in the last few months. The police even opened a death investigation. This is routine when the cause of death is not obvious or, of course, if there are signs of foul play. However, the preliminary death investigation into the case of Ludwig G. will soon be closed without result. And so Lydia, as the sole heir, receives the entire estate of her deceased partner. And that includes not only 11 properties, but also a 6-figure sum. Perhaps this whetted Lydia's appetite, because this is a pattern that Lydia L. will repeat from now on. After Ludwig's death, she meets a new boyfriend through a personal ad. Wilhelm S. is 76 years old and a retired master bricklayer. Because Wilhelm comes from the Sauerland region, Lydia moves there in the spring of 1988 to live with her sons and Wilhelm. Wilhelm shows his love for Lydia primarily through material gifts. He takes her on vacation, buys her a new car, and gives her cash gifts. In the course of their relationship, which, it can be said in advance, will not last longer than 2 years, Wilhelm spends several 100,000 marks on Lydia. During this period, Lydia's good friend Siggy S. also moves to the Sauerland region. Wilhelm helps him get a job there, and he is happy that he can stay close to Lydia and her family. However, Lydia soon moves back to Lower Saxony. There, she buys a large property with 2 houses on it. In 1989, she and Wilhelm S. move in. The second house on the property, Lydia rents to the social welfare office. In the large house, there are 15 accommodations for homeless and asylum-seeking persons. For Lydia, this is a very profitable affair. Her partner Wilhelm leaves his home in the Sauerland for Lydia. However, he's doing increasingly worse in Bodenfelde. And a few months after the move, Wilhelm S. is dead. Shortly after his move, Wilhelm is said to have visited his family in the Sauerland. He seemed helpless and said that he had run out of money. After Wilhelm's sudden death, his children suspect that their father might have been poisoned in his new home in Bodenfelde. The children decide to report the case to the police. But the investigation turns up nothing. The exact cause of Wilhelm S.'s death was never clearly established. In the summer of 1990, Lydia placed another personal ad. Hardly any time had passed since the death of her previous partner, Wilhelm S. 83-year-old Paul P. responded to the ad. He would like to meet Lydia. The two start a relationship and get married a few weeks after meeting. For Lydia L., it was her third marriage. However, it lasted even less time than the previous 2. Paul wants to divorce Lydia after just 1 week. Lydia agrees, but insists on receiving a financial settlement in return. This is in the form of a savings book containing tens of thousands of German marks. In February 1991, Paul P. is murdered. He had since moved back to his home in Rhineland-Palatinate and lived there in an apartment. One night, the 83-year-old was attacked and beaten to death by 2 unknown perpetrators. It all looks like a robbery. The perpetrators can never be convicted. When Paul was killed, the divorce from Lydia had not yet been finalized. It would have been legally binding one day after his murder. But since it didn't come to that, Lydia is still considered Paul's wife. That's why she is entitled to a widow's pension. It is still not known who killed Paul. After Paul, Lydia once again had a boyfriend of the same age, 50-year-old Heinz S. She treated him differently than her older friends. She even told him that she was looking for older men all over Germany, not always with the best intentions. Once, Lydia is even said to have said that she had to go out and find an old man to inherit from. When Heinz and Lydia broke up, he even went to the police and reported these strange statements. But since the police couldn't prove anything against Lydia L. at the time, the case against her was dropped without result. After this relationship, Lydia met a man again whom she would marry. Alois S. is 87 years old and lives in Cologne. He has been alone since the death of his first wife. He commutes between Cologne and Spain. But a new chapter in his life begins with his relationship with Lydia. He moves his main residence to Bodenfelde in Lower Saxony and moves in with Lydia. Alois owns a house on the Costa Brava. Once again, Lydia is showered with gifts. But in 1993, after 18 months, Alois breaks up with her. He leaves Bodenfelde again. He tells relatives that Lydia sometimes locked him in the house and tried to poison him. For Alois's relatives, this is, of course, reason enough to go to the police and file a complaint against Lydia L. The proceedings against her are once again dropped. Alois S., one could say, survives the relationship with Lydia. However, other men before or after him do not. In his statement to the police, Siggy gives a detailed account of how he murdered Adolf, Günther, Paul, and Gerhard on behalf of Lydia. He does not know exactly what happened to Ludwig Wilhelm and Paul P., But in light of Siggy's statements, their deaths also seem at least strange. At the time, however, the police did not notice anything. The men are all at an advanced age, when deaths are no less sad, but probably less frequent. Whether Lydia did anything to these three men is anyone's guess. But the public prosecutor's office is certain that she killed her last four partners together with Siggy. And so, about half a year after Siggy's testimony, the trial begins against him and against the woman who was given the name Black Widow of Bodenfelde by the press. On February 19, 2008, the trial against Lydia and Siggy begins at the district court in Göttingen. Lydia's defense strategy is aimed squarely at Siggy. The now 68-year-old claims that Siggy alone committed the murders. His motive was jealousy. Siggy wanted something from Lydia herself and therefore killed her respective partners out of jealousy. Lydia L. is sentenced to life imprisonment for the four murders. In addition, the court finds that she is particularly guilty. Siggy is sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. Due to his extensive confession, his sentence is less. In addition, the court is certain that Lydia L. was the driving force behind the murders. After all, it was her husbands who were killed and from whom she profited financially. And even before the murders with Siggy, death seemed to follow her husbands. Even after her conviction, Lydia firmly maintains that Siggy merely made up all the details of the murders. She herself is innocent. Siggy has since served his prison sentence and is now living a life away from prison. Lydia L., on the other hand, is still in the Vecta prison, and she probably won't be leaving anytime soon. The last months in the life of Manfred Seal from Schwalbach am Taunus were very turbulent. He was diagnosed with esophageal cancer in November 2013. In 2014, his wife died, as did his childhood friend and business partner. His own health continued to deteriorate, and just 9 months after his diagnosis, he passed away on August 26, 2014. At the time of his death, Manfred Seal was just 67 years old. But for all the months and years, perhaps even decades before, he had managed to keep a dark secret. Until the evening of September 10th, 2014. His daughter is organizing her father's funeral. After that, the clearing out of her parents' house is on the agenda. Her fiancé is helping her go through and sort out her parents' belongings. Manfred Seal had also rented a garage at 5 Nordstrasse since 2008. It is located in Schwalbach, a quiet town in southern Germany. Inside are all sorts of junk items, but also 2 carefully closed plastic bags. Manfred Seal's daughter's fiancé opens one of them and finds 2 human legs and a severed arm. After the shocking discovery, Manfred Seal's relatives immediately alert the police. They open the 2 blue barrels in the garage. There are also parts of corpses in them. They come from the same person. The identity of the woman from the barrels can be quickly established. Despite the advanced state of decomposition, the fingerprints of the deceased are still recognizable. The police database turns up a match. The woman is Britta Simone Diallo. She was only 43 years old when she disappeared in the fall of 2003 and was presumably murdered by Manfred Seal. The man, who has since passed away, is considered the main suspect. His family, friends, and neighbors claim that for all these years, they had no idea of his alleged crime. The police never got wind of it either. But that was also because the murdered woman was never reported missing. Most recently, Britta Diallo was said to be homeless and addicted to alcohol. She was on the police register because, among other things, she had violated the Narcotics Act. Only in this way were the officers able to establish the woman's identity at all. When she was found in Seal's garage in 2014, she must have already been dead for about 11 years. Investigators suspect that Seal may have stored Britta Diallo's body elsewhere before renting the garage. For a few years, he had access to a garden plot in nearby Kronberg. Investigators suspect that Britta was still alive when her killer used a handsaw to sever her arms and then her legs. He is also said to have inflicted several cuts and stab wounds on her. Furthermore, he is said to have driven 8 nails into her knees, breasts, pelvis, and genital area. During a search of the house, investigators find similar injuries in numerous pornographic films and magazines belonging to Manfred Seal. It cannot be ruled out that these media served as inspiration for his crimes. During a search of the garden plot that Seals had previously rented, police also found pornographic magazines containing violence. The police are trying to solve the case of Britta Diallo as best they can. The homeless Britta Simone Diallo is said to have often been at the Frankfurt train station. She worked as a street prostitute there. A kiosk owner who Britta often visited describes her as a sad figure. The 43-year-old woman was always in a visibly poor condition, shouted a lot, and constantly begged for alcohol. A witness who no longer frequents the area remembers seeing Manfred Seal in the area well. He says that Seal has been a regular on the infamous streets since the mid-90s. He also paid for sex with Britta several times. At some point, she was no longer seen in Frankfurt. The witness herself stated that she had once gotten into Seal's car, but he had started to abuse her, whereupon she had gotten out again. It is no longer possible to determine exactly when Manfred Seal allegedly murdered and dismembered Britta Diallo. One of Britta Diallo's arms has not been found to date. The woman's body shows such brutal injuries that the police quickly assume that they are dealing with a serial offender. What is unusual about this case is that the investigators are not looking for the murderer, but for his victims. The police are working their way through the entire estate of Manfred Seal. Specialists are drawing up a profile of the perpetrator, and files of unsolved murders are being reopened. Acquaintances, friends, and family are shocked by the discovery in Seal's garage. He had not attracted negative attention from anyone. He was well integrated in his hometown and was considered a friendly neighbor. The alleged serial killer's life story also appears very normal at first glance. Manfred Seal was born in Kronberg in 1946 and spent his childhood in Oberursel. He had no brothers or sisters. He was confirmed at the age of 15. He completed his schooling in Frankfurt. This was followed by an apprenticeship as a cliché etcher and 2 years of military service. In 1973, he married his wife. From 1974, he initially attended evening classes at a grammar school. He then began studying art and social history. However, he never graduated from university. Seal worked in his training occupation and later founded a company with his childhood friend Werner Lederer. They organized transportation and cleared out apartments. In 1979, the daughter of Manfred Seal and his wife was born. The 3 of them lived in a single-family house owned by Seal's wife's family. He expanded the cellar and often retreated there. In an interview with a newspaper, a neighbor said, "Nobody was allowed in his basement, not even his wife, and sometimes he would yell angrily." Neither his wife nor his daughter seemed to have known exactly what their husband and father was doing down there. Manfred travels a lot and often takes his wife with him. Together they visit several countries in Europe and Africa, but also the USA, Thailand, and Vietnam. He is musically talented and plays in his free time with friends in a band called Overall Jazz Game. But the image of a happy family seems to be nothing but a facade. A friend of Seal's later remembers that he regularly had with other women. He used an apartment rented by his business partner Werner Lederer for this purpose. In the 90s, he was also known as a regular customer in Frankfurt's red light district. He once offered a neighbor a ride to look at women. However, the neighbor stayed at home and Seal left alone. He usually went there on Saturday nights after dark. From diary entries by Manfred's wife, it is clear how unhappy she was in the marriage. Seal drinks a lot of alcohol and is therefore in treatment in both 1994 and 1996. When he was drunk, he occasionally talked about what he called his perverted, according to a friend. Much of it revolved around violence and power fantasies, but the friend attributed these statements to Seal's alcohol consumption. After his death, police found data storage media in Seal's basement containing tens of thousands of images and videos. According to media reports, these included not only violent pornography, but also scenes of cannibalism and child pornography. Some of the injuries to his victims, which I will tell you about in a moment, were almost exactly the same as those in the pornographic films. Seal was also registered in at least 2 forums for people with necrophilic and violent tendencies. However, he mostly used the internet through an encrypted program. This means that the examination of his computer data will take years. A photo developing machine was also found, but no pictures that Seal could have produced with it. However, it may simply have been a relic from his professional life. After more than 20 months of investigative work, the police went public with the case in May 2016. The main hope is that this will lead to information about Manfred Seal and his background. This would make it easier to determine whether he may have committed further murders. The investigators are working through numerous cold cases from Frankfurt and the surrounding area after Britta Diallo's body was found. The focus of the investigation is not only on missing persons, but also on murders. The investigators are concentrating in particular on cases with sadistic attributes. In an interview about the Seal case, criminal psychologist Lydia Benecca explains, "Sadism means that one is sexually aroused by the suffering, pain, and humiliation of one's counterpart." She goes on to explain that committing such acts unnoticed by those around them is typical of perpetrators who, on the one hand, have extreme killing fantasies, but, on the other, are able to lead an orderly life. In total, Manfred Seal is linked to up to 10 murders. According to the police, there was an accumulation of body discoveries in and around Frankfurt in the late 80s and 90s. From 1971 to the late 80s, there are fewer suitable cases that the police can reopen. Investigators are considering that this could be related to Seal's circumstances during that period. If the deceased really is a serial killer, a gap in the 70s and early 80s could be explained by his changed biography. During this time, Seal's biography changed due to his marriage to his wife, his studies, and the birth of his daughter. But even before that, Manfred Seal could have possibly murdered one of his victims.
Aufgrund des Verletzungsbilds im Fall Diallo, des Leichnams aus den Tonnen in Schwalbach vom September 2014 und der Erkenntnis, dass es sich hier offensichtlich um das Ausleben von Fantasien des sexuellen Sadismus an diesem Leichnam bzw. möglicherweise auch an dem noch lebenden Opfer handelt, müssen wir zwingend davon ausgehen, dass es sich hier nicht um eine einzelne, isolierte Tat handelt.
In their search for older, unsolved cases that match the profile of Manfred Seal, the police come across a case from February 1971. At the time, the body of a young woman was found in a remote wooden hut near Friedberger Landstrasse in northern Frankfurt. The dead woman is identified as Gudrun Abel, who was just 19 years old. She worked as a cleaner in a nursing home in Frankfurt. She's described as friendly, introverted, and courteous. She was also very fond of animals. She lived in a house in Frankfurt's Westend district with her parents and 7 siblings. At least until the time when Gudrun stopped coming home. She was strangled and her abdominal wall was cut open. The perpetrator removed her small intestine, uterus, and right ovary. In an interview broadcast in 2022, one of her sisters said, "She had alcohol in her blood, so I assume she knew him. And he got her drunk and somehow took her there, because I can't imagine any other way." Gudrun wasn't the type to let herself be lured into an arbor. Not far from where Gudrun's body was found, There was a discotheque called Red Horse at the time of the crime. It is not clear whether she or Manfred were guests there that evening, but it is an obvious theory. Gudrun's injuries match those of Britta Diallo in their sadistic nature. While Britta's body is missing an arm, Gudrun's organs are missing. If Manfred Seal had committed the crime, he would have been 24 years old at the time. Two months after Gudrun Abel, the body of 23-year-old Hatice Erülküroglu was found in 1971. Just a few months earlier, the mother of two had come to Germany from Turkey to find a new job. She started working in a nursing home. It was the same facility where Gudrun Abel worked. However, the two did not know each other. Hatice had planned to bring her husband and two small children to Germany soon. Unfortunately, she never got the chance. When Hatice's body was found in Frankfurt's Gutleut district, it had been mutilated. She had numerous stab wounds and cuts. Her labia and part of her left breast had been removed. In addition, she had probably been struck over the head with a rock. During the struggle, she and her murderer probably slid down a small slope near the Camberg Bridge. In the process, her face was smashed. Manfred Seal's training center was located near the nursing home where Hatice and Gudrun worked. Only a railroad crossing and a few houses lie between them. However, Seal quit his job there between the murders of Gudrun and Hatice. According to an acquaintance of Seal, he later worked with his clearing company for the nursing home in question. There is also said to have been a party location not far from where Hatice's body was found. Hatice's injuries again match Manfred's unnatural preferences. Like Britta Diallo and Gudrun Abel, her body is missing body parts that are never found. One of the first cases that investigators notice is the unsolved murder of Gisela Singh. This took place about 20 years after the bodies of Gudrun and Hatice were found. In June 1991, the body of the then 36-year-old woman was discovered in the Hofheim forest. Gisela had not been seen for 2 weeks at that point. She actually came from a solid family background and was the mother of a young daughter. However, the child was placed with a foster family from the age of 2. Like Britta Diallo, Gisela was last seen as having no fixed abode and was regularly seen in Frankfurt's red light district for over 16 years. She was addicted to heroin and infected with the HIV virus, which caused her severe health problems in her last moments. At the time, Gisela was often at Café Fix, a Frankfurt aid center for drug addicts. Often her condition was so bad that she was brought to a nearby hospital by ambulance crews. During the interrogation, a former colleague remembers that Gisela often went out with very shady men. Her desperation and addiction were too strong for her to turn down potentially dangerous offers. Her daily heroin requirement was worth about 150 euros. A witness also claims to have seen Gisela drive off with Manfred Seal in his car. When mushroom pickers found Gisela's body, it was covered with branches and leaves. She had been strangled. Her clothes and shoes had been neatly placed next to her head. Gisela Singh's abdomen had been cut open and her small intestine removed. It was never found. Parts of her skin are also missing. At the time, Manfred Seal did not appear on the radar of the investigators. Just 1 day after the body was found, he flew to the United States for a vacation in Florida. If Seal had committed the murder of Gisela, he would have been about 45 years old at the time of the crime. This circumstance makes Seal's guilt in the murders of Gudrun Abel and Hatice Erülküroglu seem even more likely. It is questionable whether a brutal murder like that of Gisela Singh was a first offense. Rather, investigators assume that the perpetrator had previously committed similar crimes. Two years after Gisela Singh's murder in December 1993, the body of a second female was found. Near a highway overpass on the 661 freeway near Frankfurt, street cleaners find blue garbage bags. Inside are the remains of 31-year-old Dominique Monrose. She was stabbed in the heart. She was last seen on December 3, 1993. She was presumably murdered shortly thereafter. During the autopsy, traces of methadone were found, so Dominique must have taken the substance shortly before her death. The state of decomposition of the upper body suggests that the perpetrator kept Dominique's body for a few days. Only then did he put the torso in a garbage bag and place it on the embankment. Dominique was born on the Caribbean island of Martinique. Unfortunately, it is not known when and why she came to Germany. Like Britta Diallo and Gisela Singh, she had no fixed abode, was a drug addict, and regularly worked as a prostitute on the streets of Frankfurt. At the beginning of 1994, Dominique's arms and her left leg were found in a garbage bag near Highway 40A, not far from the airport. Forensic medicine assumes that the perpetrator stored these body parts for a longer period of time, similar to the torso. In 2 other garbage bags not far from the site, animal waste and a sandy substance were found. In all likelihood, these 2 garbage bags also came from the perpetrator. The site of the find is also near the place where the body of Gudrun Ebel was found in 1971. This is also a factor in suspecting Manfred Seal. Some of Dominique Monrose's body parts never turned up either. Her head and right leg are still missing today. As mentioned at the beginning, Seal is said to be involved in up to 10 crimes. It is extremely rare in Germany for murder victims to have organs or body parts removed or taken, especially in such a small radius. The perpetrator profile for the murder cases is so specific that the investigators can assume that they are connected and that Manfred Seal is the perpetrator. Nevertheless, the murders of Gudrun Ebel and Hatice Erilkaroglu differ from the later murders of Gisela Singh, Dominique Monrose, and Britta Simone Diallo. The last 3 women were more easily accessible from the point of view of the perpetrator. They were more vulnerable due to their homelessness, their addiction, and their work in the red light district. Gudrun and Hatice, on the other hand, appear to have been torn out of a more structured daily life. Nevertheless, other similarities exist, leading to the assumption that Manfred Seal did not focus on just one potential victim group in his alleged crimes. The unsolved murder of Tristan Brubach is also being investigated to see if Manfred Seal was involved. The boy, who was 13 years old at the time, was brutally murdered in Frankfurt in March 1998. There are some parallels to the crime. Tristan's body was found only 7 kilometers from Seal's place of residence. Manfred Seal often had business near the Liederbach tunnel, where the 13-year-old's body was found. The site where Gisela Singh and Dominique were found is also nearby. In the case of one of his victims, Seal placed the shoes next to the body's head. In the case of Tristan, his shoes were placed on his body. This could suggest a similar motive. There is a fingerprint of the perpetrator on one of Tristan's exercise books. However, this does not match the fingerprints of Manfred Seal. The police have officially ruled out the possibility that Manfred Seal is the murderer of Tristan. If you would like to learn more about the Tristan case, just click on the info box in the top right-hand corner. In 1996, a pedestrian in Frankfurt found a human skull. It had been wrapped in a plastic bag and placed by the side of the path. The head belongs to a missing woman named Pia Haim. Here too, investigators see some parallels to Manfred Seal's alleged victims. Pia Haim was a bank employee who disappeared on her way home from work on July 24, 1996. At the time of her disappearance, she was mentally unstable and dependent on the medication Leponex. This is prescribed for people suffering from therapy-resistant psychoses. According to investigators, this medication also had an influence on Pia's sexuality and libido, causing her, among other things, to often sleep with strange men. Like other alleged victims of Manfred Seal, Pia is said to have often been at the Frankfurt train station. in particular at Pizza Hut and at the McDonald's branches at the main train station and on Friedberger Strasse. 5 months after her disappearance, Pia's severed head was found near the Mühlberg tram stop. It had been cleanly severed with a knife and, according to forensic medicine, may have been cooled before being placed by the side of the road. This fits the pattern of the other crimes allegedly attributed to Manfred Seal. Unfortunately, the rest of Pia Haim's body is still missing to this day. Only her head was found. The list of cases that are being re-examined goes on. The police are once again looking into 2 missing persons cases from 1998 and 1999. Both missing women were last seen in Frankfurt, and shortly after their disappearance, Manfred Seal is said to have traveled to the United States. Shortly after the murder of Gisela Singh, Seal also traveled to the United States. Perhaps these trips were a kind of temporary escape for him. Both women were last active in the red light district. Unfortunately, even less is known about Julia Schroeder and Gabriele de Haas than about the other women who may have been murdered by Seal. The only thing known about Julia is that she indulged in S&M practices. This could have made her a potential victim for a motivated perpetrator. In 2004, a female head was found that has not yet been identified. It was discovered wrapped in aluminum foil at a barrage. The woman is believed to have come from Eastern Europe and to have been around 40 to 50 years old. This case is also of interest to investigators with regard to Manfred Seal. But since the woman's identity is still unknown, investigations are hardly possible. All that remains of the unknown woman is her decomposed skull. The big problem with the Manfred Seal case is that he was already dead at the time of the accusation. It was only a month after his death that his son-in-law found the blue barrel containing the body of Britta Diallo in Seal's garage. And that's what got the investigation rolling in the first place. No charges can be brought against the deceased Mr. Seal, nor can he ever be legally convicted of murder. In this respect, the aforementioned suspicion of guilt remains here forever. The presumption of innocence applies here even after death. However, the police are investigating whether he could have had accomplices or partners in crime. This way, the investigation can be kept going. Some of the investigators involved think that Seal did not act alone. It is possible that he could have had an accomplice. Some media reports also mention Seal's deceased business partner, Werner Lederer. The owner of the garage rented by Seal and his business partner is said to have stated that he had seen the two of them tinkering around in the garage together. After Lederer's death in early 2014, Seal is said to have stopped coming to the garage frequently. He only went there occasionally on Saturdays. Harry Meyer, a mutual acquaintance of the two, also reported a strange relationship between Seal and Lederer. Both were alcoholics and had a symbiotic relationship. Werner Lederer was the decision-maker. Seal did what he was told. Of course, Werner Lederer can no longer be questioned. So any possible involvement on his part in murders remains pure speculation. Since he died the same way as Seal, investigations against him are no longer possible. As for Werner Lederer, there is no real evidence from the statements of his friend and his proximity to Manfred Seal that he could have had any inkling of Seal's alleged crimes. And as the president of the State Criminal Police Office aptly put it during the 2016 press conference, they will never get beyond well-founded suspicion in the case of Manfred Seal. If Seal and, if applicable, an accomplice really did commit the murders he is suspected of, and this is assumed, one thing in particular stands out. Body parts are missing from all the corpses. During a press conference, an official said, if they added up, they could actually create a new body from it. Profiler Alex Peterman classifies Manfred Seal as a suspected sex murderer who acted out sexual fantasies during his crimes. These apparently revolved around sadism and necrophilia, possibly also around cannibalism. According to Axel Peterman, keeping the body parts always reminded him that he was the one who killed, that he had the power. There are theories that Seal may not have had any sexual tendencies. even a penchant for pedophilia is not ruled out. But we will never have complete certainty. A 2021 documentary states that the working group has since been disbanded. But the Homicide Division continues to investigate. And the Manfred Seal criminal file has not yet been closed either. Following the police investigation, the press has dubbed Manfred Seal the Hesse Ripper or Jake the Ripper of Schwalbach. Legally, he will never be held accountable for his alleged crimes. Although he took his apparently carefully guarded secret to the grave, new investigations were able to begin with the appearance of the blue barrels in his garage. Investigations into gruesome murder and missing persons cases that, unfortunately, have not been in the public eye for a long time. When the emergency services went to the Mediterranean island of Malta in July 2016, it was very hot. The sun was high in the sky and the beach was littered with tourists looking for a cool down in the breaking waves. But for the police officers, it was anything but a vacation trip. They had just recovered a body. The circumstances of the tragic death of the German teenager seemed clear to them. The forensic doctors in Germany were all the more astonished a few days later when they found the almost unharmed body. It weighed only 16 kilograms. All of its organs, even its heart and brain, had disappeared. For them, this case was anything but clear and unambiguous. In today's video, we talk about the tragic and extremely mysterious death of Mike Mansholt. Mike Mansholt was born on August 20th, 1998 in Oldenburg, Germany. He grew up with his sister Marie and his parents. He had a particularly close relationship with his father, Bernd, who was a goldsmith who discovered sailing in his youth. By the time Mike was 5 years old, he had already sailed around the world with him once. Together they traveled a lot, and Bernd tried hard to show Mike as much of the world as possible. This is probably one of the reasons why Mike was always looking for a new adventure and tried out numerous sports. He loved skating, gymnastics, and diving, but climbing and mountain biking were probably his favorite hobbies. Mike graduated at the top of his class and then began an apprenticeship at Airbus in Bremen. He seemed to enjoy this very much, and his private life was also going well. He had a girlfriend, many good friends, and continued to have a harmonious relationship with his family. In July 2016, Mike wanted to go on vacation without his parents for the first time. His girlfriend was taking a language course in Malta at the time. Mike saw this as an opportunity to visit her and combine it with a few explorations and adventures on the island. So he flew to Malta, and the two of them spent a few pleasant days together. On July 17th, his girlfriend returned to Germany. Mike wanted to stay for another 5 days and explore the island. Malta is well suited for sports such as biking and climbing. There is one place in particular that he is looking forward to seeing during his exploration: the Dingley Cliffs. Malta is a popular destination for German tourists. You don't have to fly too far to find warmth, a white sandy beach, and fabulous nature. But for travelers like Mike, that's not enough. They are looking for adventure and the sides of the island that remain hidden at first glance. These include the Dingley Cliffs. The impressive cliffs on the coast of Malta are home to the island's highest point, which rises 253 meters from the coast. From there, you have a phenomenal view of the sea. Mike really wanted to see that. On July 18th, he rented a mountain bike and sent his girlfriend a last voice message just before he left. He sounds in a good mood when he says the following: "Okay, I'm going to rent a bike and ride through Malta today. However, the streets are so steep that I'll send you a photo right away. You can only walk up some of them, and some of them, you can't even get up with a bike. But anyway, that's a sporting challenge, and I like that. This voice message was to be Mike Mansholt's last sign of life. When the 17-year-old didn't get in touch with his girlfriend and family until late that evening, they began to worry. But of course, at first, it was more likely that Mike had just fallen into bed tired after a strenuous bike ride. So they waited a day. But when they still didn't receive any news from Mike, they initially suspected that he might have lost his cell phone or that it had been stolen. Mike was also almost an adult and had planned some ventures. It is possible that he had no reception on his remote tours and didn't think about his family worrying. But with every hour that passed, the worries and fears of Mike's relatives grew. They hoped that he would take the return flight as planned on July 22nd and be back with them soon. But that was not the case. His seat on the plane remained empty. He had never made his way back. His family waited for him in vain at Bremen Airport. By now, they knew that something was wrong. That's why they alerted the police. The police immediately started their work in Malta. As a result of reports in the media, many volunteers also began to search for the missing German. Mike's father also immediately made his way to Malta to search for his son himself. One of the first places he went to was the Dingley Cliffs, where he had wanted to go on the day of his disappearance, as he had told his girlfriend. But the rugged cliffs not only covered a huge area, they were above all one thing: confusing. There were dense shrubs along the edges of the small paths and numerous rocky outcrops along most of the cliffs, making it difficult to see below them. Despite the large number of emergency services deployed, several days passed without any trace of Mike's whereabouts being found. But on July 26th, around 10 o'clock in the morning, his body was found. He was lying in a rocky hollow about 30 meters below the top of the cliffs. Near the site were a few small fields, as well as the Magdalenen Chapel. It took so long to find him because his body was under a ledge and therefore could not be seen from above. Soon after, Mike's bike was found hanging in a bush a few meters further up. A little further away, his sunglasses and shoes were also found. For the investigators, the case was quickly clear. The 17-year-old must have strayed from the path and plunged down the cliff with his bike. The fact that his back was broken in two places supposedly supports this theory. At least that's what the investigators told Mike's father. But is the solution really as simple as it seems at first glance? Well, there are at least some reasonable doubts that this is how it happened. Let's start with the most obvious one. Mike's body was found under a rock ledge that was not visible from above. How could he have fallen in such a way that he would have landed under the rock ledge? One could argue that he might have crawled under the rock ledge, severely injured, and succumbed to his injuries there. But on the one hand, it is quite unlikely to still be conscious after falling from a height of 30 meters. And on the other hand, the autopsy results, which I will come to in a moment, speak against it. But before that, I have to mention that his bike was also hardly damaged. Besides a flat rear tire, it only had a few scratches. Even if a bush had cushioned the fall of the mountain bike, I believe that it would not just have a few scratches if it had fallen 30 meters. Mike's body was examined again in Germany after the autopsy in Malta. The forensic doctors immediately noticed that Mike's body was much lighter than they had expected. Mike was a muscular, tall young man, and his body weighed only 16 kilograms. How could that be? The doctors got an answer to this question when they opened the body. Almost all of his organs were missing. These included his heart, lungs, liver, pancreas, one of his kidneys, adrenal glands, bladder, prostate, stomach, small intestine, and even his brain. The coroners in Malta explained that the organs had been eaten by animals and that the brain had liquefied due to heat and decomposition. The German medical experts consider this to be almost impossible. There were no bite marks on Mike's body, and the brain could have liquefied in parts, but not completely. Unfortunately, they were no longer able to determine the cause of death due to the missing organs. But what they noticed was that none of his bones were broken. Also, his back was not broken, contrary to the information provided by the Maltese colleagues. They could only speculate about exactly what happened to Mike. Although a fall could almost be ruled out due to the lack of external injuries, there were no other clues of foul play or the involvement of another person. Mike's family and the German authorities doubted that the 17-year-old's death was an accident. Mike's backpack, in which there was 600 euros in cash, his cell phone and his GoPro camera, was missing and has not been found to this day. And that, although thanks to surveillance footage from his hotel, it could be said with certainty that he took these things with him on the trip. Unfortunately, however, no further investigation was conducted into Mike's missing cell phone. They could have used the IMEI number to find out when the cell phone was last used, and thus whether Mike might have wanted to call for help. The Oldenburg Public Prosecutor's Office soon opened a manslaughter investigation. The authorities on Malta were not very cooperative. They had long since closed the case. Nevertheless, they reluctantly handed over the investigation file to their German colleagues. They immediately noticed that important information was missing. There were no photos of the body or the scene of the crime. The final report was just 1 page long and concluded that even the local doctors could not determine the cause of death. The organs had been eaten by animals, as previously mentioned. Due to a lack of clues, the investigation quickly came to a standstill. Mike's father offered a reward of 10,000 euros for any information that would help to clarify Mike's death or find Mike's missing belongings. Of course, numerous theories have emerged in recent years to explain Mike's death. Most of them, however, are easy to refute. Nevertheless, I would like to address a few of them in order to prevent speculation. When it comes to the missing organs, many people seem to be certain that Mike was murdered by organ traders and that his organs were sold. Although this theory may seem plausible at first glance, it is highly unlikely that this is how it really happened. For organs to be transplanted, the donor must be brain dead, but his organs must still be supplied with oxygen so that they do not become unusable. In the middle of a remote cliff landscape in boiling heat, without intensive medical equipment, it would be almost impossible to remove organs so that they can still be used afterwards. In addition, many of the organs that have been removed are not suitable for transplantation or sale. And if it had really happened that way, they would have been able to determine a cause of death with certainty. There were only cuts on his body due to the autopsy, which makes the theory of organ trafficking almost impossible. I'll explain what might have happened to his organs instead in a moment. Another widespread theory is that a driver overlooked Mike and hit him. Mike would have consequently come off the narrow road and plunged down the cliffs. The flat rear tire would have been caused by the impact of the car. The driver panicked after the accident and fled the scene. But this theory is also not tenable in the light of the facts. Mike had no broken bones, which one would have after a car accident, or at the latest after a fall from 30 meters. In addition, as already mentioned, there is the fact that he could not possibly have fallen under the ledge. So I don't find this theory too likely either. Suicide was also considered again and again. But here too, the question remained open as to what Mike's cause of death ultimately was. Besides, his friends and family consider it extremely unlikely that he would have wanted to kill himself. Mike's father now has a theory of his own about his son's death, and it doesn't sound so unlikely. The day Mike went missing was an extremely hot summer day. The sun was beating down from the sky, and there was hardly any way to escape it on the cliffs. There were no shadows up there. Bernd can imagine that his son took off his shoes to cool down a bit. But because the heat was getting to him, He wanted to take a shortcut to the highest point of the cliffs. Mike was a skilled and experienced climber. He may have tried to climb with the bike first, but then left it behind as he was running out of strength. Completely exhausted by the heat and the effort, Mike suffered a heat stroke and was dehydrated. To escape the sun for a moment, he may have laid down in the hollow under the ledge to take a break. He may even have tried to call for help there, but there was no reception. Mike ultimately died under the ledge due to heat stroke and dehydration. His belongings may have been stolen after his death. The location was not as remote as often written in sources. As already mentioned, there were some fields in the vicinity. Bernd Mansholt reported that he himself had been at the site. There was freshly mowed grass lying near some picked onions. He then approached a nearby farmer who was said to have behaved very strangely. He passed on his discoveries to the police, but for them, it was not very meaningful. Cash, a cell phone, and an expensive camera could be an enticing find for farmers who can barely make ends meet. Perhaps so tempting that they would not alert the police so as not to attract attention. But of course, any tourist or any other person could have stolen the items. Maybe Mike had also dropped them a few meters earlier and the finder had not noticed the body at all, but was just happy about the find. A plausible explanation for the missing organs can also be found. Presumably, the forensic doctors on Malta removed them and did not put them back. Since Mike's body was already decomposed, they were no longer suitable for organ donation. But in order to thoroughly examine the corpse, some of the organs also have to be removed. In Malta, however, a separate declaration of consent from the family members is required for the removal. Mike's family never signed that. To cover up the fact that the doctors had nevertheless removed the organs and not put them back, they gave animal feeding as the reason for the disappearance. It would have been difficult to determine death from heat stroke during an autopsy because there are no clear signs of it. The fact that the cause of death was also unknown to the doctors in Malta could be assumed to be most likely to be heat stroke or a comparable cause. So you could almost speak of a plausible theory and a big step towards a resolution. But why only almost? Bernd traveled to Malta several times and tried to get the investigation into his son's death back on track by submitting various requests. He never stopped believing that the truth would eventually come out. And indeed, he was successful. A judge in Malta, acting on instructions from the Ministry of Justice, ordered the case to be reopened. A new witness had come forward and made interesting statements. The details of this testimony are not yet known to the public, but Mike's father said in an interview that he now has a theory about what happened on July 18th and is quite sure that Mike was not alone that day. According to him, at least one other person must have been with him. That would, of course, be an interesting turn of events in this case and would throw the supposedly plausible theory that we have just put forward overboard. So far, however, there is no further information. That is the current state of the investigation. Should there be any news, I will be happy to let you know. In April 2016, a young boy disappeared in the middle of Germany. The case dominated the German media for a few weeks. Many people saw the picture of little Aref almost every day. But at some point, the case disappeared from the media even though Aref was never found. But why is hardly anyone talking about the disappearance of the little boy today? And what happened back then, on April 5th, 2016? Aref and his family came to Germany in February 2016. Here, the Ismaili family of 6 would finally be able to live better lives, far from the raging unrest in their homeland of Afghanistan. The escape took months and led the Ismailis from Afghanistan through Iran to Germany. Here, the Ismailis' 4 children finally have the opportunity to live a reasonably carefree life again. The Ismailis are staying in a refugee shelter called Kaudelsches Schloss in Wahnfried, a small town in northern Hesse, in the center of Germany. The family settles in quickly and feels comfortable. The harbor in Vaanfried, in particular, has become one of the family's favorite places. There, the children can play in the spring sun. That's exactly what they plan to do on April 4th, 2016. Father Abdullah is out doing a little shopping, while Mother Mushta wants to spend the afternoon with the children by the water. The square is very popular among the residents. Many families spend their afternoons there. There are play areas for children, a small wildlife enclosure, and a restaurant where you can get refreshments. Mushta arrives at the harbor with Aref and his siblings at around 4:30 p.m. It's a very busy day. There, Mushta meets an acquaintance named Sandra. The two talk to each other while Mushta's two older sons let off steam on the playground. One of them is 4-year-old Aref. Every now and then, Aref and his brother come running to Mushta and Sandra. They generally stay close by the whole time. Mushta and Sandra chat for a good hour while the children keep themselves busy on the playground. Aref's older brother, with whom he was playing, finally sets off home with a group of other children. Unfortunately, it is not known what Aref did after his big brother left. His mother Mushta sat with the two smaller children and their friend Sandra the whole time at the same place by the river. At around 6:20 p.m., Mushta and the girls, accompanied by Sandra, also set off for home. It is not unusual for the two sons to have already left. Aref and his brother know their way around the area and know how to get home. They have also returned to their accommodation independently in the past. Mushta assumes that it will be the same today. At around 6:30 p.m., a car is driving towards the two women and two girls on the main road. The driver greets Sandra and Mushta, but seems startled to see them. There is a man behind the wheel. Neither of the two women knows him. The car continues on its way. After this encounter, Mushta starts to feel uneasy, and her unease intensifies when she gets home and finds that Aref is not there. Mushta searches for Aref in the area around their accommodation. Maybe the boy has simply lost track of time while playing. But Aref is nowhere to be found. At around 7:30 p.m., a friend of Mushta's named Rosemary meets the worried Mushta on the street. Mushta explains what is going on. Rosemary immediately gets into the car with Mushta and they drive to the harbor where Aref was last seen. On the way, they ask every pedestrian they meet, but nobody has seen anything. Mushta and Rosemary call the police together. The alerted emergency services and many volunteers immediately arrive to search for Aref. The search lasted into the early morning hours of April 5th. But Aref could not be found. In the days that followed, divers, helicopters, and a sonar device were used. The water level of the river was lowered by 35 centimeters to search for the little boy in the water. But Aref was not found in the riverbed either. Instead, a dark jacket was found. It was found hanging over a fence not far from where Aref's mother had been sitting with the children on the day of the disappearance. The jacket did not belong to Aref. The police asked the owner of the jacket to come forward. It is not known whether this ultimately happened. The case was front-page news immediately. Word of the boy's disappearance spread like wildfire in Vaanfried, and many of the residents take part in the search. A photo and description of Aref are soon published. The little boy is 4 years old, about 1 meter tall, and was wearing a green top and dark trousers when he disappeared. Media attention is huge. It doesn't take long before a witness named Kai comes forward with an interesting observation. He says that around noon on the day of Aref's disappearance, he saw something in front of the refugee shelter where the Ismailis live. He saw a black BMW X5 with Berlin license plates. A woman came out of the shelter and got into the car, which then drove towards the harbor, exactly where Aref disappeared to a few hours later. Kai not only saw the car and the woman, but also Aref. The woman was in her late 30s, extremely slim, had very long dark blonde hair and was wearing leggings and a skirt. Aref passed the black X5 on a tricycle, also heading towards the harbor. The driver and his female passenger may have spotted Aref at this point and taken him into their sights. During the course of the investigation, further witnesses came forward who had noticed this vehicle in Vonfried. The foreign license plate made the car stand out to several residents. On one occasion at around 10 a.m. in front of the local town hall, and again at 7 p.m. that evening. On the latter occasion, the car was conspicuously parked in the middle of the pavement. About half an hour earlier, Mushta and her friend Sandra had seen a dark vehicle coming towards them that seemed strange to both women. It is not clear whether it was the same car, but it is possible. Investigators assume that the two independent witness observations refer to the same vehicle. The car is described as a slightly grubby-looking BMW SUV. The windows of the vehicle were tinted. One witness claims to have seen a kind of cord or prayer chain on the dashboard. According to other sources, it could also have been a dream catcher. After about a week, the police stopped the active search for Aref without result. There are no further approaches that the investigators can pursue. Nevertheless, the police continue to investigate in all directions. Although the river has already been meticulously searched, it cannot be ruled out that a small child like Aref may have drowned. The police also consider a crime such as a kidnapping or a capital offense to be possible. At the end of April 2016, the river was searched again for Aref. In the meantime, the current of the water could have shifted the body of the child if Aref had fallen into it. A helicopter accompanied the measures from the air and flew several dozen kilometers along the course of the river. This operation also remains fruitless. 2 months after Aref's disappearance, the case is presented on television. Aref's parents, Abdullah and Mushta, are live guests in the studio to appeal to viewers and request information. Mushta also takes this opportunity to explicitly thank the German authorities and their German fellow citizens who have supported the family in their search for Aref. A sketch of the driver seen by Mushta and Sandra is also shown during the program. The man is about 60 to 70 years old and has a round, gaunt face and a prominent nose. His hair is gray and curly on the sides. The man is not necessarily a suspect, but could simply be a witness. During the program, 32 viewers call in with information. Witnesses claim to have seen the boy near Berlin, among other places. This would fit with the black X5 with Berlin license plates. One caller claims to have recognized a person in the sketch. Another caller claims to have seen the man in the sketch together with Aref in a bar in the Berlin area. At first, the hope for these clues is great. Unfortunately, however, they do not seem to materialize. In subsequent articles, there are no more references to the caller's tips, and meanwhile, there is hardly any coverage of the case. For a reason that is as sad as it is simple. There is simply no news. To date, there has been no evidence that has brought the police closer to Aref. The boy is still missing to this day. In 2021, Aref's mother is interviewed on television again. She is quoted as saying, "Every day I look at the door and hope that he will come in. But so far nothing has happened. It's very hard, very hard. He lives in my heart. I never felt that he had died. I dream of him at night, see in my dreams that he is alive. Nobody knows what it's like inside me. Inside, I'm already dead. I don't need any help. Aref is a small child. He needs his mother, the mother's love." Aref's parents assumed shortly after his disappearance that the then 4-year-old had been kidnapped. They did not want to believe the investigators' other theory that Aref had drowned in the river. Even if Aref was kidnapped and the perpetrator was actually traveling in the car with Berlin license plates, there are numerous unanswered questions. Of course, who the driver was and whether the car belonged to him. And then, what he was doing in Vonfried, of all places. The distance between the capital Berlin and Vonfried is more than 350 kilometers. On the other hand, if he had nothing to hide, wouldn't he have contacted the police by now to dispel the suspicion against him? But it is also a fact that Aref was playing near a body of water and that his mother briefly lost sight of him. The river was searched very thoroughly. but reports also state that the current in the river was particularly strong in April 2016. Despite the meticulous measures, it cannot be ruled out that RF may have fallen in and drowned after all. But to this day, there is still no certainty, and the Ismaili family can only be wished for. This man is considered one of the most cold-blooded serial killers in Europe. He is from Germany, 47 years old at the time of his arrest, and works as a truck driver. It has never been possible to determine how many people he really murdered. The perpetrator himself took care of that. But Eckert definitely committed at least 6 murders. And well over 30 other attacks on women can also be attributed to him. But how did the serial killer Volker Eckert finally get caught? And what goes on in the mind of a man who calls himself a monster? On November 3, 2006, the body of 20-year-old Miglena Petrova Rahim was found. The Bulgarian woman was murdered in her new home, the Spanish town of San Julián de Ramírez. The young sex worker died of violence to the neck. A truck can be seen on a surveillance camera near the crime scene at around the time of the crime. This is particularly noticeable because it has German license plates. The Spanish police pass the data on to their German colleagues so that they can pick up the driver of the now suspicious truck. The truck belongs to a transport company based in eastern Germany. The driver of the vehicle in question is 47-year-old Volker Eckert. The German police plan to make their move on November 17, 2006. On that day, Volker Eckert is on the road in Cologne with his truck. Police arrest him at his truck and take him to the station for a first interrogation. When asked about the murder of Miglena, he initially makes no statement. During the interrogation, Volker Eckert begins complaining of a headache and asks for permission to get a medication from his vehicle. The police do not allow this. Instead, an officer goes to the truck to get the medication from the glove compartment. And there he finds something incredible: Polaroid photos of a woman with a cord around her neck. In addition, 2 ropes and handwritten notes that precisely document the sequence of murders. Under one of the Polaroids is written, "Miglena, 20 years old, I just had to strangle her." It is clear that Volker Eckert is indeed the murderer of the dead sex worker. But when the interrogation continues in Eckert's truck after this discovery, there is an unexpected turn. The suspect confesses not only to the killing of Miglena, but also to another crime. Volker Eckert spills the beans about a murder that no one knew about for 32 years. It is May 7th, 1974. 15-year-old Sylvia Yu lives with her family in Plauen in the former GDR, and is dead. Her own mother finds her daughter's body in the family apartment. The police, who were alerted, initially classified Sylvia's death as a suicide. She was found strangled, and the investigators assumed that she had inflicted the fatal injuries on herself with the help of a clothesline from the kitchen. Therefore, there were no further police investigations, no files, no records, and no witness statements. Instead, there is only a death certificate stating the cause of death as suicide. Sylvia's own stepfather works for the police and believes that the girl's death was a crime. In retrospect, it is suspected that a possible homicide, especially of a police officer's daughter in the GDR, was better left unaddressed. Because Sylvia's stepfather is right. There is someone responsible for the death of the young woman. When Volker Eckert was arrested for the murder of Miglena in 2006, he suddenly started talking about Sylvia. Volker Eckert and Sylvia were classmates and attended the same class. He says he always felt very attracted to Sylvia, especially because of her long hair, and that he killed Sylvia. He claims to have planned the crime meticulously. At the time, Volker lived in the house next to Sylvia's and used a passageway to get to her apartment at her parents'. At the time, Volker was only 14 years old. At first, he pretended to need Sylvia's help with his homework. When Sylvia read him one of the tasks, he seized the opportunity and began to strangle her. During the act, it became clear to him that Sylvia could report him, so he decided to kill her and make it look like she had taken her own life. At first, the police officers find this story hard to believe, but Volker Eckert is able to provide a very precise sketch of the crime scene and how the bodies were found. His drawing matches the details provided by Sylvia's mother exactly. The 47-year-old is telling the truth. Contrary to previous assumptions, Sylvia's death was not a murder, committed by her former classmate Volker Eckert. He may have decided to make a statement about the Sylvia case in order to be charged in Germany. After all, he was originally arrested for the murder of Miglena, which he committed in Spain. Accordingly, the German authorities could have extradited him to Spain. However, due to his statement about the Sylvia U case, the probability increases that he will be charged in his home country of Germany. And that is exactly what happens. Because of the many recordings and photos that Eckert kept, the investigators quickly realized one thing: Volker Eckert had murdered far more than twice. DNA evidence can be used to prove that Volker Eckert committed at least 6 murders. He committed these crimes while working as a truck driver in other European countries. He sometimes photographed or even filmed his crimes. In several of his crimes, he used ropes as killing tools. 2 ropes were found in his truck cabin shortly after his arrest. He also cut strands of hair from some of the women and kept them with the film and photo files. He also kept clothing, accessories, or makeup products from some of the murdered women. Volker Eckert started working as a truck driver in 1999. On June 21, 2001, he killed a woman named Sandra Ossifou in Bordeaux, France. Just like the other victims of Eckert, she worked in the red light district. The young woman is only 21 years old when Volker Eckert lures her into his truck under the pretext of hiring her services. Her body is found 4 days later about 90 kilometers away on the side of an expressway. The cause of death is determined to be violence to the neck. Her killer is never found until the extensive investigations against Volker Eckert begin. In August 2001, Volker Eckert then kills a woman named Beatriz Diaz in Lloret de Mar in Spain. In 2004, the murder of Ayobi Gali in Italy follows. In 2005, Volker Eckert murders a Russian woman named Marie Veselova near Girona. A year later in France, a Polish woman named Agnieszka Bus. I would love to tell you more about the women, about their stories, about who they were and how they lived. Unfortunately, however, Volker Eckert's choice of victims has achieved exactly the desired result. We hardly know anything about the women he murdered. After the murder of his fellow student in 1974, Volker Eckert only attacked women from the red light district. And he did this deliberately because he hoped that, due to their social stigma, there would be less of a search for these women. And he was right. Some of the women killed were not even reported missing before their bodies were found. Not by friends, colleagues, or family members. Therefore, at this point, it should be said for all of these women that they had desires, dreams, and goals, just like everyone else. All of that was destroyed by Volker Eckert, just so he could live out his urges and fantasies. Eckert sees himself as a victim of his own desires. After his arrest, he gave the police and psychologists insights into his preferences and how he became a murderer. He talks, for example, about a crucial experience in his childhood. He says he played with one of his sister's dolls and felt aroused by the doll's long hair. The whole thing happened at a much earlier age than with other adolescents. He was about 9 or 10 years old when he started using the doll as a model for pleasuring himself. From that point on, long hair seems to have become more and more interesting for Volker Eckert. One of his mother's wigs also caught his attention. He finds the hairpiece in his family's attic and uses it for his own stimulation as well. Eckert develops a preference for hair, which is referred to as trichophilia in specialist circles. In his case, this is so intense that he can soon only concentrate on the long hair of his female classmates at school. In a documentary, expert Lydia Benecca describes how Eckert was possibly ashamed of this preference and therefore tried to live it out in secret. At the same time, Eckert developed an aversion to his own mother during his youth. The reason for this is the separation of his parents. In a later conversation with investigators, Eckert says that the separation made him very afraid of being thrown out by a woman in the same way that his mother did his father. Apparently, Eckert blames his mother entirely for the separation. All of this happened during his adolescence and had a profound impact on Volker Eckert for the rest of his life. Regarding his preferences, he later writes, "In my fantasies, I put my hands around these women's necks and squeezed their throats." At the age of 14, he committed his first murder of his classmate Sylvia Yu, who was the same age as him. In 1974, shortly after the murder of Sylvia, Volker Eckert was arrested in the GDR and sentenced to 18 months in prison. However, he was not convicted of a crime against another person, but of theft. He had stolen his mother's car. Sylvia's murder remains undiscovered. After his release, however, his urges become more and more intense, and Eckert decides to act them out. No longer just with his mother's wig or his sister's doll, but with real people. He begins to systematically attack women in his hometown of Plauen. Volker says that he usually attacked the women from behind in the dark. This was to ensure that the victims would not recognize him and be able to press charges. He says he never intended to kill anyone. His primary motivation was to touch the women's hair and choke them. Eckert is said to have always behaved normally towards his partners and to have acted out his preferences with them within a normal framework. He's said to have confined his extreme preferences to consuming content and to a doll. A doll was found in 2006 when the police searched Eckert's apartment after his arrest. He had since moved to southern Germany. Volker Eckert is said to have dressed the rubber doll in items of clothing that he had kept from his murder victims and put wigs on her head. This allowed him to relive the murders over and over again and use them as a template for his own stimulation. He also takes Polaroid photos of these acts. It was only in 1978 that he was caught during one of his nightly attacks on a woman and sentenced to prison. However, he was released on probation the following year, in 1979. Knowing that the police now had him on record for assaulting a woman, he tried to suppress his urges in the years that followed. But soon he was roaming the streets of Plauen again at night, attacking women as before. In 1987, Eckert was arrested again in Plauen after 2 assaults. One of the survivors was able to identify him, and Volker Eckert was convicted of attempted murder. This time, he received a longer prison sentence. He was originally sentenced to 12 years, but after 6 years, he was released on probation again for good behavior. A psychologist determined that Eckert posed no danger. The therapeutic measures were deemed sufficient to prevent further acts of violence. In retrospect, this is a fatal miscalculation. The survivor who identified Volker Eckert at the police station and thus put him behind bars tells how her nightmare began again after Eckert's release. One night, Volker Eckert suddenly appeared at her door, the man who had almost killed her years before. She didn't open the door for him, but Eckert started talking to her over the intercom. He pretended to be a repairman who urgently needed to come to her apartment because of a water pipe break. But she recognized Eckert through the peephole and didn't let him in. After his release from prison, Volker Eckert began his series of murders. In 1999, Eckert took a job as a long-distance truck driver. According to some sources, he's said to have said that he had deliberately chosen this job so that he could attack women more easily. His work often takes him to other European countries, making it difficult for the authorities to investigate him as a perpetrator. The series only ends in 2006 because the surveillance camera at one of the crime scenes happens to film his truck. If that hadn't happened, Volker Eckert might not have been caught for years. Or maybe never. Volker Eckert does not consider the murders he committed to be a real punishment. Before a trial can take place, Volker Eckert is found dead in his prison cell in July 2007. He hanged himself at the age of 48, one day after his birthday. He is said to have been deeply hurt because his sister did not visit him in prison on that occasion. Ultimately, Eckert killed himself in a similar way to the women whose lives he took. He hanged himself with a curtain from his prison cell, thus avoiding criminal proceedings and a conviction, and a further reappraisal of the events. It is suspected that Eckert may have committed at least 4 more murders. During his time as a long-distance truck driver, he may have killed another woman in France and 3 more in the Czech Republic. However, due to his early death, these crimes can no longer be proven against him. These 4 women may never know justice. Wait, just wait a little while. Soon Harmon's coming with a smile. With his little hatchet blade, you'll be chopped, freshly flayed. From your eyes, he'll make a stew. From your rump, some bacon too. From your guts, he'll craft some links, and the rest? That's waste, he thinks. This text belongs to the Harmon song. A jazz version of the song was in the top 10 of the German charts for 4 weeks in 1961. And that despite the fact that it was not yet 40 years since the murderous Fritz Harmon roamed through Hanover, Germany. To this day, he is considered one of the most notorious serial killers of all time. Not only in Germany, but all over the world. Today, we look at how Fritz Harmon became a man who killed more than 20 boys, and why he is still called the Werewolf of Hanover today. It is Friday, June 13th, 1924. A few children are playing in the center of Hanover on the banks of the Lena River. The river runs through the German city. Then, as now, the riverside along the Old Town is a popular destination for outings. But when children playing on June 13th, 1924 fish a human skull out of the river, the happy atmosphere there is gone once and for all. This is the 4th time in 2 months that a severed human head has been found in the Lena. Fear is now spreading among the residents of Hanover, because quite obviously, a serial killer is on the loose in the city, which even then had more than 400,000 residents. And soon it will turn out that this serial killer unfortunately has many more people on his conscience. More than 20 young men have found death at his hands. He was particularly active as a murderer in the years 1923 and 1924, and that despite being on the police's radar the whole time. But how could it still happen that Fritz Harmon was able to go around killing unsuspectingly? And who is the man who, about 100 years ago, put an entire city in fear and terror? Fritz Harmon was born on October 25th, 1879 in Hanover. He had 6 siblings and came from a middle-class home, at least on paper. On his mother's side, the Harmon family had a small fortune. However, after an accident at work, his father was unemployed. Fritz was the youngest of the 6 siblings. When he was born, his mother was already 41 years old. At the time, this was a real rarity. Even as a child, Fritz worked in a factory at his father's insistence. He would later say that his father isolated him from his peers. The two did not have a good relationship. Although Fritz was close to his mother, she was ill and bedridden. That's why his father was the main presence in his everyday life. And they hate each other's guts. So much so that they try to get each other thrown in jail by making various accusations. Fritz claims that his father's work accident was in fact the concealed murder of his superior. Fritz's father, on the other hand, repeatedly threatened to have his youngest son committed to an insane asylum. Fritz Harmon later claimed to have been sexually abused as a child by his older brother. He also said that his father had tried to assault him. In fact, one of Fritz Harmon's brothers was convicted of sexually assaulting a 12-year-old girl. In 1886, 6-year-old Fritz was enrolled at the then public school on Engelbosteler Dam. His behavior was considered exemplary. Otherwise, however, his performance was well below average, a circumstance that would run through his entire educational career. Fritz never completed school. At the age of 16, he's drawn to Breisgau, where he attends a non-commissioned officers' school from 1895. Due to signs of mental and cognitive disorders, he's repeatedly admitted to the military hospital there. Because of these circumstances, he's unable to complete the non-commissioned officers' school. He returns to his home in northern Germany. However, his health problems remain even after his return. In nearby Hildesheim, he is diagnosed with congenital mental deficiency. At the end of the 19th century, this usually meant a lack of sensation and reason. The term was considered a synonym for an intellectual disability. Today, the term is no longer used in a diagnostic context. In addition, Fritz Harmon was arrested and convicted of indecent assault on a minor, i.e., of underage boys. When he first committed and documented assaults, Fritz Harmon was only 17 years old. He is said to have repeatedly lured young boys into building entrances and cellars in order to assault them there. After that, he was committed to various provincial, sanatorium, and nursing homes in the province of Hanover from March to December 1897. However, he escaped from there, presumably with the help of his parents. He moved to Zurich in Switzerland, where a relative of his mother's lived. He worked as a painter. Fritz was taken in by him and initially worked for a while at a shipyard, then for a Swiss pharmacist. In 1899, he returns to Hanover, the city where he later becomes a serial killer. At the urging of his family, he becomes engaged to a woman named Erna Löwert. She becomes pregnant, but has the child aborted for unknown reasons. From 1900, things seem to be going well for Harmon. He continues to see Erna and works as a soldier. This time, he does well, unlike at NCO school. When their mother dies in 1901, Fritz and his siblings quarrel over the inheritance. The family is even more disrupted than before. And at the end of the year, Fritz's health deteriorates again. He suffers repeated attacks of weakness and is forced to withdraw from military service. He then tries to sue his father for maintenance payments, but is rejected. Instead, Fritz receives a small disability pension from then on. Fritz and his fiancée Erna set up a fish shop together at today's An der Lutherkirche 9, trying to make a living. But things don't go well, and neither does their relationship. In the end, Erna kicks Fritz out, and that's when the downward spiral begins. Fritz Harmon gets by mainly as a petty criminal and thief. In 1912, he's convicted again for having sex with a minor. The police have a record of Fritz as a dangerous mental patient. Fritz Harmon is sentenced to 5 years in prison for several thefts, and he begins his sentence in 1913. He's not released from custody until 1918, having spent the entire First World War in prison. But even after his release, Fritz Harman has no intention of living on disability payments alone. Fritz first rents a room at Sellerstrasse 27, officially as a shop, supposedly to do office work there. But in fact, Harman lives there. From this small room, Fritz Harman launches his next money-making scheme. He begins buying cheap meat and bone scraps to make aspic. He then sells this product at low prices. At the time, no one knows that Fritz Harman kills at least one person in his room at Sellerstrasse 27, and that years later there will be a rumor that the meat products sold by Fritz may not have contained only animal remains. In 1918, a 17-year-old schoolboy disappears in Hanover. Friedel Rothe is even wanted by the police. They also search Fritz Harman's apartment. Friedel's friends had told them about a distinguished gentleman they had met in a cafe. This fine gentleman had introduced himself as a detective superintendent and had enticed them away. He had then assaulted them. Friedel, in particular, had become very close to this man. He told his friends that he regularly met with the alleged detective superintendent and had even been to his apartment. The man's address was found through his friends. It was Fritz Harman, who was, of course, no detective superintendent. The investigators pay Fritz a visit and search his apartment on Sellerstrasse. However, they do not search thoroughly enough. The fact that the severed head of Friedel Rothe, wrapped in newspaper, is lying behind the oven remains hidden from the police. Fritz had actually taken the boy home, murdered him, and dismembered the body. Instead, the police are confronted with a naked young man lying in Fritz's bed. He is a school friend of Friedel. Fritz Harman is arrested again for having sex with a minor. As a suspect in the case of the missing Friedel Rothe, he is forgotten. And after a while, so is the case itself. Today, it is speculated that the police may not have looked too closely at the case, and for good reason. Because Fritz Harman was a police informer from 1918 onwards. This means that he worked as an informer for the police, providing them with information from the criminal underworld. The police only ever considered Fritz a small-time criminal. But he had valuable information that helped them get to the really big fish. For example, he helped convict a gang that had produced counterfeit money. And at least once, he even helped track down a missing person. So, for the police, he was naturally a valuable contact. Fritz Harman also attracted the attention of neighbors. The middle-aged man is never seen with a woman. Instead, young guys are often coming and going at his place. He also repeatedly uses the services of homosexual male prostitutes. He can be found at familiar meeting places, for example behind Café Krupke, which still exists today. And in October 1919, he meets a person who will stay by his side until his death sentence. In October 1919, Fritz meets a young man named Hans Grans. Hans is considerably younger than Fritz. He's only 18 years old, while Fritz is 39 at the time. They meet in the homosexual scene. Allegedly, Hans has heard through acquaintances that Fritz would pay for sex. But the two also get closer beyond that and begin a kind of relationship. The two commit thefts together. Hans spends a lot of time with Fritz and basically lives with him. He takes care of Fritz's bills and writes letters for him. Fritz admires the young man's intelligence. Nevertheless, the two often quarrel. Among other things, because Hans is said to have often invited women over and spent money on prostitutes. The two men repeatedly broke up, only to get back together again. Fritz Harman later said of this time, "When Hans kissed me, when he held me so lovingly and caressed me, then I was gone. Then he could do whatever he wanted with me." To make money, Fritz Harman no longer only deals in cheap horse meat, but also in clothing. He and Hans steal clothes that are hung out to dry in backyards. Then they sell the clothes on. He sells his goods mainly in the Old Town and at the main train station in Hanover. Similar to today, Hanover was already a transportation hub back then. The large central train station right in the city center was also highly frequented in the 1920s. For Fritz and Hans, this means a lot of potential customers. Occasionally, he also begs. He then pretends to be a war invalid and swindles money out of compassionate people. Hans supports him in these shady dealings. Both Fritz and Hans are reported for theft several times. Fritz has to go to prison for a few weeks over and over again. Hans can usually talk his way out of things due to lack of evidence. Although Hans, and especially Fritz, were very extensively involved in theft and receiving in the years after 1919, as far as we know, there was no further murder. Fritz Haarmann did not strike again until 1923. Experts today assume that Fritz was satisfied with the memory of Friedel's murder for the 5 years. But in 1923, this memory had faded, and he had the urge to commit another murder to fulfill his fantasies. But it does not stop with just one more murder. More than 20 follow. In February 1923, Fritz Haarmann meets Fritz Franke at Hanover Central Station. The 16-year-old comes from Berlin. When Haarmann approached him, the two went home together. They spent the evening together, and Haarmann's friends were also there. Among them were Hans Granz and two women named Ellie and Dorchen. And it is precisely these two women who turn up a few days later at the police station at Waterloo Square. They have 2 pieces of meat with them, which they put in front of the inspector, and they tell a rather confused-sounding story. They had looked around Fritz Haarmann's apartment because a mutual acquaintance from Berlin had disappeared without a trace a few days earlier, after he was last seen at Haarmann's. During their search, Ellie and Dorchen had found a blood-smeared apron and a saucepan full of pieces of meat, and human hair was stuck to 2 of these pieces of meat. At least in connection with the sudden disappearance of Franke, this seems strange to them. That is precisely why Ellie and Dorchen have now taken the 2 pieces of meat to the police station. A forensic doctor is called in, but he only takes a quick look at the meat. He says it is certainly pork. He does not examine the 2 pieces further. Maybe that's a fatal mistake, because if the police had investigated more closely, they could have found out that Fritz Franke from Berlin has been missing without a trace since he was last seen with Haarmann. And that Franke did not, as Haarmann claimed, drive back to his home in Berlin. After Fritz, Hans Granz, Ellie, and Dorchen had spent the evening with Franke, Haarmann and Franke had sex. After that, Haarmann killed the youth. He opened up Franke's corpse, removed his organs, and cut off his arms and legs. Haarmann smashed Franke's head with a brick. Whether the pieces of meat in the pot were really Fritz Franke's can only be speculated on in retrospect. It is assumed that Fritz Franke was the second murder victim of Fritz Haarmann after Friedel Rothe, and the murder victim with whom a whole series begins. Throughout 1923, minors disappear in Hanover. None of them are found, although there are always clues and witness reports. One of these missing boys is Adolf Hanapel. On November 10th, 1923, he's sitting in the main hall of the Hanover train station. Adolf had to spend the night there because the 17-year-old's connecting train did not leave until the next morning, November 11th. Suddenly, he was approached by 2 men. They were policemen who had noticed the 17-year-old. They offered him a cigarette and had a brief conversation with Adolf. When they learned that he had to spend the night at the train station, they offered to help him. The teenager could spend the night at the police station. Adolf gratefully accepts the offer. He drops off his luggage at the baggage drop-off point at the station and follows the 2 men. What he does not suspect is that the 2 men are not police officers at all. Instead, they are running a perfidious scam, presumably not for the first time by far. The 2 have noticed Adolf Hanapel's high-quality clothing. According to statements made later by one of them, they wanted to have the clothes for themselves. The 2 men are Fritz Haarmann and Hans Granz, and they take Adolf not to the police station, but to Fritz's apartment. There, Adolf is murdered. After Adolf's murder, the 2 keep the dead man's clothes. They wear some of them themselves and sell the others to earn money. This business model will drag on for more than a year. After a stopover in the former Neuenstrasse, Fritz finally moves into 4 Rote Reihe in 1923. At first, he is alone. There is another crisis between him and Hans Granz. Hans moves in with another friend named Hugo Witkowski on Burgstrasse. So Fritz moves into the 7-square-meter room in the attic of the house without him. Even then, 4 Rote Reihe is over 250 years old and in rather poor condition. Today, the house no longer exists. In the attic, there was only enough space for a small board, a camp bed, a clothes horse, and 2 chairs. At that time, there was a restaurant on the ground floor of the house. At times, this inn even obtained meat from Fritz. It was not until April 1924 that they sought out another source for it. Several guests had complained that they had become ill after eating the meat and had criticized the strong taste of the meat. It is comments like these that will later fuel the rumors that Fritz Harman may have been peddling human flesh on his fellow citizens. After all, he murders more than 20 people in 1923 and 1924, whose bodies he has to dispose of. He has always denied this throughout his life. Nevertheless, the people of Hanover fear that they may have become cannibals. There is no real proof of this. Only the 2 loose ends that Harman on the one hand cut up a person and on the other hand sold meat. One of Fritz Harman's murders that stands out in particular was one of his last. On May 26, 1924, a boy named Friedrich Abeling, who was only 10 years old, disappeared in Hanover. Shortly before he disappeared, he asked his mother for a little money. Little Friedrich claimed that he needed the money for a school outing. This was a lie, as was later revealed when the school was asked. He left the house wearing a gray sweater with a green hem and was never seen again. On June 17, 1924, 3 weeks after Friedrich's disappearance, a few children were playing on the street in front of his apartment building. A man asked about Friedrich's sister Alice. She is 12 years old and looks very much like her little brother who has gone missing. The man speaks briefly with Alice and says, "I am a friend of your father's. I just wanted to see you." After that, he shakes Alice's hand and leaves. The children are able to give a precise description of the man later. And on the basis of this description, people are later certain that the man who approached Alice was Fritz Harman. Friedrich's gray sweater is later found belonging to the mother of Fritz Harman's friend Hans Granz. A neighbor of Fritz Harman later remembers that a little boy who looked like Friedrich had once come to the Red Row and asked for Fritz. She felt sorry for the child and told him to go home. The uncle doesn't want anything good. Based on the points just mentioned, it is clear that Fritz Harman killed Friedrich Abeling. It is interesting that Fritz took the risk of visiting Friedrich's sister. Perhaps the similarity was a way for him to remember his youngest murder victim. Or maybe Fritz Harman somehow sensed at this point that his series of murders would soon end. Even before he visits Alice Abeling, all of Hanover is in an uproar. In June 1924, ironically on a Friday the 13th, a human skull is recovered from the Lena River for the 4th time within 2 months. All skulls belonged to young men. All were decapitated with sharp objects. This may sound obvious, but until the 4th discovery, the police had assured the public that the skulls found were those of people who had drowned. But after the 4th discovery, the line was searched intensively because the public no longer believed the police. It was not only the police who were on the case. The finds have long since made headlines, and hundreds of citizens have gathered along the high banks of the Leine. The authorities are also cordoned off the riverbed. Between the Bruckmühle and the Klever Gate, police forces can search there more thoroughly for further body parts. Unfortunately, they have a sad success. More than 500 body parts from at least 22 missing persons are found in the Leine. About half of the body parts had been in the water for some time. Others were thrown into the Leine just a few months or even weeks ago. The police are now searching for a serial killer. Since all known victims are male, The police suspect that it is a homosexual offender. Since homosexuality was banned at the time, around 80 men are registered with the police in Hanover for fornication with men. Among them was Fritz Harman, who at the time had 15 previous convictions for similar crimes. Although he had attracted attention in some of the missing persons cases, he was never convicted. That was soon to change. Although Fritz Harman was under police surveillance, initially without result. Ultimately, Harman attracted attention on his own and was responsible for his arrest. On June 22, 1924, Harman got into an argument with a 15-year-old boy named Kurt Fromm. Fritz had brought him to his home. Now he turned up with the boy at a police station in Hanover in the middle of the night. Kurt Fromm tells the police that Fritz sexually assaulted him, threatened him with a knife, and held him captive for 4 days in his house on Rote Raya. The police take both men into custody and search an apartment that Fritz occupied on Rote Raya at the time. This time, the search is much more thorough than it was in the Zellerstrasse. Traces of blood are found on a mattress and the walls, as well as on the floorboards. The police are looking for witnesses who can provide information about Fritz Harman. While he is in custody, his picture is occasionally shown before public screenings in cinemas. It is hoped that viewers might recognize Harman and be able to provide information to the police. As a clothes dealer, Fritz was very active and made many loose contacts. His business was good. It is therefore not surprising that numerous items of clothing for young men were found during the search of Fritz's apartment. However, the police now suspect where he gets his goods from in the first place. No longer from harmless laundry thefts from backyards, but possibly from murders. The police are calling on relatives of missing young men to come and see the clothes. The mother of one missing man recognizes a jacket. It belonged to her son. Another mother runs into Fritz's friend Hans Granz at the police station while he is waiting to be interrogated. The mother recognizes the suit that Hans is wearing. It belongs to her missing son. Fritz is talkative during the interrogations, but he says nothing about the alleged murders. However, he does admit to his homosexuality, which is well documented by the police. In doing so, however, he distorts some truths. For example, Fritz says that all boys are in love with him. He says that it is not he who chases after them, but that all the boys chase after him. He also claims to be propositioned by women on a regular basis, but he rejects all of them. When Harman is remanded in custody, the police use cruel methods to extract a confession from him. They place the 4 skulls recovered from the river in his cell, one in each corner. The eye sockets are covered with red paper. Candles are placed in the hollow skulls and lit. In the darkness of the cell, it looks as if the skulls are staring at Fritz with glowing red eyes. The police tell Harman that the souls of the dead will come for him if he does not finally come clean. During the interrogations, the police do not shy away from physical violence either. According to notes taken by an investigator and discovered in the 1990s, he was beaten with a rubber hose, among other things. He was repeatedly kicked in the genitals and deprived of sleep. Incidentally, it is very fortunate from the police's point of view that these interrogation methods did not become known at the time, but only decades later. Even in the 1920s, a confession extracted under torture might have been ruled invalid. In the worst case, this could have meant at least a temporary release for Harman, giving him another window of opportunity to commit further crimes. On July 1st, 1924, Fritz Harman finally breaks. He confessed to having murdered several young men for sexual motives in 1918 and between 1923 and 1924. He could no longer remember the exact number, but admitted that there had been more than 20. He described how he had killed most of them by biting their throats during sex. Or, as Harmon himself put it, "When I went wild, I bit and clung on." That is why Fritz Harmon was later given the dubious nickname of the Werewolf of Hanover by a court observer, the philosopher Theodor Lessing. He was referring to old legends he remembered from his childhood, according to which werewolves were damned to bite the throats of defenseless children. When biting wasn't enough, Fritz Harmon strangled the boys. Fritz also admits to having mostly dismembered the corpses and then thrown them into the Leine. He also washed down a few parts of corpses down the toilet. He had to go to the Leineneufer about 5 or 6 times for each body to make the dead completely disappear. He also deposited a few body parts in the nearby city forest by occasionally throwing individual parts in front of him into the bushes. Fritz tries to present himself better, as a kind of benevolent perpetrator. He claims that he deliberately went to the police station with Kurt Fromm in the hope that the investigators would put him in pre-trial custody. He says he feared he would otherwise have killed Kurt as well, and did not want to commit another murder. 147 missing persons cases were checked for a possible connection to Fritz Harmon. In 38 cases, the missing persons were found. In another 114 cases, Harmon could be ruled out as the perpetrator. This leaves 30 cases. Harmon was ultimately charged with murder in 27 of them. The police consider the following boys and young men to be victims of Fritz Harmon. You can see their names on the screen now. They were all between 10 and 22 years old. The media interest in the court proceedings against Fritz Harmon is huge. The gruesome case quickly becomes known internationally. 21 representatives from local and international newspapers are present at the trial. 80 members of the public are also admitted each day. Incidentally, Fritz Harmon is not standing trial alone. His friend and housemate Hans Granz has been charged with 2 counts of inciting murder and a second charge of receiving stolen goods. The court concludes that Hans helped to lure the victims to Fritz's apartment and was therefore aware of the murders. The police based the charges against Hans on statements made by Fritz Harmon. The court considers these to be true because there was no reason for Fritz Harmon to lie. Furthermore, many of Hans Granz's allegations were refuted by other witness statements. Fritz Harmon is said to have stated that he had told Granz about a murder he committed before he met Hans, namely the murder of Friedel Rothe. This is also considered to be evidence that Granz was at least an accessory. While Fritz always appeared at the meetings dressed in prison clothing, Hans always appeared in a white suit, apparently very concerned about his public image. During his testimony, he consistently refers to Fritz only as Mr. Harmon, or the defendant Harmon, thus distancing himself from him. When the trial begins, Harmon says to the jury, "Make it short. At Christmas, I want to be in heaven with Mother." By this, he means that he hopes to receive the death penalty and that it would be carried out by the end of December so that he could be in heaven with his mother, who died in 1901. Fritz Harmon says during the trial, "I want to be executed at the Klagesmarkt. On my grave is the saying, 'Here lies the mass murderer Harmon.' On my birthday, Hans comes and lays a wreath." Fritz Harmon also expresses the wish that his execution be filmed. Of course, this does not happen, nor does the admission of spectators to the execution. Despite his long medical record, Fritz Harmon is found fully culpable and thus receives the harshest possible sentence against him. On October 19, 1924, he is sentenced to death. His friend and roommate Hans Granz is also found guilty. He is also sentenced to death. However, Fritz Harmon intercedes for Hans after the guilty verdict. He writes a letter to the father of Hans Granz, which is leaked to the Hannoversche Allgemeine Zeitung. It is 4 pages long and contains a new version of events. In it, Fritz explains that Hans never witnessed a murder and had no idea that his older roommate was killing people in batches. In doing so, Fritz revised his own statements. Initially, he incriminated Hans during the police interrogation and attributed partial guilt to him. He even initially admitted the following: "Granz didn't just send the boys my way so that I could kill them. Granz didn't just exploit my rage and work me for days, boys whose trousers he wanted. Granz committed murder himself, worse than me. Granz and his friend Witkowski lured 17-year-old Adolf Hennies, with whom they had a quarrel over women, into my room and murdered him there. Then they took his clothes and, laughing mockingly, pointed out the body to me when I came home. "That's one of yours." I cried and begged them to take the body away. They foisted the dead body on me, ran off, and I had to cut up the body and get rid of it. So at the time, Fritz not only incriminated Hans Granz heavily, but also Hugo Witkowski, who they both knew. When Hugo found out about this, he immediately volunteered to go to court to prove his innocence. Hans Granz maintains throughout the entire time that he had no knowledge of the murders. It is possible that he would not have been sentenced so harshly if Fritz Harman had not incriminated him so heavily during the interrogations. After the verdict against him and Hans, Fritz writes in his letter that he only did it because he wanted to take revenge on Hans. He also claims that the police had pressed him to testify against his roommate during the interrogations. He writes, "So help me God, I tell the truth here, and yet I would not like to burden my conscience before God anymore. I, who was sentenced to death." Granz had no idea that I had committed murder. He had never seen anything. Now that my things had been discovered with regard to the murder, I was forced by the local police to say untruths through mistreatment. Out of fear that I would not want to be mistreated anymore, I said yes to everything afterwards. And then I incriminated Granz by telling an untruth. Granz knew nothing of any murder, never saw anything, had no idea. Granz was not even guilty of receiving stolen goods from me. Granz never brought me anyone who had fallen victim to me, and if Granz had known that I was committing murders, Granz would certainly have prevented it. The letter caused a stir, and indeed the death penalty against Hans Granz was suspended for the time being. Four months later, on April 15, 1925, Fritz Harman was executed by guillotine at 6 a.m. in the courtyard of the Hanover District Court. He had previously been given a ham sandwich, cheese, and a cigar as a last meal. During the last months of his life, he enjoyed the cruel attention paid to him. The case of the Werewolf of Hanover was reported all over the world at the time. Harman enjoyed the knowledge that almost everyone knew his name. New proceedings against Hans Granz will be opened in 1926. Even during the first trial against him and Fritz 2 years earlier, he always insisted on his innocence. Even in the case of Adolf Hanapel, several witnesses saw how he and Fritz approached Adolf together at the train station. Harman also described this case in exactly the same way. But Hans claims not to have suspected that Fritz had murdered Adolf. When he visited Fritz a few days later and saw Adolf's clothes in Fritz's apartment, he simply assumed that Adolf had sold Fritz the clothes. That's exactly what Fritz told him. Hans maintains that he knew nothing about any of the other murders either, even though he lived with Fritz Harman for most of that time. Thanks to the letter from Fritz Harman, he gets a second chance in the second trial in 1926 to convince the court of his version of events. Nevertheless, he is again found guilty. This time, however, only of complicity, no longer of aiding and abetting. Hans Granz was sentenced to 12 years in prison and served his sentence in Zell, Lower Saxony. In theory, he would have been released in 1936. But before his sentence was up, he was transferred to the Sachsenhausen concentration camp as a criminal. There he lived as prisoner number 123 until the liberation of the camp in April 1945. Hans Granz originally came from a middle-class family. His father worked as a bookseller. Hans went to secondary school and then to a citizen's school. He began an apprenticeship at the Söhlmann metal goods factory. However, the apprenticeship lasted only 9 months. He was dismissed for allegedly stealing money from the company treasury. After that, he kept his head above water with odd jobs in various factories in Hanover and Berlin. In 1919, He lied to his father that he was trying to get a job with the army. When the lie was discovered, contact between Hans Granz and his family was broken off. It was during this period that he met Fritz Haarmann. After his release in 1946, Hans Granz adopted a new identity and lived a free life. He is said to have initially lived in a city in southern Germany and worked as a foreman. Towards the end of his life, he is said to have returned to Hanover, where a journalist claims to have interviewed him in 1973. Granz was said to have been living with a wife in his hometown and was said to have been deeply marked by his imprisonment and his life. He says that Haarmann ruined his whole life. Even into the 1960s, Hans is said to have tried to file compensation claims for his conviction and extended imprisonment in the concentration camp. However, these applications were all rejected. It is said that he ran a kiosk in Hanover from 1974. The rumor is that this kiosk was located opposite a butcher's called Haarmann. 1 year later, in 1975, Hans Granz died at the age of 74. Incidentally, after his execution, Fritz Haarmann's head was kept for research purposes. It was taken to the pathology department in Göttingen and then stored in the Institute of Anthropology. It was not until 2014 that the head was cremated and buried anonymously in a cemetery in Göttingen. A replica of Haarmann's cell can still be seen in the police museum in Nürnberg to this day, along with the original cleaver that he allegedly used to chop up his victims. Over the last 100 years, the Fritz Haarmann case has been covered in the media several times. There is a movie called Der Todmacher, The Butcher, based on this story. It was even nominated for an Oscar as Best Foreign Language Film. The dialogues in the movie were taken from the real interrogation protocols with Fritz Haarmann. If you want to get even deeper into the psyche of Fritz Haarmann, the movie is definitely worth watching. The remains of the murder victims of Fritz Haarmann were buried in a grave of honor at the city cemetery in Hanover in February 1925. A large gray granite stone in the form of a winged altar bears the inscription, "In memory of our dear sons who died between September 1918 and July 1924. January 15th, 1981 is an exciting day for Lars Bense. The 7-year-old from Halle Neustadt is going to the movies. He wants to see the film Thumbelina with his friends. It has snowed in Halle, and Lars has arranged to meet his friends after school. It promises to be a fun, carefree afternoon. But Lars never makes it to the cinema. Instead, he disappears and doesn't reappear until 2 weeks later. Death in a suitcase full of crossword puzzles. For his afternoon at the movies, Lars is drawn to a community center called Treff. A children's movie theater is held there regularly. Lars's older sister takes him there that afternoon. The center is only a few hundred meters from the Benzes' apartment. When Treff comes into view, Lars's sister says goodbye and runs back home. It is the last time the 7-year-old boy is seen. It quickly becomes clear that Lars did not go to the cinema that day. Although his sister dropped him off in the immediate vicinity of the Treff, the boy did not go to the movie. His friends waited for him in vain. After the movie, the other boys go to Lars's house and ask his parents where he is. Lars's mother immediately realizes that something is wrong and alerts the police. The search for the boy continues late into the night on January 15th. The police investigate all leads. They think he might have been kidnapped or fallen into the nearby Saale River while playing. They also don't rule out that Lars might have been murdered. They search for Lars under the city. beneath Halle Neustadt are so-called collectors, the city's supply system. The sewer system is extensive, making the search very difficult and time-consuming. And unfortunately, it is in vain. Uwe Teuerkorn is 19 years old and works as a track inspector for the railroad. This basically means that the young man walks along the railroad tracks and checks that everything is in order. On January 29, 1981, Uwe is on the railroad tracks between Halle and Leipzig. Suddenly, he notices something: an old suitcase. It appears to have been thrown from the moving train by someone. Uwe is curious and decides to open the suitcase. He hopes he has hit the jackpot, that there might be money or something else in the suitcase. So Uwe opens the suitcase and finds something terrible. Shocked, Uwe reaches into the suitcase. He hesitantly touches the boy's thigh. Uwe Teuerkorn has found a dead body. The body from the suitcase is taken to the forensic medicine department in Leipzig. The boy is identified as Lars Bense, who had been reported missing from Halle Neustadt. The suitcase contains not only Lars's body, but also a pile of crumpled newspapers and magazines that were used to pad the suitcase. Lars suffered multiple injuries. He had stab wounds to the chest and blunt force trauma to the head from an object that was unknown at the time. All of the newspapers found in the suitcase contain completed crossword puzzles. This means that the handwriting of Lars's alleged murderer has been found. Fingerprints can also be secured from the paper. The investigator in charge is confident and promises Lars's parents that the police will catch the killer, no matter how long it takes. The crossword puzzles become the key to the case. Because if the police find out who filled them in, they will be a big step closer to solving the case. The handwriting is very distinctive, so there is great hope that someone will recognize it. For example, there are breaks in the capital letters. This means that the writer put down the pen and then picked it up again to finish the letters. Initial expert analysis suggests that the handwriting belongs to a middle-aged woman. This also means that the person who wrote the crossword puzzles and the perpetrator are different people. Based on the autopsy results, it is assumed that Lars was killed for sexual reasons. Although women are sometimes the perpetrators in such cases, it is much less common. The police therefore assume that the author of the crossword puzzle is not a suspect, but rather a link between Lars and the perpetrator. But simply waiting and hoping is not enough. Instead, the police take action and approach the citizens of Halle Neustadt. The police gradually ring doorbells and collect handwriting samples. The investigators draft a text for the citizens to copy. However, the first text is much too long. Some people need half an hour to copy it down. And Halle Neustadt has more than 100,000 inhabitants. All of them are supposed to perform this so-called writing task. Of course, the people are not told exactly why they have to provide a writing sample. This makes many people suspicious, so that party officials in particular initially refuse to participate. The Young Pioneers, a youth organization of the German Democratic Republic at the time, are instructed to collect waste paper from garbage cans in Halle Neustadt. This is systematically sorted and searched by the police in the hope of finding a match with the handwriting of the crossword puzzles from the suitcase. A total of 60 tons of newspaper and completed crossword puzzles are pulled from the trash of Halle Neustadt residents. In addition, more than 290,000 written applications submitted to the authorities are evaluated. At that time, of course, everything is done by hand, without computers. The measures are time-consuming and tedious, and unsuccessful. The months pass, and by the fall of 1981, only the handwriting samples of 1/5 of all residents have been evaluated. The police therefore scale back their measures a little. Instead of a whole text, the handwriting samples now consist of a crossword puzzle to be filled in. Meanwhile, the suitcase in which Lars's body was found is put on display. In a shop in Halle Neustadt, in a shop window not far from Lars's apartment. At the time, the police did not disclose that the suitcase was connected to Lars's murder. They only said that the suitcase was a key piece of evidence in a serious crime.
Dem Text und mit dem Verbrechen eigentlich nichts mehr zu tun, das war anonym. Praktisch hieß es so, zur Aufklärung einer schweren Straftat wird dieser Koffer ausgestellt. Man hat also nicht konkret auf diesen Fall Lars Bense hingewiesen.
It is hoped that witnesses will come forward and provide information about the owner of the suitcase. Or that perhaps the perpetrator himself will stop in front of the shop window and look at the suitcase. The shop window is permanently monitored by a camera that records everything. However, no suspicious movements are recorded. The police believe that the perpetrator somehow managed to gain Lars's trust. For example, he may have been a teacher or a police officer who was able to persuade the boy to go with him as a figure of authority. Or a person who at least knows Lars or his parents by sight. The registers of known pedophiles and homosexual men are checked, and the men on file are questioned. But no one appears suspicious. On November 10th, Block 398 is asked to provide handwriting samples. One tenant, Ms. G, is not there. She's working seasonally on the Baltic Sea. The People's Police track her down in Wustrow in Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania and have her provide a handwriting sample. A week later, the sample is evaluated. And there is a match. Ms. G is the woman who filled out the crossword puzzles found in the suitcase containing Lars's body. The handwriting expert's initial assessment was therefore correct. The crossword puzzles in the suitcase were indeed filled out by a middle-aged woman. On November 17th, 1981, the police finally find the needle in the haystack. After 551,198 handwriting samples have been evaluated. When Mrs. G is questioned by the police about the match, she is shocked and confused. So is her 20-year-old daughter, Kirsten. Neither of them can explain how Mrs. G's crossword puzzles ended up in a suitcase with Lars Bense's body. However, the police get a new lead from the two women. It leads to the 20-year-old daughter's partner. His name is Matthias S., and he is originally from Halle Neustadt, but now lives in Friedrichroda in Thuringia. The 19-year-old is arrested there on November 17th, 1981. He is strongly suspected of having killed Lars Bense. During the interrogation, Matthias remains calm and composed. Only after several hours, late into the night, does Matthias S. confess. He says that he picked up Lars Bense in front of the cinema and promised him toy cars. Then Matthias went with Lars to his mother-in-law's apartment. This was the apartment of Mrs. G, whose handwriting sample ultimately led to Matthias via her daughter Kirsten. Matthias knew that the two women would still be at work on the afternoon of January 15th. This meant that Matthias S. had the apartment to himself and could bring the 7-year-old there unnoticed. There he abused him and struck him several times with a hammer. To make sure Lars wouldn't survive, he stabbed him several times in the chest with a knife. He then stuffed Lars's body into a suitcase and filled it with newspapers he found lying around. Finally, Matthias S. made his way to the train station in Halle Neustadt and boarded the train to Leipzig. There, he threw the suitcase out of the moving train. Matthias S. managed to evade the police for 10 months. It was not until the summer of 1982 that the young man stood trial. He was charged with murder and sexual abuse. He faced life imprisonment. In court, it was revealed that Matthias S. had had murderous fantasies for a long time, ever since he had once seen pigs being slaughtered on his grandfather's farm. His girlfriend Kirsten, the daughter of Mrs. G, also spoke of his disturbed sexual behavior. Matthias had repeatedly asked her to tell him stories about little boys before they had sex. Sometimes he also said that he wanted to kill a little boy. As demanded, Matthias S. is sentenced to life imprisonment. He serves several years of his sentence. However, with the reunification of East and West Germany, the legal situation changes and old judgments are reviewed. When he murdered Lars Bense, Matthias S. was 19 years old. Accordingly, he would have been sentenced under juvenile criminal law in the Federal Republic of Germany. In 1991, the case was therefore reopened and the sentence was retroactively reduced to 10 years. However, Matthias S. must undergo psychiatric treatment. Matthias S. was released in 1999. He moved to Magdeburg, where he lived with his girlfriend and her son from a previous relationship. At the age of 50, he became seriously ill. He died on January 15, 2013, exactly 32 years to the day after he murdered Lars Bense. Exactly 13 years after the crime, on January 15, 1994, Lars Bense's father died as a result of alcohol addiction. However, the story does not end there. Shortly after Matthias S.'s death, a book entitled The Crossword Murder. The true story was published. It is a crime novel that deals with the murder of Lars Bense in a fictitious, expanded setting. At least, that is what the author says. Interestingly, the author of the book is none other than Kerstin Appel. She is the daughter of Mrs. G and the ex-girlfriend of convicted murderer Matthias S. In her novel, Kerstin presents the course of events differently than Matthias described it. In the book, she writes that Matthias S. was caught by his girlfriend Kerstin during the crime and confessed to having seriously injured a young boy. In the book, Matthias then goes into the bathroom and announces his intention to kill the boy there with a knife. He then forces Kerstin to help him dispose of the body. Furthermore, in the book she wrote herself, Kerstin is present when Matthias S. throws the suitcase containing the body out of the window of the moving train. In 2013, the public prosecutor's office initiates an investigation against Kerstin to examine possible complicity. According to Kerstin's description of the events in her novel, she would have been at least an accomplice in the murder of Lars Bense. The case is dropped the following year due to lack of evidence. At this point, it is important to emphasize once again that Kerstin Appel has never been proven guilty of any criminal offense. Apart from the book she wrote herself, there is nothing to suggest that Kerstin was an accomplice. And the book is clearly declared to be a novel, i.e., at least a partially fictional work. Within the legal framework, it must therefore be assumed that Kerstin simply invented new details when writing in order to further dramatize the already horrific story. We can probably all agree that it is questionable to write about the case in such detail as the former girlfriend of a child murderer, and possibly even add sensational details. Almost 30 years ago, two people disappeared in Bonn. Doris and Winfried Hagen were supposed to be going on vacation to the Netherlands. However, they never went on that vacation. Meanwhile, the missing couple have been declared dead, although their bodies have never been found. But are Doris and Winfried Hagen really dead? And if so, has someone here committed the perfect crime? It is 1994. Doris is 47 years old, and Winfried is 49. The couple is wealthy, very wealthy. They have millions in the bank. In the 1970s, they built up a considerable fortune with patents for rubber processing. They live in a villa in the Heidelbergen district of Bonn. Right next door is a tennis club with its own training court, which the couple regularly visit. Doris and Winfried have a grown-up 28-year-old son named Klaus who studied business administration. He also lives in the villa in Bonn-Heidebergen. Klaus is Doris's biological son from one of her previous relationships. Winfried has adopted Klaus, however. In the rest of the video, I will therefore refer to the two of them as father and son. The couple also has a dog, a Cocker Spaniel named Toby. On July 13, 1994, the Hagens are due to go on vacation. They plan to take the family yacht to the Netherlands for a relaxing boating holiday. From Bonn, Doris, Winfried, and family dog Toby are to go to Workum in the Netherlands. In the morning, Doris will do some shopping and Winfried has a business appointment. Shortly before they leave, Doris and Winfried receive a visitor. A friend of Klaus, Alexander C., comes by, and the couple have coffee together with their son and his friend. Then Klaus and Alexander drive into town to run a few errands. When the two return after a short time, Doris and Winfried have disappeared, according to their son Klaus, as well as their Cocker Spaniel Toby and their luggage, consisting of a travel bag, a makeup bag, several credit cards, and the couple's passports. It looks as if they have set off on their trip to the Netherlands. But today, 30 years later, there are doubts as to whether the Hagen couple ever left their house in Bonn at all. Klaus reported his parents missing on August 16, 1994, about a month after Doris and Winfried left. He said he waited so long because his parents were going on vacation, and since the dog and the luggage had disappeared, he assumed that the Hagens had simply gone on vacation to the Netherlands, as planned. Klaus himself went on vacation on July 14th, the day after his parents' supposed departure. He was in France until August 8th, and only then returned to Bonn. This is also one reason why he reported his parents missing so late, because during the time he was in France, there was no contact between them. For the sake of transparency, it should also be noted that the case took place in 1994, well before the time when people might have been in daily or at least weekly contact via cell phone. However, there is no explanation for the couple's long-term voluntary disappearance. They both have a solid social circle, no enemies, and are enterprising. Neither Doris nor Winfried left a letter to friends or relatives, or hinted that their trip would take an inordinately long time. Doris and Winfried were never seen in the Netherlands, nor on the way there. A holiday home in Allgäu, where the Hagens regularly spend their vacations, is also empty. A neighbor last saw the couple there around Easter time. Because nobody knows where the Hagens are, around 500 leaflets are distributed, but no useful information is received. When the police search the Hagens' house after their son Klaus reports them missing, the investigators become suspicious, however. That's because Doris and Winfried's car is on the property. And in the villa, the police find the luggage for the vacation in the Netherlands. The luggage that Klaus said was no longer there, and the reason for this was that he assumed that his parents had gone on the trip. Among them are 2 bags that Doris is said to have bought especially for the upcoming trip. And Doris and Winfried's house is almost clinically clean. In addition, a bath mat is missing from the house, as a cleaning lady confirms to the police. The hypothesis quickly arises that the supposed vacation could have been just a red herring deliberately laid by Klaus. Why else would he have lied? Another theory arises from the business connections that Winfried Hagen had. He is said to have done some real estate and car business in Poland. The media is talking about the possible involvement of an Eastern European clan. On September 2, 1994, a woman with an Eastern European accent calls Klaus Hagen. The answering machine picks up and the unknown woman leaves a message. She speaks vaguely of an agreement that was allegedly not kept. It is about a Russian company that waited in vain for an appointment in Warsaw. A few days later, one of Klaus's cars is set on fire and destroyed in a Leverkusen garage. It is never clear whether these 2 events are connected, nor who is responsible. A possible kidnapping gone wrong is also considered. Given the wealth of the Hagen family, greed seems an obvious motive. At the same time, robbery with murder can actually be ruled out. No valuables are missing from Doris and Winfried's house. On the evening of July 13, 1994, a jogger claims to have seen two vehicles outside the Hagens villa: a red Golf and a Jeep. It is still unclear who owns these vehicles and whether they are connected to the couple's disappearance. Winfried and Doris Hagen's family offers a reward of 1 million German marks. It is the highest reward in German criminal history. But Klaus Hagen is taking legal action against this. He is against this exceptionally high reward. Of course, this leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. And on top of that, Klaus is said not to have been particularly cooperative with the police. That's why the rest of the family breaks off contact with him, because they have the same suspicions as the police. Namely, that he may have had something to do with the disappearance of his parents. As a result, Klaus Hagen is allowed to continue living in his parents' house, but from now on, he has to pay rent. In addition, he's deprived of all account powers. Unfortunately, there are no further clues or evidence that would incriminate anyone. Therefore, the case file on the disappearance of the Hagen couple in 1999 is closed. There is insufficient suspicion against Klaus Hagen and his friend Alexander C. Neither of them can be proven to have committed a crime against Doris and Winfried Hagen. So for the time being, the case remains unsolved. In Germany, missing persons can be declared dead after a certain period of time. Klaus takes advantage of this in 2004 and officially declares Doris and Winfried Hagen dead. This gives him the right to dispose of the couple's various bank accounts. In the 10 years prior to this, these had been managed by a lawyer. And so Klaus Hagen becomes the sole heir to his parents' fortune. In 2014, the case of Doris and Winfried Hagen is presented in a German crime TV show. Thus, after 20 years, the cold case once again receives a great deal of media attention. In the same year, a property belonging to the family in the town of Meckenheim was searched. According to the media, the police suspected that Doris and Winfried's bodies were nearby, in an industrial park. The property was searched without result. The steps leading to this assumption were not made public. However, even after the television broadcast, some information regarding this industrial area was received. But even with ultrasound technology and sniffer dogs, no trace of Doris and Winfried's bodies could be found in Meckenheim. Another of Klaus Hagen's apartments is searched, as is the apartment of his friend Alexander. However, no further results are found. After that, the case goes quiet again. In 2018, the case resurfaced in the regional media when a regional newspaper published an article about a dubious informant. A 68-year-old man contacted the newspaper and introduced himself as a private investigator. He stated that he had come into contact with people in Russia who, in turn, had a direct connection to the investigation into the Hagen case. These people had offered him a carpet that came from the Hagen's house for sale, possibly a piece of evidence in the case of Doris and Winfried Hagen. The police told another newspaper that the alleged informant had been known to the police for decades, among other things for violent and fraudulent crimes. He had been in custody for more than 20 years. The 68-year-old had told the newspaper that he had obtained the carpet from Russia and now wanted to present it to the police. It is unclear whether this ever happened. And regardless of that, one can unfortunately assume that this tip was absolutely not helpful, because there are no subsequent reports about the alleged informant or the carpet. Incidentally, in 2019, there are court proceedings concerning further inheritance disputes in the Hagen family. Klaus is demanding a total of 107,000 euros from his uncle, his mother Doris's brother. This uncle had inherited a property decades ago and at the time had signed a notarized agreement to pay her 10,000 marks a month from 1992, 2 years before Doris's disappearance, and for a period of 10 years, as compensation for his real estate inheritance. This arrangement would have passed to her heirs in the event of Doris's death. and the sole heir is Klaus Hagen. However, he claims that he never received the money from his uncle. Doris Hagen's brother insists that he changed the standing order after the disappearance of the Hagen couple and transferred the amount to Klaus every month until 2002. In 2019, the higher regional court ruled that the payment was time-barred anyway. Whether or not Klaus Hagen's uncle transferred the money to him is irrelevant in this respect. Both Klaus and his friend Alexander C., who is said to have been present during the last visit to Doris and Winfried, are now considered suspects. Klaus Hagen now lives in Malta. Neither he nor Alexander C. was ever charged with the crime against Doris and Winfried Hagen. Unfortunately, the case remains unsolved to this day. The identity of the woman Klaus Hagen called in September 1994 also remains unknown. Investigators assume that Doris and Winfried Hagen were murdered and that they probably never left for their alleged sailing vacation. Unfortunately, I have to release you from the video today without a solution. I really hope for the sake of all those left behind by Doris and Winfried that the case can be solved after all. And maybe this video can help a little to ensure that the disappearance of the two is not forgotten. In the north of Mönchengladbach in western Germany, it is quiet, almost idyllic. The city center is not far. There are small restaurants, playgrounds, and many green spaces. But in the spring of 2017, there is also something that no one notices. Not for several months. A dead boy sits in a tree, a tall yew. He's only 17 years old when he dies. And for weeks and months, his body lies in a treetop without residents or walkers noticing him. How could Mark's life end like this? Mark grew up in Mönchengladbach with his parents and 3 siblings. The family lived in an apartment building. From the outside, Mark seems like a perfectly normal boy. He likes cartoons like SpongeBob and is a fan of Spider-Man, is interested in American cars and loves climbing. Behind closed doors, however, things look different. Unfortunately, there are some problems within the family. Mark's mother is paralyzed down one side after a stroke and needs a lot of help in her daily life. She gets this from her son, Mark. At the time, he's only 14 years old and is confronted with problems that would push many adults to their limits. Mark's father is an alcoholic and prone to violent outbursts. This makes the responsibility on the teenager's shoulders all the more difficult. The Youth Welfare Office is aware of the difficult circumstances in the family. One of Mark's older siblings was taken out of the family as early as the mid-1990s. He remained in state care until he came of age and had no further contact with his parents or siblings. In January 2014, Mark's parents still have problems with their children living at home. Mark's little sister in particular is rebelling. She's only 12 years old, but sometimes spends her free time with much older men, including adults. This is a major concern for the family. That is why the parents contacted a counseling center to seek help. There it was noticed that Mark's father is actually subject to a restraining order with regard to the family. The mother had obtained it herself by reporting her husband to the police. However, she withdrew the report the very next day. When asked, both spouses stated that everything was fine. Background: Mark's mother went to the police on January 12, 2014. On that day, she told the police for the first time that her husband repeatedly beat her. She also said that her husband had already murdered another person. After these statements, an order for Mark's father to stay away from the family actually took effect on January 13, 2014. This order also prohibits him from entering the shared apartment, for example. However, the mother rescinds this order just one day later. And just 1 week later, the 2 spouses went to the counseling center again to get help with the children. At this appointment, Mark's mother is said to have said that she simply cannot do without her husband. According to reports, The father is said to have repeatedly become violent towards his wife nonetheless. When drunk, he repeatedly beat her. The father's behavior was also otherwise problematic. Several times he was seen walking the streets at night with an iron bar, damaging cars. The neighbors of the S family are said to have even started a petition to force the family to move out. Mark's father is said to have repeatedly made racist comments and shouted right-wing slogans through the streets. He's said to have once threatened to hit a neighbor in the face because her baby cried too loudly and he felt disturbed by it. The police are also called time and again. However, neighbors report that there have never been any consequences. The officers would talk to Mark's father, and then there would be a brief period of calm. But sooner or later, the noise and the harassment would start up again. After one of these police visits in January 2014, he shouted that the next time it wouldn't just be the police at the door, but a hearse. And unfortunately, Mark's father was proved right. A few days after the visit to the advice center, the family's problems escalate further. On the evening of January 23, 2014, the parents have an argument. According to media reports, it was again about Mark's little sister. It is said that she had a boyfriend who was 16 years old and had an immigrant background. The latter fact in particular did not suit Mark's father. He then blamed the mother, accusing her of not being able to assert herself against her 12-year-old daughter. After the argument, the father goes to the nearby off-license to buy a few beers, which he drinks with friends at the War Memorial Cemetery in Rheindahlen. After that, he sets off back home. However, he spends the night in the cellar that evening. There's an old couch there on which he occasionally sleeps when arguments have escalated, and he does not want to stay in the shared apartment. In the evening, he drinks another bottle of Geneva and a bottle of wine there. Mark's mother has a doctor's appointment the next morning. Mark, who was 14 at the time, wants to accompany her to the practice. Outside the front door, the two are intercepted by the father, who stops mother and son from going to the doctor. Mark's mother immediately asks her son to close the door again, but the 14-year-old first tries to mediate. He tries to de-escalate the situation and says that his father wouldn't do anything and can quietly come back in. But in the apartment, the argument turns physical. Mark's mother tells his father that she no longer loves him. She then flees to the bedroom, whereupon her husband follows her and grabs a knife in the kitchen. And then the unthinkable happens. He begins stabbing his wife, a total of 33 times. Mark, who is only 14 years old, pushes himself between them to protect his mother. He manages to knock the knife out of his father's hand. But Mark's father goes back into the kitchen and gets a second knife. He now attacks not only his wife, but also his son, who is standing protectively in front of his mother. Mark is stabbed twice, so severely that his lung is punctured and he loses a lot of blood. Nevertheless, Mark manages to escape from the apartment and ask for help. He screams, "Help! My father is going to kill my mother." And unfortunately, the 14-year-old boy was right. Unfortunately, Mark's mother received help too late. She died at the age of 50, brutally stabbed to death by her own husband. Mark himself only just survived his father's attack thanks to emergency surgery. The 14-year-old spent a lot of time in a clinic. After that, he and his two younger siblings were placed in a home. Mark's father was arrested by the police at the scene and was also seriously injured. He was shot by the police during the arrest. After being treated, he was remanded in custody on a charge of manslaughter. On August 4, 2014, a trial started for the murder of his wife and attempted murder of his son Mark, as well as for assault and abusive charges. During the investigation, the police became aware of a case from the 80s that had disappeared from the radar of the authorities. Mark's father had already been convicted of a crime once, when he was 20 years old. At the time, he attacked his 17-year-old ex-girlfriend with a knife when she broke up with him. The girl was stabbed 10 times and only barely survived. However, the entry had since become time-barred. The files were destroyed. As a result, Mark's father is not considered to have a criminal record when the charges are filed in 2014. The public prosecutor's office demands a life sentence. However, the criminal court assesses the father as an emotionally disturbed hothead. In addition, he had about 2.3 per meal alcohol in his blood at the time of the crime. Since the act was committed in the heat of the moment and the perpetrator was intoxicated, the murder charge fails. Instead, Mark's father is convicted of manslaughter. Accordingly, he's not sentenced to life imprisonment, but to 12 years. Mark, who was 14 at the time, is entitled to 35,000 euros in compensation for pain and suffering as a result of the attack. However, Mark's father never served his full prison sentence. He died in prison in 2015, 1 year after the verdict. Some sources say he committed suicide, while others claim he died a natural death. We don't know which is true. What we do know, however, is that Mark and his siblings were left as orphans. And life continues to throw them, and Mark in particular, more and more obstacles. Mark is severely traumatized by the attack as a result of his father. He is diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Such a disorder manifests itself as a kind of delayed psychological reaction to an extremely stressful event. Typical symptoms of PTSD include flashbacks, anxiety attacks, sleep disorders, and nightmares. In addition, there are so-called avoidance symptoms such as a lack of energy and indifference. It is hard to imagine what must have been going through the mind of Mark, who is only 14 years old during this time. Although Mark is a rather quiet boy, it is said in the children's home that he was often conspicuous and freaked out after his father's death. Once, during an argument, he had reached for a knife out of fear to protect himself. The teenager becomes more and more isolated. At the same time, his little sister is put into a different group, and so he loses regular contact with her as well. It is said that Mark cannot be treated and does not want to talk about the trauma he has experienced. He repeatedly runs away from the children's home and spends the night outside. He finds it difficult to stand closed rooms, probably a consequence of his trauma. Closed doors or windows make him nervous, and he feels safer in the open air. He can usually be found in the Windberg district of Mönchengladbach, sleeping on roofs or in trees. Residents often see him roaming the neighborhood with his hood pulled down over his face. He doesn't seek contact with others and keeps to himself. In April 2015, Mark was admitted to the psychiatric ward for 2 nights. For a boy who panics in closed spaces and experiences a loss of control, this must have been a difficult experience. While the Youth Welfare Service would have liked to have Mark permanently admitted to a psychiatric hospital, this was opposed by the latter. Mark could not be admitted as an inpatient because there was no acute danger to himself or others. Furthermore, his admission would mean an extreme deprivation of liberty. And that could be counterproductive, especially in Mark's case. So Mark is not admitted to the psychiatric ward. At some point, Mark is banned from entering the children's home. According to documents from the city of Mönchengladbach, the placement can no longer be continued. Unfortunately, we do not know what the exact reason for this is. But from that point on, Mark lived on the streets. From time to time, supervisors and street workers took care of him, but only from time to time. During this time, Mark turned to drugs. To get money for them and for food, Mark committed a few thefts. He stole food and also from a fashion factory. There he steals clothes for his little sister. The two see each other only very rarely, but once he brings her a stolen bag as a gift. In 2016, he's briefly detained in juvenile custody for his thefts. He was released on the condition that he seek out and maintain contact with an educational outpatient clinic. But Mark didn't do that. He is now 17 years old and still living on the streets. In December 2016 and January 2017, there are a total of 17 appointments for him at a psychiatric clinic, but Mark doesn't show up for a single one. Every now and then, a few street workers still have contact with Mark, but even these relationships end at some point. The teenager blocks out all help. The thought of being in a closed space like a children's home triggers him. So he continues to live on the streets and usually sleeps in trees. Mark was last seen by a caregiver in January 2017. This caregiver discovered one of Mark's hiding places on the flat roof of the local health department. Mark occasionally spends the night there. The employees bring him blankets or a warm jacket when they see the young man there to protect him from the cold. Occasionally, they also bring him something to eat. But Mark is also secretive with the health department employees. When the supervisor discovers Mark's hiding place on the roof, he calls the police. He probably hopes to finally be able to confront Mark and persuade him to accept help. The children's home where Mark lived is just a few meters away from the health department. But when the police and his supervisor arrive, Mark manages to escape. He seems to have no desire to return to a youth welfare facility. On April 29, 2017, a man contacts the police in Mönchengladbach. While out for a walk, he noticed a large doll hanging in a tree. The old yew tree is very close to the health department and the children's home. When the police arrive, however, they discover that it is not a doll that is in the tree. It is a mummified corpse. The dead body is lying in the treetops at a height of about 4 meters. The autopsy will clarify the identity of the dead man. As you might already have guessed, it is Mark S., who was only 17 years old. It is no longer possible to determine the cause of death because the decomposition process is already too far advanced. It is assumed that Mark died in January 2017, either from freezing to death or from an overdose. The only thing that can be ruled out is third-party negligence. Mark must have been sitting in the crown of the old yew tree for over 3 months. Every day, walkers, residents, maybe even old acquaintances walked under the branches of the tree. But no one seems to have looked up closely enough to see Mark in the tree. After his autopsy, Mark is buried in a communal grave with his mother. Fates like Mark's may be rare, but that doesn't make them any less real. After his father killed his own mother and almost killed him too, Mark was left to fend for himself. At a much too young age, with a much too heavy burden on his shoulders. I wish Mark's remaining relatives and the people who knew him a lot of strength and all the best. Maybe this video can be a reminder for all of us to keep our eyes open around us and to pay attention to what our fellow human beings need. Sometimes a lot can be achieved with a sympathetic ear and trust. Take good care of yourselves and each other. On April 16, 2008, a group of teenagers call the police. The teenagers are in Thomashohe Park in Berlin-Neukölln. It is almost 10:30 in the evening. The teenagers have made a gruesome discovery. A wheeled suitcase ablaze with flames. Inside is the body of a girl. The police can only confirm the death of the teenagers. Her name was Christina Hani, and she was only 14 years old. She was put in a suitcase. Several liters of gasoline were poured over her and then set on fire. Months later, there will be a suspected perpetrator, but not enough evidence. That is why the question still arises today. Who murdered Christina Hani? Christina has a brother and lives with him and their mother in Berlin. The small family lives on the 5th floor of an apartment building in a 2.5-room apartment. Christina's father left Germany in 2004, and her mother was then the owner of a small jewelry store on Silbersteinstrasse. Christina attends the Ernst Abbe Gymnasium on Sonnenallee and is in the 7th grade there. It is the 3rd school the 14-year-old has attended in 2 years. She often skips class but still has good grades. The girl is highly intelligent with an IQ of 145, well above the average of just under 100 points. Friends describe Christina as kind and polite, but also as a loner, especially in the last 6 months. She didn't have any close friends. She hung around in loose cliques in Neukölln. Actually, she's a normal teenager. She likes to wear makeup, reads a lot, likes to listen to rap music, and occasionally has trouble with her mother. But there are also other observations of Christina Hani. Now and then, she's said to have been seen getting into expensive cars. Christina was also often seen in Kerner Park, where she consumed grass. She also often stayed away overnight, sometimes for several days. That's why her mother waited a few days after her disappearance to report her missing. The separation of her parents is said to have been very difficult for her. After her father moved to Belgrade in 2004, she spoke to him on the phone weekly and visited him every summer. After her trip to Belgrade in 2006, she's said to have changed a lot and talked about her father even more than before. Christina is said to have repeatedly said that she wanted to move in with her father as soon as she could. In February 2008, Christina and a boy 2 years older than her were guests at a youth club. At the time, it was noticed that the girl was pale and swaying a lot. When she entered the youth club, she collapsed, apparently due to drug use. Fortunately, there were supervisors on site who recognized the situation and immediately called an ambulance. The police also arrived. Although the 14-year-old was treated that day, her body was found just 2 months later in a burning suitcase in a park in Neukölln. Christina had previously been admitted to hospital twice for drug use, and one of these 2 incidents may have been the one at the youth club. At the end of 2007, the social services had assigned a family helper to Christina's side. But despite these efforts, Christina Hani died on April 16th. During the toxicological examinations, carbon monoxide was detected in Christina's blood, and ash particles were found in her lungs, which means that Christina was still breathing when the suitcase in which she was lying was set on fire. It is assumed that she had taken an overdose of drugs, probably heroin, before. She may not have been unconscious, but she was incapacitated. Unfortunately, this means that Christina may have been aware of what was happening to her. The identity of the burned girl is not yet known. The police are looking for clues about her and for witnesses who may have seen something. A pair of earrings were also found on the body. The police have published a photo of them. Christina's mother recognized the earrings in a photo on the internet because they are exactly the same kind of earrings that she also sells in her jewelry store. That's why Christina's mother contacted the police. At that point, she hadn't yet considered the possibility that the body might be that of her own daughter. The police take a saliva sample from the mother, and the next day there is the sad certainty. The body found in the park is that of her daughter, Christina. Although Christina had not come home for a few days, it was not the first time that this had happened. That is why the shock for her mother is huge. Several witnesses state that they saw 2 young men that night. They are said to have come from the direction of Silbersteinstrasse and were seen dragging a trolley in the direction of Thomasstrasse to the Thomashohe Park, where Christina's body was found in exactly such a suitcase. One of the 2 men was wearing a red windbreaker and a baseball cap. The men are also described as Southern European. The investigation focuses on the drug scene in Berlin-Neukölln. And indeed, the police managed to determine the place where the suitcase was probably bought, namely in Zoremann's export shop on Hermannstrasse. Today, there seems to be no such shop there anymore. If I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me in the comments. Despite all the approaches and observations, it becomes quiet around the case of Christina Hani over the summer of 2008. It takes a full 8 months before someone is arrested in her case. A young man named Ali K., who was only 17 years old at the time. He comes from Berlin Friedrichshain and has been in custody since October 2008 for drug possession. He is said to have sold heroin at subway stations in Berlin-Neukölln. In April 2008, he was first convicted of drug trafficking and given a 1-year suspended sentence. The suspended sentence against him came just 2 weeks before Christina Hani was killed. Ultimately, he was linked to Christina and incriminated by statements from fellow prisoners. The public prosecutor accuses Ali K. of giving the heroin to 14-year-old Christina. When she collapsed unconscious after her overdose, he did not help her. Instead, with the help of another unknown person, he placed her in the trolley bag in which Christina was later found. Then Ali K. and an unknown accomplice took the trolley case with Christina's lifeless body to the park and set it on fire. Ali K. was afraid that after Christina's overdose, people would investigate her drug use and that he would be exposed as a dealer. 2 witnesses state that Ali K. admitted to them that he was responsible for Christina's death, He is said to have told 2 fellow inmates of the juvenile detention center about Christina's death, and in this conversation, Ali K. is said to have said exactly what has now become the basis for the indictment: that he did not help Christina after the girl passed out. He also is said to have told of a friend named Ahmed who helped him take the body to the park and set fire to it. On the basis of these statements, he is charged with attempted murder by omission. The proceedings are held in camera. Ali K. does not make any statement himself, but through his lawyers he continues to vehemently claim that he is innocent. But something unexpected happens in court. Ali K. is acquitted, due to lack of evidence. Not only did the defendant himself refuse to testify in court, but one of the 2 witnesses whose testimony allowed Ali to be charged in the first place also did not testify in the trial. The second witness became entangled in contradictions. The statements are so incoherent that the court cannot use them. In fact, the problem is that it could not even be proven that Christina really got the heroin from Ali K. It is still not known where and in whose company she took the overdose. According to the available sources, it was mainly the statements of Ali's 2 fellow prisoners that linked him to the crime. When the 2 refused to testify in court and watered down their testimony, this connection no longer existed in legal terms. To this day, it has not been proven how Christina Hani died on April 16, 2008. This means that there are still people today who carry this knowledge with them. Even more than 16 years after Christina's death, it is not too late to share this knowledge, because Christina still has a mother, a father, a brother, and friends for whom the death of the 14-year-old has changed their whole lives. My condolences go out to the relatives, and I very much hope that at some point it will be possible to find out what happened to Christina Hani. Some cases preoccupy people longer than others. The gruesome crime that took place in Upper Bavaria in 1922 still haunts people more than 100 years later. In recent years, the crime has been the basis for numerous film adaptations and literary publications. This case is one of the most famous German cases and continues to inspire analysis, theories, and discussion. Who murdered 6 people with a pickaxe on the night of April 1st, 1922, at the Hinterkaifeck farm? In today's video, we will analyze the Hinterkaifeck case and get to the bottom of this question. The Hinterkaifeck farm was built in 1863. Although its name suggests otherwise, the farm is not part of the municipality of Kaifeck. In fact, Hinterkaifeck is not the name of a village, but only the name of the farm. The farm has the unusual house number 27.5 and is located about 500 meters southwest of Gröbern, in the middle of nowhere in the municipality of Wangen. Today, this area is part of the municipality of Weidhofen in the district of Neuburg-Schrobenhausen in Upper Bavaria. Hinterkaifeck consists of several buildings: a main house with an adjoining vegetable garden, a bakehouse, and a tool shed. The main house contains the family's living area with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a cellar, and an attic. The attic includes a smokehouse, a hayloft, and a threshing floor where grain is threshed. The living area leads into the stable, where pigs, chickens, and cows are kept. A rectangular wing houses the barn and a machine shed where grain and straw are stored, as well as some tools. A small hut adjoins the barn. The rest of the equipment is located in a large wood and tool shed on the property. Behind the main house is a bakehouse where the family bakes bread. The property is surrounded on 2 sides by a dense forest called Witch's Wood. But who are the inhabitants of Hinterkaifeck? In 1922, the Gabriel and Gruber families lived there, consisting of 64-year-old Andreas Gruber and his 72-year-old wife, Cecilia. Andreas is considered suspicious, rude, and stubborn. He is not easily unsettled by things and still calls the shots on the farm, even though he has long since left it to his daughter Victoria. She also lives on the farm. Victoria Gabriel is 35 years old and known as a singer in the church choir for her beautiful voice. This is how she got her nickname, the Lark of Kaifek. Victoria is widowed. Her husband Carl Gabriel died in 1914 during the first days of the war in France. She has a 7-year-old daughter, who is also named Cecilia, just like her mother, and who never got to know her father due to his early death. Cecilia is known to most people as Silly and attends first grade at the elementary school in Weidhofen. Victoria also has an illegitimate 2-year-old son named Joseph. As this will play a very important role in the course of the case, I will go into the circumstances in more detail in a moment and also explain who Joseph's father is or could be. The family is joined on the farm by their new maid, 44-year-old Maria Baumgartner. Maria has a slight mental disability and a walking disability that causes her to limp and entitles her to a disability card. March 31st, 1922, is her first day of work with the family, and before she can even start her job, she too loses her life in a horrific manner. Hinterkaifeck is isolated from other houses, which seems to suit its residents. The family is considered very reclusive by the other residents. They are estimated to be worth 100,000 marks, which is equivalent to about 500,000 US dollars today. They have invested some of their money in coins and jewelry, among other things, but their property is also worth a lot of money. They keep cattle, chickens, and pigs on their land, which they use to finance themselves. They often employ itinerant laborers for short periods of time. Although this is illegal at the time, it is also very inexpensive, and the family is known for being stingy and saving money wherever they can. In 1915, a scandal erupts when Andreas Gruber and his daughter Victoria are convicted of incest. Victoria is sentenced to 1 month in prison, and her father is sentenced to 1 year in a penitentiary. At that time, this was the type of prison where inmates had to perform hard physical labor. It is believed that the relationship between father and daughter had existed since Victoria was at least 16 years old. She herself is said to have stated that her father had emotionally abused her since she was a young teenager. Their relationship is described in many sources as consensual. However, it has never been conclusively clarified whether Victoria later gave her consent or whether she had been abused by her father for all those years. When Victoria's husband was killed in World War I, her father is said to have said, "My daughter doesn't need a man anymore. I'm here for her." As mentioned above, Victoria gave birth to her son Joseph in 1919. There are rumors that her own father is also the father of her son. Officially, the then mayor of Grobern and neighbor of the Lorenz family, Schlittenbauer, acknowledged paternity. Victoria is said to have already tried to seduce him when Lorenz was still married. In 1918, his wife died of cancer, and only a short time later he began an affair with Victoria. According to Lorenz, the two only slept together 5 times. When Victoria became pregnant, they wanted to get married. However, rumors spread in the community that Victoria only wanted to seduce him and marry him because she had already been pregnant before and wanted to present him as the father. If it came out that she was still in an incestuous relationship with her father, the punishment for her as a repeat offender would be much harsher. However, the wedding did not take place because of Victoria's father. Andreas Gruber was against his daughter marrying Lorenz Schlittenbauer. He does not want her to marry another man. In September 1919, Lorenz denies that he is Joseph's father and reports Andreas for blood libel. Andreas is remanded in custody. However, Lorenz withdraws his accusations shortly afterwards and acknowledges that he is Joseph's father after Victoria asks him to do so. However, he never pays child support for Joseph, as Victoria voluntarily waives her right to it in exchange for him acknowledging his paternity. At this point, the relationship between him and Victoria no longer exists. Sometime later, he denies paternity again and insists that Andreas is the real father. This time, however, the accusation is not pursued. In 1921, he marries another woman. Victoria and he no longer see each other, but the relationship between Lorenz and the Grubers seems to have normalized over time. The Gabriels and the Grubers continue their lives at Hinterkaifeck as normal. The months pass and nothing unusual happens. Until, at the beginning of 1922, several strange events suddenly occur. On March 26, 1922, Andreas Gruber makes a strange discovery. He finds a copy of the Munich newspaper near the farm. This is unusual, as no one in the immediate vicinity reads the newspaper. Nevertheless, he initially believes that the postman must have dropped a copy out of his bag. Later, however, it turns out that the postman does not deliver the Münchner Zeitung at all, as no one in the area subscribes to it. The family also reports that a man with a mustache has been standing at the edge of the forest for several days, watching the family's house. Andreas also misses his house key, which he cannot find despite extensive searches. On March 30th, Andreas notices a break-in. After failing to break into the door to the feed room, the person managed to break the padlock on the shed and gain access to the barn and stable. The person unties a cow but does not appear to steal anything. That morning, Andreas also discovers footprints in the snow leading to their house but not back away. At 11 a.m., Andreas meets his neighbor Lorenz Schlittenbauer and tells him about the events. Lorenz offers him his gun and recommends calling the police. But Andreas refuses, a decision that will cost him his life just a short time later. The family really starts to fear for their safety when they hear footsteps in the attic the following night. When Andreas goes to investigate, he cannot find anyone. Andreas and Victoria report this when they go shopping in Schrobenhausen the next morning. On March 31st, 7-year-old Cecilia reports a strange occurrence at school. She tells her friend that her mother ran into the woods last night after a violent argument. It was hours before she was found there. 33 years later, however, Cecilia's school friend changes her statement and says that Cecilia did not tell her about her mother Victoria at the time, but about her grandmother. Either way, this event is overshadowed shortly afterwards by something much worse. Less than 24 hours after Cecilia spoke to her school friend, she and her entire family are murdered. Maria Baumgartner arrives at Hinterkaifeck with her sister Franziska Schaefer at 4:30 p.m. on March 31st. The two have come on foot and got lost once along the way. Today is Maria's first day of work at Hinterkaifeck. The family's former maid, Christens Rieger, quit in September of last year because she said the farm was haunted. The door to her room kept opening by itself at night and she felt like she was being watched. Now Maria is to take her place. Several other maids had already quit after a short time because the work on the farm was hard and the pay was poor. Franziska leaves at around 5 p.m. Franziska later describes the situation as follows. Maria ran after me after I said goodbye, grabbed my right hand and didn't want to let go. It was as if she had a premonition. Franziska is the last person to see the family alive. Maria unpacks her things and the family spends a quiet evening at home. The last snow has just melted, but it is still cold outside and a strong storm is sweeping across the fields and the surrounding forest. Presumably, everyone in the house is glad that they don't have to leave the house that evening. Unbeknownst to them, a stranger gains access to their house. Between 7:30 and 9 p.m., this person allegedly unties a cow in the family's barn. It is believed that the untied animal makes noises that gradually lure the family members from the house to the barn. I will discuss this theory and some of the inconsistencies that accompany it in more detail later. According to reconstructions, Victoria is the first to enter the barn and goes through a connecting door into the adjacent barn. In the immediate vicinity of this door, she's attacked and killed with a hoe by an unknown assailant. Shortly afterwards, her mother Cecilia enters the room and is also killed. Andreas Gruber, who is the next to enter the barn, is also attacked and killed. Finally, 7-year-old Cecilia follows her family into the barn. She too is attacked with a hoe and struck dead. Unlike her family members, however, Cecilia initially survives the attack. Although her skull has been smashed in, she remains alive for at least 2 hours. In her death throes, she tears out several tufts of hair in pain, which are later found in her hands. Ultimately, however, she also succumbs to her injuries. It is not known how long it took for all 4 family members to enter the barn. However, reconstructions show that screams from the barn could not have been heard in the residential building, and it is therefore assumed that the victims went into the barn one by one because they wondered why the others were not coming back. However, there are other theories about the course of events, which I will discuss later. After committing the murders, the stranger enters the family's living quarters and encounters Maria Baumgartner in the maid's room. He kills her too, and then goes to the bedroom where Victoria and her children are sleeping. There, he finds 2-year-old Joseph lying in his pram. After the murderer has executed the 6 inhabitants of the farm, silence descends on Hinterkaifeck. One might assume that the perpetrator would now disappear as quickly and quietly as he came. But that is not the case. He seems to be in no hurry to leave Hinterkaifeck. The family's death initially goes unnoticed. On the night of the crime, a farmer on his way home at 3 a.m. sees 2 figures. The 2 unknown figures are said to have been standing at the edge of the forest and, when they noticed him, they allegedly turned away so that their faces could not be seen. On April 1st, little Cecilia is absent from school without excuse. Between noon and 2 p.m. that day, coffee merchants arrive at the farm to take the family's order. This was quite normal in those days, but there seems to be no one there. There is no response to their knocking and calling. As they walk around the house, they notice that the gate to the machine shed is open. However, they don't think anything of it and leave the farmyard. During the night, a carpenter passes by the farm. He has just finished his last job and is now making his way through the stormy night to his parents' farm. The only property he passes in the otherwise empty field is the Hinterkaifeck farm. He notices that smoke is coming from the bakehouse. What does that mean? That it's in use? Smoke is also coming from the chimney of the house. As he approaches the house, a man comes toward him and shines a flashlight in his face. The carpenter feels uncomfortable and quickly continues on his way home. But he also notices the glow of a second flashlight in the woods bordering the farmyard. So there were probably 2 people there that evening. On April 2nd, a Sunday, it is noticeable that the family is missing from church. Later, a man visits the farm to buy lard, but he too finds no one there. On Monday, Cecile is absent from school again. The postman delivers the newspaper. He sticks it in the kitchen window and is surprised that little Joseph is not sitting in his pram in the kitchen waving at him as usual. Through the window, he can see that the kitchen door is half open. Saturday's newspaper is still outside and has not been brought into the house by the family. With an uneasy feeling, he leaves the farm and continues on his way to work. On April 4th, Cecile is again absent from school without excuse. On this day, a repairman arrives at Hinterkaifeck at 9 a.m. He wants to replace the cylinder head gasket on the feed cutting machine. He has had to postpone his work several times in recent weeks due to bad weather, but today is finally the day. On his way there, he passes through Wangjin and meets the mayor, to whom he mentions his plans. When he arrives at the farm, he doesn't see anyone either. According to him, only the family dog is barking in the barn, and he can hear the cows in the stable. The repairman waits for an hour in the garden under a tree for the family to return home. Finally, unable and unwilling to wait any longer, he went into the machine shed and began to repair the engine. His work took a total of 4.5 hours. According to his own statement, he sang and whistled while he worked, and when he had finished, he ran the engine to test it and attract attention. When he is finished, he leaves the shed and closes the door behind him. He walks around the yard hoping to find someone from the family. According to his own statement, he sees the family dog chained up at the front door. He was very restless and did not stop barking. This surprises him, as he heard the dog barking in the barn when he arrived. He therefore assumes that someone from the family must have been in the yard in the meantime. However, the mechanic only made this statement when he was questioned years later, so it is possible that his memory is deceiving him. Nevertheless, his observations play a very important role, as the farm dog is a key element that I will discuss in more detail later. The mechanic also notes that the barn door is open, which was not the case when he arrived. He glances into the barn but does not enter it. At around 2:30 p.m., he leaves the farm again. On his way back through Grubern, he meets the daughters of the Schlittenbauer family who live next door. He informs them that he has repaired the engine, but that no one was at the farm. In Wangen, he also tells the mayor how strangely empty the farm seemed to him, and that he repaired the engine anyway. At 5:30 p.m., he sets off for home. The daughters go to their father, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, and tell him what the mechanic said. This worries him, so in the early afternoon of the same day, he sends his 16-year-old son, Johann, and his 9-year-old stepson, Josef, to Hinterkaifeck to check that everything is okay. The farm is about 250 meters from their home. When the two return at around 3:30 p.m. and report that they have not found anyone, Lorenz sets off for Hinterkaifeck himself. His sons accompany him, as do his two neighbors, Michael Pöll and Jakob Siegel. When the three arrive at the farm, the barn door is closed, which differs from the mechanic's later account. While the children wait outside, the three adult men enter the barn through the open door of the hut. The door to one part of the barn is locked and is broken open by the men. It is dark in the room, and when Lorenz climbs over a pile of hay, he bumps into something. Michael, who is following him, stumbles. He later describes the situation as follows. Schlittenbauer goes ahead toward the stable door. I see him stumble a little. I follow him closely and feel around with my feet because it is already quite dark. I bump into something and then say to the two men accompanying me, "There's something there." "It's a foot," one of the two men cries out. Schlittenbauer steps back a little and then grabs a foot that is visible. He pulls it further out, and they recognize the person as Andreas Gruber. The men take a closer look at the haystack. Under a layer of hay is a door, under which is another layer of hay, and underneath that are the 4 bodies of the family stacked on top of each other. While the other men leave the barn in shock, Lorenz, worried about his son, goes into the living area of the house. In the maid's room, he finds Maria's body, and when he enters Victoria's bedroom, he also finds little Joseph dead. Lorenz opens the front door to let the others in. The key he uses is the one that Andreas Gruber has been missing for several days. But more on that later. Over the years, many contradictions have come to light in the investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders. Witnesses have given conflicting statements, and the police investigation has revealed a number of gaps and errors. At this point, I will first describe the police's approach and the clues they found. In a later chapter, we will go into more detail about the investigative errors and the inconsistencies that arose. The police are alerted and the first officers from Hohenwart arrive at Hinterkaifeck around 6 p.m. Word of the family murder has already spread throughout the village, and the police have their hands full keeping curious neighbors away from the farm and cordoning off the area. At 6:15 p.m., the Munich police receive a telephone report, and 6 officers set off for Hinterkaifeck. 2 of them are police dog handlers. The investigation is led by a Munich detective superintendent. They arrive at the mayor's house at 1:30 a.m. Since there is no electric light at the Hinterkaifeck farm and it is of little use to search the crime scene in the dark, they wait until 5:30 a.m. the next morning and then inspect the farm together with the court commission from Schrobenhausen. The court commission takes 5 pictures of the crime scene: 2 of the bodies in the barn, 1 of the dead maid, 1 of Josef's pram, and 1 of the farmyard itself. When Lorenz, Michael, and Jakob arrive at the farm, they find the family dog locked in the stable. The dog has been beaten and has swelling on its head and eye. This is particularly interesting in light of the statement made by the mechanic, who claims to have seen the dog chained to the front door just a few hours earlier. As he is not questioned until years later, no one notices this at the time. But what significance does this have for the course of events and the crime itself? As already mentioned, the farm dog could play a central role in the Hinterkaifeck case. To understand this better, we first need to take a closer look at how the Gabriel Gruber family lived with their dog. The family's golden Wolfspitz was kept on the farm as a guard dog during the day and locked in the barn at night. It was considered dangerous and prone to biting quickly. The family's former maid, Christens Riga, reports that the dog attacked her and bit little Cecilia on the cheek. However, it remains unclear why the dog was locked in the stable at night and not in the living area. At that time, it was common for dogs to be considered dirty, and only a few families allowed them to run freely in the house. But this separation also meant that the dog could not protect the family at night, as it could not reach the living quarters from the stable. Especially after the strange events prior to the murder, it would have been understandable to bring the dog into the house at night. It can be assumed that the family members did not do so because they were either afraid of being bitten or underestimated the danger and mistakenly assumed that they could handle it themselves. The family members were probably attacked in the barn. This also raises some questions, as the dog could have easily reached the barn. It can be assumed that if his owners had been attacked, he would have tried to defend them by barking and biting the attacker. Since it is assumed that at least the latter did not happen, the question arises as to whether the dog had already been locked up or injured at this point. An aggressive dog would probably not have allowed itself to be easily locked up or chained up without attacking the stranger. However, when Lorenz Schlittenbauer and the others find the bodies, the dog is so badly injured that it only whines and does not try to attack them. However, according to the mechanic, the dog had been standing outside the house uninjured just a few hours earlier, which would mean that the injury was inflicted only recently. It would also suggest that the perpetrator was still in the yard while the engine was being repaired and only injured the dog and took it to the barn afterwards. Other witnesses who passed by the farm in the days between the murder and the discovery of the bodies also reported hearing barking coming from the barn. The mechanic is certain that the barking initially came from the barn. This suggests that the perpetrator or perpetrators were still on the farm while the mechanic was doing his work, and that they let the dog out of the barn and later brought it back in. It is strange that the dog was injured in the end, but apparently obeyed the perpetrator's instructions without attacking him. This does not fit with the description of the dog as extremely aggressive towards strangers. Normally, it would probably have resisted and attacked the unknown person or persons. This leads to the assumption that the dog must have known the murderer well, which is why it did not attack him or raise the alarm when he entered the stable on the night of the crime. However, this theory is not pursued further, which is why it remains mere speculation to this day. During the initial investigation of the crime scene, a pot of burnt bread soup is still on the stove in the family's home. There are leftovers on the table. The family's tear-off calendar had not been torn off since March 31st, which again confirms that the murder probably took place the following night. There are several bloodstains in Victoria's bedroom. Joseph was killed with the hood of his pram. The pram was then covered with a red skirt by the perpetrator. There are also traces of blood in the hallway of the house. However, the traces are not secured and are not investigated further. Maria lies dead in her bed in the maid's room. After the murder, the perpetrator partially covered her body with the bedspread. She has several blows to the back of her head. The 4 victims in the barn were apparently also killed by blows to the head with the cleaver. Victoria and her mother, Cecilia Gruber, also show signs of strangulation. The investigators enter the attic, which extends throughout the house, stable, and barn. The floor is covered with hay, almost as if someone had deliberately spread it out to muffle their footsteps. We remember that Andreas and Victoria reported hearing footsteps in the attic just one night before their deaths. In 2 places, roof tiles have been moved so that it was possible to see the entire farmyard from there. It is believed that the perpetrator or perpetrators watched the family from there for several days before the crime. Another theory that is sometimes overlooked is the possibility that the perpetrator monitored the courtyard from there only after the crime to see exactly who was entering the yard and when. 2 hollows in a haystack indicate that 1 or 2 people were lying there at some point. The police dogs also alert the officers to the haystack and find human excrement. Traces of blood are also found in the attic, as well as a red handprint, which is unclear whether it is paint or blood. The investigators noticed that the perpetrator or perpetrators must have remained on the farm for some time after the crime, as the animals were reliably fed and watered throughout the day. This is a clear indication that someone must have been on the farm until the bodies were found. Later, it is noticed that parts of the supplies from the smokehouse are missing, including a freshly cut ham. The food leftovers found in the kitchen are often attributed to the family, but could just as easily have come from the perpetrators. This also fits with the observation made by the carpenter, who saw a fire in the bakehouse and smoke rising from the chimney, and saw a person with a flashlight on the property. The perpetrators may have used the fire in the bakehouse to burn bloody clothing or other evidence. This is also supported by the fact that he described the rising smoke as having an unpleasant smell. At the edge of the forest, the officers also find ashes and several cigarette butts. The first interviews begin that day in the kitchen of the house. Lorenz Schlittenbauer, Michael Pearl, and Jakob Siegel, the 3 men who found the bodies, are questioned, as is Franziska Schaefer, the sister of the maid who was the last person to see the family alive. Later, Johann, the 16-year-old son of Lorenz Schlittenbauer, stated that he had witnessed an argument at the Weidhofen cemetery. Victoria Gabriel had been arguing with a man he did not know, who had harassed her and allegedly said, "Women like you never leave me alone." Victoria had then slapped the man and walked away. However, this statement is not investigated further. And after only 10 hours, the Munich Homicide Squad's investigation is closed. The investigators initially suspect robbery as the motive. Over the next few years, however, this theory becomes increasingly unlikely. Although the perpetrator or perpetrators had the opportunity and time to steal all of the family's money and valuables, almost everything was left behind in the house. Only a wallet in Victoria's bedroom was emptied. The cupboards there were also ransacked, but jewelry that was obviously lying around, other paper money, and numerous gold coins were left behind. This makes a robbery very unlikely. Was the perpetrator perhaps looking for something else in Victoria's bedroom? Johann's observations could indicate that the murderer had a personal motive and knew Victoria. The next day, April 6th, a doctor arrives at Hinterkaifeck to perform autopsies on the victims. He's accompanied by a law firm assistant. The autopsy is not performed according to regulations. 2 doctors should have been present. In addition, it takes place on a makeshift autopsy table, which they quickly construct themselves from an upturned door and 2 wooden trestles. There is no official autopsy report. Although a brief autopsy report is written, a complete report cannot be found later and was probably never written. The brief report only exists because the doctor telephoned the public prosecutor and the detective after the autopsy, and the 2 took notes during the phone call, which later became the official report. The fact that mistakes were made during the autopsy may be due to the fact that the doctor actually worked in a different field. He had worked as a psychiatrist for many years and had only learned how to perform autopsies a few weeks before the murder in a short course. So not only did he perform the autopsy without a second doctor, he was also not an expert in this field of medicine. On April 6th, Victoria and Cecilia Gabriel and Cecilia Gruber are autopsied. The following day, Andreas Gruber, Maria Baumgartner, and Joseph Gabriel are autopsied. It is determined that Cecilia Gabriel, as already mentioned, was the only one who did not die immediately and tore several tufts of hair from her head during a death struggle that lasted at least 2 hours. An injury to her neck does not match the others and could have been caused by a knife. When Victoria and Cecilia Gruber are examined, the doctor notices strangulation marks on them. There appear to be no classic defensive wounds, at least none are reported. This could have various meanings and may be an indication that the victims knew their killer. At this point in the autopsy, 2 murder weapons are suspected. The pickaxe cannot be found in the yard at this time. In the meantime, a pickaxe is suspected to be the second murder weapon. Lorenz Schlittenbauer lent this to Andreas Gruber. According to his own statement, when he found the bodies, he discovered the bloody pickaxe in the feed trough, took it out and placed it against the wall. It is later found there by the inspector. However, the pickaxe is not mentioned again, so it can be assumed that it either no longer played a role or disappeared. After the autopsy, the victims' heads are severed and sent to the Pathological Institute in Munich. There they are boiled to preserve them better and make the injuries to the skull more visible. At a later point, a séance is held with the skulls, during which 2 female mediums in Nuremberg attempt to contact the spirits of the deceased in order to identify the murderer. The prosecutor records the séance. One of the mediums describes the perpetrator as follows: "Has something shy about him, ugly laugh, even younger, furrows in his face, something piercing in his gaze, can disguise himself very well." Unsurprisingly, this method also proved unsuccessful. After the séance, all traces of the heads were lost. Today, no one knows where they are. They may have been added to the victims' graves at a later date, or they may have been returned to the Institute and lost there at some point during the Second World War. Years later, in 1953, the doctor's assistant reports a situation that greatly puzzled the 2 of them at the time. When they entered the attic after the autopsy to lay out the autopsied bodies, they discovered a rope stretching from the hayloft to the threshing floor. The threshing floor is where grain is threshed. They noticed the rope because it had apparently not been there the day before the autopsy. It is unclear how the rope got there in the meantime. Other investigators who searched the house earlier are not sure whether it had been there all along. Normally, a rope is not too unusual in this location, as it is often used to hoist hay into the hayloft. However, it could also have helped intruders to get into the attic and be a sign that the perpetrators remained at Hinterkaifeck until the end. Whether this rope played a role in the murder case remains unclear to this day. However, as it is often cited as evidence that strangers must have been in the attic, I didn't want to withhold this information from you. Since the investigators suspect a robbery, they initially suspect almost all beggars and peddlers in the area. Strangers and people with criminal records are also viewed with suspicion by the residents, or directly considered to be the murderer. But all of the police's questioning and suspicions prove fruitless. On April 8th, the State Ministry of the Interior offers a reward of 100,000 marks for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator or perpetrators. The police receive countless tips, but most of them are useless. Hundreds of farmers also arm themselves with tools and scythes and roam the surrounding forests in the hope of finding the murderer and collecting the money. But all their efforts are in vain. On the same day that the reward is announced, the deceased are laid in coffins and taken to Weidhofen. More than 1,000 guests attend their funeral, all of whom have heard about the gruesome crime and want to pay their respects. After a dispute over the inheritance between the Gruber and Gabriel families, the family of the deceased Karl Gabriel buys the Hinterkaifeck farm from the community of heirs for 3 million marks. Since no one wants to live in the house where the gruesome six-fold murder took place, they decide to tear down the building. The public prosecutor's office agrees, even though the chief inspector says that this will ruin any chance of authentically reconstructing the crime in the future. In February 1923, Karl Gabriel Sr., the father of Victoria's deceased husband, demolishes the Hinterkaifeck farm together with his sons and some neighbors. They begin by prying up the floorboards in the attic, a so-called false floor. Under the boards, they find the pickaxe that was used to kill the victims. It has dried blood, women's hair, and tissue remnants on it. Among other boards, they also find a rusty pocket knife. However, it is unclear whether this has anything to do with the crime, as Andreas Gruber also owned a pocket knife and lost it at some point. It could therefore either be his missing pocket knife or another murder weapon. In any case, the notes made during the autopsy state that a wound on little Cecilia's neck could also have been caused by a knife. The pickaxe used to commit the murders is examined for fingerprints, but to no avail. It had belonged to the family for many years. This is later confirmed by Georg Siegel, a former farmhand of the family. It is homemade and has a screw sticking out. This makes it possible to identify it as the murder weapon without a doubt, as the protruding screw left injuries on the victims. After the pickaxe is found, no new investigations are launched and the demolition of the farm is not stopped. This means that further clues may be lost. During the demolition, a bloody iron band is also found. It is made of flat steel and is used to secure heavy objects, repair tools, or for fittings of any kind. This iron band is not mentioned again later. While the murder weapon is known, it is possible that a pocket knife, an iron band, and the pickaxe found by Lorenz Schlittenbauer in the stable at the time could also be murder weapons. However, little attention is paid to the other objects, and they are not investigated further. This is despite the fact that the autopsy mentions 2 murder weapons. And that brings us to the investigative errors and inconsistencies. We will discuss these in the next chapter, and there are quite a few of them. I've already touched on some of the possible investigative errors in the previous chapter. In this chapter, I would like to go into more detail about investigative errors and inconsistencies, as well as pointing out clues that have not yet been mentioned. Some of the investigative errors can be interpreted in different ways. Nevertheless, I will list them here so that you can form your own opinion. For example, it can already be considered an investigative error that, after the hoe, pocket knife, and band iron were found, the demolition of the courtyard was allowed to proceed without further investigation. It is also striking that many reports refer only to the hoe as the murder weapon, even though the other blood-stained objects and the pocket knife could never be ruled out as murder weapons. The first report of the discovery explicitly mentions the pickaxe found by Lorenz Schlittenbauer and lists it as a murder weapon. However, there is no further mention of it after the hoe was found. It would be extremely relevant to know what the victims were killed with. Multiple weapons would be a strong indication that there were several perpetrators. The alleged sequence of events also raises questions. Officially, it is said that the perpetrator or perpetrators untied one of the cows, and that the family members were gradually lured into the barn by the noise of the animal. However, when the scene was later reconstructed, it was determined that the screams of the family members could not have been heard from the barn to the house. This naturally raises the question of why they should have been able to hear the cow and whether there might have been another reason why the family members entered the barn one after the other. Or did she not do that at all? For several years, a theory has been circulating on the internet that the barn was not the scene of the crime at all, but that the perpetrators waited in the attic for the right moment and surprised the family in the living area. This would also explain the bloodstains in the attic and living area, which were never investigated in depth. A bloody shoe print was also found in the living area, which the perpetrator could have left behind during the crime. If this is what happened, then the barn would only have been used to store the bodies. However, this would also mean that the actual order in which the victims were attacked and killed is unknown, as a completely different sequence of events would also be possible. This theory is also supported by the fact that there was no light in the barn, and that the attack on the family members must have taken place in complete darkness. Even if there had been several perpetrators and one of them had been carrying a flashlight, it would not have been easy to aim for the victims' heads in the near darkness. If the family had been killed in their home instead, this would also explain why their dog did not warn them by barking or attack the perpetrator. Criticism has also been leveled at the fact that so few photos were taken of the crime scene. The bloodstains in the house were not photographed at all, and the evidence presented is otherwise very sketchy. In addition, the investigators moved the bodies back to their original positions for one of their photos because Lawrence Schlittenbauer and the two other men who found the family had moved them. This means that this well-known image is not actually a valid piece of evidence, as it shows a staged crime scene. Apart from the photos, no traces were secured at all. No fingerprints were taken, even though this would have been possible with the technology available at the time. The attic, the human excrement found there, and the hollows in the hay could also have been examined more closely. It is strange that Andreas Gruber apparently did not notice them when he searched the attic just hours before the crime. This supports the theory that he regularly slept there with his daughter Victoria, and that the hollows in the hay may not have been made by strangers, but by them. Investigators have also determined that the crime took place between 8 and 11 p.m. However, it seems likely that the crime occurred somewhat earlier. All of the victims were still wearing the clothes and shoes they had worn that day when they died. In 1922, many families went to bed early, or at least changed into their nightclothes early. In addition, the new maid, Marie Baumgartner, was still busy unpacking her belongings at the time of the crime. These clues reinforce the theory that it cannot have been too late when the attack took place. The police's handling of witness statements is also criticized. The carpenter tells them what he saw. He not only reports that smoke was coming from the bakehouse, but also that it smelled awful. So it's very likely that the perpetrator wasn't baking bread there. If his statement had been followed up immediately, it might have been possible to find out what had been burned in the bakehouse in the days after the crime. Instead, this and most other witness statements are ignored and not investigated further. The statements made by the mechanic also suggest that the perpetrator was still in the yard on April 4th and probably only fled after the mechanic left. But this theory is not pursued either. In general, the personal environment of the victims is hardly examined in detail, although there are many indications of a personal motive for the murder. It is suspected that the crime may have something to do with the maid Maria, as she started working on the farm on that very day. It might have been possible to shed some light on the case if her environment had been investigated more thoroughly. But this never happened. The police also cling to robbery as a motive for a long time, even though there is a lot to contradict this theory. No valuable items were stolen from the house. The family kept a large amount of money in a cupboard, and evidence suggests that the perpetrator or perpetrators opened and ransacked the cupboard while they were still in the house after the crime. However, they did not pay any attention to the money. Furthermore, the extremely violent nature of the murder suggests a personal motive and a relationship between the victims and the perpetrator or perpetrators. In 2007, a project was launched in Bavaria in which 15 police cadets re-examined the case for a study project. They made the following findings. The victims were all covered. This suggests that the perpetrator knew the victims and wanted some kind of retribution. In May 1927, a man is said to have stopped a resident of Weidhofen around midnight. He is said to have first asked him questions about the crime and then shouted that he was the murderer. He then ran into the forest. The man was never found. It remains unclear whether he actually had anything to do with the crime or whether it was simply a morbid joke. In the 1970s, the sacristy of St. Vitus Church in Hagelstadt was demolished. During the demolition, a family death notice was found in a church register. This tradition has existed since the 17th century. A death notice or obituary card is usually a card or folded piece of paper intended to commemorate the deceased and distributed at funerals. The Gabriel Gruber family's death notice, which was found in St. Vitus Church, contains a picture of the family and some dates, as well as additional handwritten notes. It reads, "Envious, usurious, despised by all, 1 year for immorality, incest, and God's punishment." It is believed that the death notice was written in 1920. However, it remains unclear who wrote it and how it ended up in St. Vitus Church in Hagelstadt, some 85 kilometers away. The current owner of the death picture has done a lot of research, but has never been able to find out how it got there. However, he has learned that the handwritten notes were most likely written in Gabelsberger shorthand, a font that was only mastered by scholars, clergy, or teachers at the time. Another strange event connected with the church concerns a pastor from Weidhofen. He claims that 2 weeks before the crime, he found a bag containing 700 gold marks in one of the confessionals. This was a very large sum at the time, exceeding the wealth of most families. The priest stated that he knew immediately that only one family in the area had that much money: the Gabriel Grubers. He spoke to Victoria's daughter Cecilia about it at school and asked her to bring Victoria to the church. When she does so, he asks her about the money, and according to his statement, after some hesitation, she admits that the money is hers and is a donation for the church's missionary work. It is unclear whether there is more behind this donation and whether it really came from Victoria Gabriel. However, it is known that Victoria closed several savings accounts before the crime. Whether she spent the money and what she spent it on has never been clarified. But given these circumstances, some people suspect that Victoria must have known something that never came to light. The pastor also gave a sermon at the family's funeral in front of over 1,000 guests. It must be remembered that in 1922, religion and faith played a much greater role in society than is the case today. At that time, there were very few people who did not believe in God, or at least did not express their beliefs publicly. If the murderer of the family came from nearby, it is therefore quite likely that he also attended the church in Weidhofen. The pastor seems to share this assumption, as he states that the murderer should be sought among the guests at the funeral. He adds that the murderer is no longer alive, having died in 1931. However, he never gets any more specific and, when asked, refers to the confidentiality of confession. In the meantime, there is talk of a letter from the Vatican that would release the priest from his duty of confidentiality, but this never happens. But his statement implies that the perpetrator allegedly confessed his crime to him. This only narrows down the circle of suspects to a limited extent, as already mentioned, almost everyone went to church at that time, and there were more than 1,000 guests at the funeral. However, the fact that the murderer was already dead in 1931 greatly reduces the number of suspects. Of course, the pastor's statement could also be a lie, or someone may have confessed to him a crime they never actually committed. Nevertheless, we can keep his statements in mind when we look at the suspects in the next chapter. The police investigation eventually comes to nothing, and the hope of finding the murderer or murderers of the 6 residents of the farmstead fades with each passing year. Over time, around 100 suspects have emerged who could be responsible for the murders. The large reward offered for information led many people to report their own friends or family members to the police in order to receive the money. Others confessed to the crime on their deathbeds in the hope that their relatives would receive the reward. It is extremely difficult for the police to find genuine leads among the many false confessions and tips. Officially, no one can ever be charged and convicted of the six-fold murder. However, there are individuals who are suspected and cannot be ruled out as perpetrators. Some of them have been suspected by the police themselves over the years, while others have been identified as suspects by local residents or through literature and the internet. In the following, I would like to introduce some of them to you. Form your own opinion about which of them you think could be the perpetrator. Crestson's Riga, the family's former maid, considers two possibilities for the murder of the family. On the one hand, she suspects the Bichler brothers and Georg Siegel, and on the other hand, the Zahler brothers, whom I will discuss in more detail below. Anton Bichler had helped with the potato harvest, and therefore knew his way around the farm. In Crestson's presence, he often commented on the Grubers' unfriendly manner. Later, she learned from an old woman that Anton Bichler had said that the Hinterkaifeckers should all be killed. In her statement, Crestsson also emphasizes that the family's farm dog barked at and attacked all strangers. Everyone except Anton. She is convinced that the dog would only have allowed someone it knew to put it on a leash without barking or resisting. She also reports that one night, a stranger stood outside her window and left the property after a brief exchange of words. Crestsson believes that the man could have been Karl Bichler, Anton's brother. She also states that she could imagine that the two brothers could have committed the murder together with Georg Siegel, a former farmhand of the family. Georg knew the farm buildings well and, according to Crestsson, was interested in the family's money. He is said to have stolen from the farm once before in November 1920. Despite these allegations, he worked again for a few days as a farmhand at Hinterkaifeck in September 1921. Georg Siegel himself denies both the theft and the murder, and neither he nor the Bichler brothers are arrested. The other brothers suspected by Crestsson are the Thaler brothers. According to her statement, the brothers had already committed several burglaries in the area. In 1921, Josef Thaler allegedly stood outside her window several times at night and tried to pry information about the family from her. However, she never gave him any information. One evening when he left, she saw a second person nearby. Crestsson suspects that this could have been his brother Andreas. According to Crestsson, when the two left, they looked at the machine house and up at the roof, possibly in the direction of the attic. Josef is said to have known that the family had a lot of money and who slept in which room. But these suspects were not investigated further either. However, since robbery and murder are now considered highly unlikely, Crestson's theories have also become increasingly improbable over time. At the time of the crime, brothers Karl and Andreas Schreier are 23 and 31 years old and come from Saddleberg. They are feared in the area for their violence and aggressiveness. Andreas, a day laborer, often works in different places. Around the time of the crime, the brothers are busy hauling wood from a nearby forest. Since their route passed by the Hinterkaifeck farm, they could have easily spied on the family. This fact led to them coming under suspicion and being arrested on August 3, 1922. However, since they were able to provide an alibi for the time of the crime, they were released shortly thereafter, and the investigation against them was dropped. In 1971, they came under suspicion again after a woman named Teresa T. wrote a letter describing an event from her youth. According to her statement, Karl and Andreas's mother had told her mother at the time that her sons had committed the murder. She claimed to have heard her say that one of her sons had lost his pocket knife. This would fit with the pocket knife found in the attic when the Hinterkaifeck house was demolished. At the time, only a few people knew about the discovery of the knife, which makes it a very important piece of information. As already mentioned, Andreas Gruber also owned a pocket knife that was lost some time before the crime. So the knife found could, of course, have been his. Karl and Andreas Schreier have since died, and the investigation against them has not been reopened due to their alibis. Karl Gabriel, Victoria's husband, who is said to have been killed in World War I, is also repeatedly mentioned as a possible suspect. It is speculated that he did not actually die in the war, but exchanged his identity with another soldier who was killed. The marriage between him and Victoria is said to have been unhappy even before the war. The theory is that he returned to the farm, discovered that Victoria had had another child with another man, possibly even her own father, and in his rage killed the entire family. This could also explain the additional strangulation marks on Victoria's neck. This theory is supported by reports that some people claim to have encountered Karl Gabriel somewhere in the years after the murder. After the end of World War II, there were numerous independent reports from war veterans who claimed to have met a Bavarian-speaking Soviet officer who claimed to be the Hinterkaifeck murderer. Some later retracted their statements, but even if some of them were true, that does not necessarily mean that the officer was actually Karl Gabriel. This theory seems rather unlikely, as several witnesses who knew Karl Gabriel for years and were with him in the war were able to testify to his death. A school friend was also later able to identify his body beyond any doubt, which means that there should be no realistic doubts about his death. Lorenz Schlittenbauer served in World War I and has suffered from the consequences ever since. He has headaches and asthma, which limit his ability to work as a farmer. With his black mustache and angular face, he often stands out from the crowd. Even back then, he quickly became one of the main suspects. Living only 350 meters from Hinterkaifeck and knowing both the residents and the farm very well, he could easily have learned their habits and known how to gain access to the house. Since one of his fields borders Hinterkaifeck, no one would have been surprised to see him often near the farm. When Schlittenbauer sets off for Hinterkaifeck with the two other men to check on the situation, he says, "There's no movement. Either they've all hanged themselves or been beaten to death." A statement that later makes him look very suspicious in the eyes of many people. While the other two men leave the stable in shock after finding the bodies of the family together with Lorenz Schlittenbauer, he continues purposefully into the house. This gives him the opportunity to cover up traces or leave new ones unseen. Things become particularly strange when Lorenz unlocks the front door with a key to let the other two men in. The key is Andreas Gruber's key, which has been missing without a trace for several days. Lorenz claims that the key was already in the door. However, since the family searched the entire farm for the key in the days before their death, it is very unlikely that they overlooked it in the front door. There are therefore two possibilities that come to mind. Either Lorenz Schlittenbauer had the key in his pocket because he committed the crime and forgot that no one must notice that he was in possession of the key, or a stranger stole the key from Andreas Gruber in the days before the crime in order to gain access to the house unnoticed in the near future. When the perpetrator was surprised by the repairman and hurriedly left the yard, he left the key in the door lock because he either forgot it there or simply no longer needed it and did not want to be caught with the key later. In my opinion, this information alone is not sufficient to prove Lorenz Schlittenbauer's guilt. Over the years, however, there have been more strange occurrences that suggest he may have had something to do with the crime. The suspicions against Lorenz Schlittenbauer are reinforced by two further incidents. Firstly, it is reported that after the murders, he often spoke about the perpetrator in the first person at the local pub. This could indicate that he has inside knowledge of the crime and may even be the perpetrator himself. Secondly, in 1925, there was a strange encounter between Lorenz Schlittenbauer and the then court teacher Hans Eblager on the grounds of Hinterkaifeck, where the farm had already been demolished. Hans Eblager sees Lorenz Schlittenbauer standing bent over the cellar entrance and speaks to him. Lorenz reacts with alarm and tells him about an alleged attempt by the perpetrator to bury the bodies, which was unsuccessful. This information had not been reported by anyone before and could be interpreted as knowledge possessed by the perpetrator. If his statement is true, Lorenz Schlittenbauer could only have known these details if he himself was the murderer. In 1926, another strange event occurred. A fire broke out on the Schlittenbauer family estate, destroying several documents, including some related to Hinterkaifeck. Among them are papers in which Victoria stated that she was waiving her right to child support for her son Josef. During Lorenz Schlittenbauer's interrogation, he stated the following: "I had known the Gruber family from Hinterkaifeck since I was born. The Grubers had several children, but only one daughter, Victoria, survived. The children probably all died because they were neglected and not fed enough. My father and I often saw the small children being kept in the cellar for days on end, and when we passed by, we could hear them crying. I'll be honest, they weren't good people. God had his hand in this. Victoria Gruber, who later married Carl Gabriel, was 13 years younger than me. Of course, I had known her since she was a child, but I didn't get to know her better until she was already a widow. It was common knowledge that old Gruber had slept with his daughter. The old Gruber woman didn't talk about it, but her daughter Victoria, who was 16 at the time, did. She told my first wife that she couldn't stand her father anymore because he always wanted to have intercourse. Victoria was very promiscuous. Soon after her husband's death, I helped her move a cupboard. We were driving in my wagon, and she offered herself to me right away. She said, "You could easily take me now." But I didn't go along with it at the time because I was still married. After my wife died, Victoria came to me in the hay barn one day, waited for me there, and suggested that I marry her. My wife had been dead for about 14 days at the time. But I didn't say no because I thought I needed a woman for my property. She also offered herself to me for intercourse without me even expressing any desire to do so. She grabbed me, threw me onto the hay, and that's how I had intercourse with her for the first time. I had never experienced anything like that before, a woman offering herself like that. All in all, I must have had sex with her 5 times at most. She then suggested that I talk to her father about marriage. I really thought I could marry her, so I went to old Gruber and told him that I would marry his daughter. He agreed, as did his daughter. Nevertheless, I told him that I had one condition, which was that he should no longer sleep with his daughter. He should renounce his sins, and I would then lead his daughter onto the right path. I also told him that I was a good Christian and couldn't tolerate such things. He replied that we would see. When I met his daughter again shortly afterwards, she told me that she was hopeful. She also said that I was the father. I protested and told her that her father was still there. She replied that it was better this way and that I could say, "Father, you're here too." Otherwise, he would have killed me. She also told me that her father was no longer in favor of the marriage, but that I would have to act as the father for the boy. I also spoke to old Gruber about this when I was walking home from the meadow. I asked him if he was serious about me having to act as the father. He insisted, and I immediately started with God and heaven. And when I told him I would report him, he replied that he didn't care. He then ran after me with his scythe, and I ran away. But then I went into the house to his wife and daughter while he was still in the meadow and asked them if it was really true. The 2 women insisted that I had to be the father and also told me that I had to pay. But because old Andreas Gruber was so rude and also demanded money, I said I wouldn't be the father and reported him for incest. Legal proceedings were initiated, and in the meantime, the child was born. On the 3rd day after the birth, Victoria came to me and offered to pay all the money for the paternity if I would take responsibility for the child. Since she also said that we could still get married, I finally agreed. She then brought me 2,000 marks so that I could pay the settlement to the guardianship authorities. However, the wedding never takes place because Andreas Gruber is against it. Lorenz, who has withdrawn his initial complaint, reports Andreas and Victoria again, but the case is not pursued. It is suspected that Lorenz may have committed the murders because he was angry that his complaint was not followed up and he did not want Victoria to foist a child on him. However, many months passed between the accusations and the murder, and Andreas Gruber and Lorenz Schlittenbauer had resumed a normal relationship before the crime. It is striking, however, that Lorenz continued to avoid contact with Cecilia Gruber and Victoria Gabriel, and apparently was still angry with them. This would also fit with the fact that these two were the most brutally murdered and had been strangled before their deaths. On March 30th, 1931, Lorenz is interrogated again in Munich. It comes up that he has no alibi, as he was keeping watch over the hay on the night of the crime and slept in the hay. This was even confirmed by his own wife. When confronted with this, Lorenz became angry and insisted that he had indeed slept at home with his wife. However, there was no one who could prove this. Nevertheless, no further investigation is conducted against Lorenz Schlittenbauer. The public prosecutor's office describes him as strange, but also says that he is harmless and helpful, and the investigation against him is dropped. What speaks against him as the perpetrator is that he offered Andreas Gruber his rifle before the crime and advised him to alert the police about the strange occurrences on the farm. This would be rather unusual behavior if he had intended to murder the family. Lorenz dies on May 22, 1941. In the years prior to his death, he had repeatedly sued people who called him a murderer and won every case. However, his death did not put an end to the accusations against him. His descendants were ostracized and insulted for many years to come. No one wanted anything to do with the children of the Kai Fek murderer. To this day, many people still believe he was guilty. His son reports that Lorenz cried a lot because his children were rejected because of him. He is convinced of his father's innocence. He was 30% disabled from the war, had no teeth left, and suffered from severe asthma. Because of his wheezing, he was no longer able to do heavy work. How could he have killed 6 people? A completely different theory, which has been gaining traction in recent years, is that Andreas Gruber killed his entire family and his maid himself. To examine this theory more closely, we first need to take a closer look at the hoe. The murder weapon originally belonged to Lorenz Schlittenbauer. Andreas Gruber is said to have stolen it years before the crime and modified it. A striking feature is a long screw that he attached, which was fastened with nuts at the top of the handle. At first glance, it appears to be there only to secure the tip to the handle. In fact, however, the nuts can be used to adjust how far the screw protrudes. This made it a favorite tool for Andreas Gruber to kill his pigs. The thin but unyielding screw drills precisely into the pigs' heads with even a light blow. The autopsy results of the victims also show that they were struck several times in the head with the screw. An unknown murderer who came to the farm unarmed would have had difficulty finding a suitable weapon in the first place. And then, as already mentioned, it is not easy to aim the hoe at someone's head in the dark. A stranger would probably also try to strike with the tip and not with the inconspicuous screw. Andreas Gruber, on the other hand, knew his own design perfectly and had enough practice to kill his victims with targeted blows. There were hardly any defensive wounds on the bodies, although at least Cecilia and Victoria had been strangled at first. The fact that they did not really defend themselves suggests that they knew their attacker. And the brutal manner in which they died points to a personal motive on the part of the perpetrator. Both apply to Andreas Gruber as the perpetrator. To divert attention from himself, he could have staged the strange events that occurred before the crime. Andreas Gruber had always been considered aggressive and quick-tempered. According to Lorenz Schlittenbauer's accounts, several of his children died after he locked them in the cellar and neglected them. He was also considered to be rough and brutal towards his wife Cecilia. No maid or farmhand stayed at Hinterkaifeck for long, as the pay was poor and the Grubers were considered rude and aggressive. When Victoria wanted to marry Lorenz Schlittenbauer, Andreas became angry and said that his daughter did not need any other man but him. This may have later become his motive for executing his own family. Perhaps Victoria wanted to end the relationship for good, or was planning to leave the farm. Victoria had also told Lorenz that it would be better if she were pregnant by him, as her father would otherwise kill her. When Lorenz wants to talk to him, Andreas Gruber chases him with a scythe. In the past, he has repeatedly attacked people with guns or scythes, which shows that he is quite capable of using violence. The fact that a pocket knife is considered a second murder weapon fits in with the fact that Andreas owned one. If Andreas Gruber committed the crime himself, this would also explain why the farm dog did not raise the alarm and apparently allowed the perpetrator to chain him up. In addition, Andreas would have known that he could hide the hoe in the attic under the wooden boards. A stranger would probably never have found this hiding place and would instead have burned the handle of the weapon in the bakehouse or washed the weapon and put it back. The fact that the animals were fed and watered for days after the crime would also fit with Andreas Gruber not wanting his own livestock to die. A stranger would have had little reason to do so. Andreas may have stayed at Hinterkaifeck after the crime because he didn't know where to go and because he planned to bury the bodies. But how does this theory fit with the fact that Andreas Gruber's own body was later found in the stable? It is speculated that Lorenz Schlittenbauer had already made his way to Hinterkaifeck alone to check on things. When he arrives, he meets Andreas Gruber and sees the bodies he wants to bury. Lorenz is beside himself with rage. Old Gruber killed his son Joseph and also Victoria, whom he may still have been in love with. A fight breaks out between Lorenz Schlittenbauer and Andreas Gruber, at the end of which Lorenz kills Andreas. However, Lorenz knows that no one would believe him if he said he had committed only this one murder. All the residents know that he and the Grubers had been fighting and that he had a motive to wipe out the family. He does not want to go to prison and abandon his children. Calling the police is therefore not an option for him. Instead, he goes back home and later returns with Michael Pearl and Jakob Siegel. He hopes this will give him an alibi. This would also explain why Lorenz Schlittenbauer behaved strangely after the crime, and why, years later, he reported that the perpetrator had planned to bury the bodies. Adolf Jakob Köppel has written a book about this theory. In It Was Gruber, he describes his theory of how the crime was committed. He has reconstructed the murder weapon and is convinced that only someone who was very familiar with this tool could have struck as precisely as was the case in the murder. After studying the case and all the evidence in detail, he has no doubt that Andreas Gruber himself was responsible for the crime, and that after all these years of searching, the perpetrator lies next to his victims in the family grave. I got most of the information about this theory from Adolf Köppel's book. However, going into more detail would go beyond the scope of this video. If you are interested, you will find the link to the book in the info box. Despite the many suspects, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain unsolved to this day. Numerous theories and mysteries surround the gruesome six-fold murder, and there is probably no other German case that has attracted so much attention. In recent years, many students, investigators, and medical professionals have looked into the case and tried to find new clues or even a solution. However, all attempts have been unsuccessful to date. Nevertheless, there are numerous reports and written theories about this case online and in literature. However, presenting more theories and suspects here would go beyond the scope of this video and eventually make it too confusing. But I am very excited to read your theories in the comments. Due to the outbreak of World War II, the investigation into the Hinterkaifeck case eventually came to a complete standstill, and some clues and reports were lost, which has always made it difficult to reopen the case. No new property was ever built on the site where the Hinterkaifeck farm once stood after it was demolished. Today, only a memorial stone nearby commemorates the gruesome deeds. Next to the family name, it reads, "On March 31st, 1922, the Gabriel Gruber family fell victim to godless murderers." And that brings us to the end of today's video. I think this case is less well known outside Germany. I don't think it will ever be solved, but I would be interested to hear who you think the perpetrator is. Do you think it was Andreas Gruber or Schlittenbauer? Or do you think it was perhaps someone else entirely? I did mention a few other suspects. I'm really excited to hear your comments and find out if you have any ideas other than the ones I presented in this video. Feel free to write your thoughts in the comments. This also helps support this channel. If a video gets a lot of interaction shortly after it is uploaded, it is more likely to be recommended to people who have not yet subscribed to Insolito. Remember to subscribe to the channel and activate the bell so you don't miss any more videos. Otherwise, there's not much else to say. Thank you for watching, and have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on when you're watching the video. I hope to see you again in the next video. Until then, bye everyone.